What message is President Donald Trump sending by praising US-Turkey ties and saying he only attended the NATO summit because it was actually being held in Ankara?
Well, I think there's a great chemistry between the two presidents. But it's not only due to that chemistry. I think this summit was a very critical, very important summit for NATO. As you recall, last time the summit was held in The Hague, it was decided that 5% of the GDP of each NATO member country would be allocated until, I think, 2035 or so. So this was a big, decisive step in rearming, redeveloping NATO's defense industry. Now here, this time in Ankara, of course, we have this background of a little bit of a tit-for-tat between the European leaders and President Trump. But at the same time, this summit will be a summit where I think we will see a new NATO 3.0, if we can call it that, where there will be much more spending from the European and Canadian allies. So the European wing will start owning up to its own duties, to say, if we can say so. And I think there will be much more of a European ownership of NATO and a little bit less of spending from the part of the Americans. And I think President Trump has been talking about this ever since his first presidency, and definitely in the last year or so that he's been accentuating this issue. And on the Ankara summit will probably deliver on this. We saw today, for example, there was a defense industrial forum that took place, and there were tens of billions of dollars worth of contracts signed. And some of those contracts were very important because they were basically strategic assets that NATO has. For example, fuel tankers, for example, signals intelligence aircraft, AVAX aircraft being renewed, and most of them being done via European spending. So in that sense, I think President Trump is going to get what he wants out of the NATO alliance. He's been pushing the European partners and Canada to spend more and to live up to the expectations that the Americans have, because they've been the driving force behind NATO for the last 50 years.
And I just want to interject and ask you a question, because that's a really good point. You say rearming, redeveloping NATO, a new NATO, NATO 3.0. But what exactly is that going to look like, a NATO 3.0? Because can the European countries realistically do it without the US spending a lot of money? Because we've always seen this. And of course, we know right now that Ukraine is down on air defenses. So Europe need to pick up production extremely quickly.
I think it's going to be done one way or another. I don't think it will be as fast as President Trump would like to see it. But realistically speaking, Europe hasn't invested in its defense infrastructure for a very long time. So now they're ramping up the defense investments. And we see, for example, in Germany, which is a very big industrial base. We see it in the UK, we see it in France, we see it in Italy, we see it in Turkey. We see it in most of the big countries with an industrial base or a military industrial base, defense industrial base, that they are ramping up production. This will take time. This will take time. But I think it's in the right direction. If you ask the question, does it suffice for 1 or 2 years to the future? Of course, it will not deliver to the expectations of President Trump for the next 2 years. But the steps are there, the positive steps are there. And I think we will see a more European identity within NATO, in the sense that Europe will live up to its own role a little bit more than what it has so far. But I think the American strategic planning will be there. American logistics will be there for sure. American administration will be there as high officials within NATO for sure. But there will be much more Europeans coming on board. That's what we will see. We will see a re-equilibration of NATO in a way between Europe, Canada, and the US.
And we see this recalibration that you expect to happen. I do apologise. We can hear a lot of cheering in the studio. Egypt are playing Argentina, and I think that they possibly just scored a goal. So anyone who's watching the station, if you can hear that in the background, there's a lot of excitement happening right now. Let's just get back to the conversation that we were talking about, this recalibration with Europe when we have a look at NATO. But Donald Trump arrived today in Turkey, and I found what he said fascinating. He really praised Turkey as a great ally, said they had helped when it had come to the Iran war, but he singled out Britain and other European countries for not doing enough to support Donald Trump during the US and Israeli strikes against Iran. So Donald Trump still has a certain fury when it comes to the NATO allies, even as he arrives in Ankara.
2 points. Point number one, Messi just missed the penalty. Point number two.
Thank you very much for letting me know. Messi missed the penalty. So is it still 1-0 at the moment?
As far as I know.
Okay, there we are. Okay.
Second point, coming to the serious parts. I think, yes, he is upset. But to be honest with you, look, some of the assets that President Trump was asking for are, yes, they are NATO bases. But these are bases legally belonging to the countries that are mentioned. For example, Italy, for example, Spain, for example, Turkey, for example, Greece, etc., etc. They are NATO bases which the host country gives for NATO missions. The war in Iran is not a NATO war, was not a NATO war. Therefore, the host nations were not obliged to use these bases or let these bases be used by Americans to attack a third country. This is the legal issue behind the whole thing. So when Italy said, no, I'm not going to let my bases be used for this war, which I'm not a party to, or Spain, which said the same thing, yes, the Americans got angry because they said, look, we're using these bases. We've been furnishing the equipment, the logistics. We've been helping out with these bases, etc. Yes, you have. But these are NATO bases based in host countries. They're not your, how can I say it, frontier bases that you can use to go and attack another country if you have a problem with them. So here, of course, the European leaders stood firm. And I think we can say that the Greenland issue, the threats on Greenland, etc., and the rhetoric, hard rhetoric coming from President Trump, upset quite a lot of leaders in the European Union, and they stood firm on legality.
Cengiz Fira, it was really great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your analysis when it came to NATO and also just keeping me up to date on that football score, as we could have, of course, hear all the cheering in the studio. Thank you once again.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Let's continue this conversation with John Cavalich, Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. John, always great to have you on the show. We're going to start off, I was just talking a little bit before you to Cengiz, who was saying to me that he really feels this is going to be a new NATO, NATO 3.0. There's a calibration with Europe. Europe are going to start playing a bigger role. What is your thought on that?
I agree with him in terms of the European members are going to start playing a larger role, but I don't think it's going to be NATO 3.0. We're going the other way. NATO is a shrinking organization because it depends upon its members having a fear in order to spend. And right now, for the last 5 years, the fear has been the Russian Federation's war with Ukraine. As that war moves from the military component to the other components of the war, the taxpayers and voters within the European Union, the 27 members, within the 32 members of NATO, 23 of which are members of the European Union, the taxpayers and voters, younger generation, are going to say, why are we paying for something that doesn't yet exist? Older generations will remind them the peace dividend wasn't such a great idea in 1991 when the USSR went out of business. But these young people are going to be looking and saying, Putin's 72 years old. Trump is 80 years old. He's only got another year and a half. And why are we spending all this money on tanks and planes and boats rather than schools and hospitals and infrastructure? And I think that's going to be the challenge for Mark Rutte, who is an exceptional, a gifted communicator, former prime minister in Netherlands. However, when he stands up in front of NATO defense manufacturers and uses the equivalence of a football match, we've got the team, we've got to do this and that, it's just not a good look, and I don't think it's sustainable.
And it's really interesting. I did watch Mark Rutte's speech, of course, a little bit earlier as he opened this NATO summit, and lots of football analogies in there, and the Industrial Revolution, he called it. But, John, let's concentrate a little bit on Russia and Ukraine. You picked up on it there, but President Trump says both Ukraine and Russia do want to make a deal. How realistic is that assessment? And do you see any concrete signs that either side is generally prepared to compromise?
I think President Trump is right that both President Zelensky and President Trump would like the war, special military operation, conflict, however we want to define it, come to an end. The Russian economy isn't collapsing, but it's corroding. When I was up last month at SPIEF, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, President Putin was there, along with, there's always a breakfast with Russian business people. These are the heads of the largest Russian state-owned, private-owned, public-private companies. And at this breakfast, they were eviscerating the economy. And they were saying just how bad it was, point by point. Then President Putin got up there during his remarks, and it was though he had never heard of any of these people or what they thought. President Zelensky he's altering the elasticity theory, which was always Russia was prepared to do more to win than Ukraine was prepared to do to defend itself, meaning Russia will target civilian infrastructure, kill men, women, and children as a component of their strategy to wear down the Ukrainians. But Ukraine could never start killing Russian citizens in the same way because its own people wouldn't allow it, and those supporters wouldn't allow it. But over time, what Ukraine has done is said, fine, we get that you don't want us using your equipment, but we're going to develop our own. And now we're going to start hitting into Russia. And they're hitting into Russia. And I've been at some of these areas up in St. Petersburg when they hit that refinery. That smoke, that black plume of smoke, every single person from Putin on down saw that when they were going to that event. And it was, to them, it was horrifying. But on trying to, where President Trump is saying, I think they both want it to end, it's who's sort of wearing down the most. And right now, there is some change in language from the Russian officials. President Zelensky is changing his language. The question, though, and I know you're asking it, and I'm sort of not answering it, that are they both prepared to sit down? I don't think either one of them is there yet.
And that's a big question. It's those face-to-face talks that we haven't seen between Zelensky or Putin. And obviously, Putin has not been keen to do that. He has rejected the request to have those meetings by Volodymyr Zelensky. But Ukraine's European allies, John, believe something has changed and that Russia is now on the back foot. Can they convince Trump of that? Because he seemed to not really care about the military imbalance and more about the lives that were being lost on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think President Trump is, as he talked about Secretary of War, Defense Hexas, showing them photos, and he said he didn't want to see them anymore. He knew how many people were getting killed. He came into office looking at the Russia-Ukraine war as something he wanted to, quote, settle as a component of his march toward the Nobel Peace Prize. He saw that sort of going away, and then he looked to it as a profit center. How much can I get the Europeans to buy from us to send to Ukraine? And that's sort of worked out. But over time, even in the time frame of from January 2025 to July of 2026, the Ukrainians have turbocharged their ability to homegrown defense capabilities. And the Europeans are moving more inward to try to provide, develop what they need, not only for NATO, but also for Ukraine. So it allows President Trump to sort of be on the outside, but he doesn't necessarily like being on the outside because he wants always to be the focus of attention. And right now, I think what he's struggling with is, does it make sense for him to devote time to try to get these two, try to get President Zelensky and President Putin together? Or is it better to sort of sit back and let NATO, let the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen, who has said the EU must have a seat at the table, okay, and truly allow the settlement of the Russia-Ukraine war to be what your previous guest was talking about, not NATO 3.0, but just a NATO less, and a reframing of NATO where if this is a European problem, then it's for Europeans to solve, and we really don't need to be there as we have been before.
And that's such an interesting point, isn't it, John? Just one quick final thought on that. Obviously, he's criticised NATO allies, Trump himself, for not coming to help when it came to the war in Iran. So I guess we are seeing this change happening within the alliance as we speak to each other.
Yeah, this is not going to be a successful NATO summit. This is about an airing of grievances. He's airing his grievances. The other members are airing their grievances. Everyone's trying to figure out what not to do so they don't want to get attacked by him in a tweet or something like that. And what he said about President Erdogan, it was, I came because it was him, out of respect for him. Well, I came because, they do a lot of work, and it's a lot of work to do these events, and, I wanted to be there and support. So even that vacillates. And with President Erdogan, President Trump will say, I respect him, I like him, he's my friend, but respect has limitations, as we've seen with the U.S. relationship with Israel, i.e. Gaza, as we've seen President Erdogan ask for NATO to suspend some of its agreements with Israel, haven't done that. So the simple reality is, for President Trump, there isn't anyone that he will do anything for. And everyone needs to appreciate that all the time.
John Cavelich, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me.
Thank you.
French President Emmanuel Macron is continuing his visit to Syria after two explosions near the Damascus hotel where he stayed overnight. Syrian authorities say 18 people were injured when two explosives went off shortly before his meeting with Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa. Macron had already left the hotel before the blast and was not affected. For more on this, I'm joined by French senator and author Nathalie Goulet. Nathalie, great to have you on the show. As I just said there, explosions have been heard in the Syrian capital, close to the hotel where Macron has been staying before, of course, he travels to this NATO summit. Is there any suggestion at all that they were meant to target the French president?
Well, from the time being, we don't have any revendication, so we don't know. And 2 or 3 days, yesterday was also a bomb attack with 10 victims. So it's a global situation of insecurity in Damascus. And as we don't have any revendication, we cannot explain that right now. And it's not possible to affirm that it was the president who was targeted, which was targeted.
And Macron has long championed the new Syrian leader Ahmed al-Sharaa. The French president, of course, as we said, is visiting the country right now with both a business and financial delegation. What is in it for France? And what was agreed at this joint press conference? What does France want from Syria?
Well, we want to show our support without playing the useful idiot. which is quite difficult in this country because, you know, regarding the neighbor and the neighborhood, it's very difficult. It's gambling somehow on the new presidency. It's exactly what the President Macron did. And we want to support the reconstruction, the ports, healthcare system, security system, and also aviation. So that was part of the deal of today.
And do you...
to show big support.
And sorry, Natalie, do you feel like this is a very big gamble that Macron is taking? Do you think he was right to take this gamble?
Well, for the time being, he's the only one from the European Union to visit Damascus. So for me, it's gambling, and I hope it will be a win-win situation. But right now, we don't know because we still have troubles with the minorities, with Christian, you know, some months ago. And also the neighborhood is not very stable. Mm-hmm. So let's wait and see.
And let's turn our focus now to another major story that has been happening in France. Do you think it's feeling like a victory right now for Marine Le Pen? Because legally and technically, she could run in the election next year, despite being found guilty of misusing public funds.
Yes. It's for sure. It's a victory for her, but she didn't say she will have a electronic blasted. So she always said in the past that if she has this kind of electronic bracelet, she will not run. But you know, she may change her mind. We will know that at 8 p.m. tonight because she's guest of the TV show at 8 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. You're completely right. As she said, if she has an electronic tag, she's not going to run. But it'll be interesting to see what she does say later on in that press conference. But if Marine Le Pen does not decide to run, who do you think is going to fill her shoes? And can they potentially win the election next year?
Well, it's almost in the pipe already. It would be Jordan Bardella. But I'm not sure she will not change her mind now. I'm not sure. You know, she can ask the court to lift the sanction about this electronic tag. President Sarkozy in the past has also this electronic tag, and he has to go to Seychelles or I don't know. And so they lift the sanction of the tag, electronic tag, to let him swim without any trouble. So maybe she will ask to lift this part of the sanction and be able to run for election without this electronic tag because she's absolutely allowed to do it.
And what is public opinion in France now towards Marine Le Pen as we do see this appeals case today come through? What is the feeling in France?
Oh, we definitely have two part of the opinion. I mean, it's really very clearly shift in the opinion. One part is also very happy, and the other one push on the sanction and on the criminal records that she has. So the advices and the opinion are really divided into two parts very clearly.
And a final question to you. It's a bit of a different one, but why was President Macron wearing aviator sunglasses again today when he delivered his speech in Syria? Is he trying to recreate that viral moment at the World Economic Forum in Davos? Because he seems to like to wear his aviators inside.
Well, a more diplomatic answer would be that you have to ask him. But maybe he needed because of the sun and because he may have some discomfort with the sun. I don't know. I think you have to ask him.
I don't have the opportunity, but if I do, I will.
I don't. But yes, I guess that it's not comfortable for him with this sun. He had some pain some weeks ago. But, you know, we have more other trouble in the country than checking the president's glasses.
Absolutely right, Nathalie Goulet. Well said. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Belgium says FIFA's decision to overturn the US striker's one-match ban only motivated the team ahead of their World Cup last 16 clash, after President Donald Trump said he asked FIFA to review the suspension. Belgium responded with a 4-1 win. The players even appeared to celebrate with Trump's signature dance, while the team's social media account posted a cheeky message: overturn this. For more on this, I'm joined by World Cup reporter David Blackmore. David, before we get into this FIFA row, just want to say there's been so much cheering in the studio here where I am, because Egypt is beating Argentina right now 1-0, and this is a very exciting moment, but still a long time to go when it comes to the match.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic game so far. Out of all of the games in this round, I thought this might be the most comfortable for the favourites, but it has been anything but for Argentina. They have really been labouring in this game. And I keep checking my phone every 20 seconds to see if there's any change. You know, Argentina have missed a penalty. Lionel Messi has missed again at the World Cup. That is 2 missed penalties for him. Egypt had taken the lead, and as soon as Argentina had got the penalty, I thought, oh, that's it. Argentina are going to get back into it. But they missed. We've had the hydration break. We're heading into the end of the first half now, and Egypt is still winning. This would be a huge shock in the World Cup if it was to remain this way, but absolutely huge for Egypt if it does, as a team that I feel like have been underrated and not perhaps achieved as much as they should have done in previous World Cups. This would be a real big statement from them heading into the latter stages of the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. You should have heard the celebrations in here when they also saved that penalty, of course, from Messi. But we'll watch that very closely. Maybe something will happen while we're talking. We'll keep you all updated. But David, let's go back to all this red card controversy. It was just swirling everywhere yesterday. Do you think that distracted the US and gave Belgium extra motivation? Because the US has now crashed out.
Yeah, that has been the big talking point for the American pundits here, but also the US men's team's supporters, because there has been such huge hype around this team for so long, but so much of it has been positive. This is the first time that Pochettino's men have really come under the spotlight for negative reasons, and all the talk and all the noise building up to it has just been around this overturned red card. There was a lot of talk from the US pundits here that maybe Pochettino shouldn't have started Balogun, and actually they spent so much of their time preparing for this match without him that maybe it would have been better if they hadn't have started him, but they did, and it was one of those days where the USA did not play their best in the tournament. In fact, it was their worst performance for a considerable time, even before the World Cup, in the friendlies they played before that. For Belgium, however, a team that have somewhat laboured to get to that point, that was by far their best game. And it does beg the question, doesn't it, as you say, was it all to do around this red card? Because Balogun did not have his best game last night. Belgium looked a completely different team. They didn't even start with Kevin De Bruyne or Lukaku or Jeremy Doku. They brought them all on in the second half. So Belgium played a perfect game, and the celebrations at the end are testament probably to answer your question, which is probably that they did have the extra motivation, because they're all doing the Trump dance while singing along to YMCA. But Trump himself hasn't responded on True Social, but I'm sure at some stage he probably will want to come back on that, because I think from his perspective, you know, USA just asked the question, and the FIFA, and they've put out their statement to say that actually they've gone by all the rules that are in place for these kind of decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. But it really overshadowed yesterday, didn't it? As you say, Balogun had to go out after all that controversy, hadn't been training and wasn't his best performance. But Portugal is out after losing to Spain. What does this mean for Cristiano Ronaldo? Because it's long said that this will be his last international games, and he will be now retiring from Portugal.
Yeah, Ronaldo, it came out before the game to say that this would be his last World Cup. I think most people probably would have been able to guess that, bearing in mind that he would have been heading into close to 45 by the time the next World Cup would have come around. But it was an emotional, you could see the emotions getting to the better of him towards the end of the game, with Spain scoring in stoppage time, which is always, there's been so many late goals in this World Cup, and it's probably to do with a lot of the fact that the injury times for each of these games has gone on so long. You know, the England game the other night was 11 minutes. So there's always that opportunity towards the latter stages of the game that teams are going to score. But it was definitely a sucker punch for Portugal as a whole, because on paper, man to man, they probably would argue that they had the better team. And I think Ronaldo would have been heading out to that game thinking that they would have got a famous victory against their old foe, but it wasn't to be. And it very much felt like the changing of the guard, didn't it? As Ronaldo walks off the pitch in tears, being consoled by 18-year-old Lamine Yamal, who is, you know, championing to be the next global superstar in this game. But yeah, I think for Ronaldo, it'd be interesting to see what happens now. I think a lot of the pundits, both in Portugal but also around the world, are asking the question, would Portugal have been better without Ronaldo? There's been so much reliance on him, and actually they could probably argue now that they don't need to have so much reliance on him. But for Ronaldo himself, will he still be there for the Euros in 2 years' time? I think he probably will feel like he's won this tournament already in terms of the Euros, and probably doesn't feel like he needs to do it again. The World Cup was the one trophy that he really wanted, and he made sure that he put himself in the best position possible to make it. And it's just, heartbreaking for Ronaldo.
Heartbreaking. Such a great footballer, years and years, wanted that World Cup win. But David, as we look forward to the tournament, we're now going deep into it. Who are the favourites to win? Because we just said there was an upset with Spain beating Portugal, and now we still see Egypt leading Argentina. Who's going to win, do you think? What are the odds now?
I think when you look at it, the bookmakers, France are still everyone's heavy favourites because they look so good in defence. They look so good going forward. I think Spain's victory yesterday was a real statement put out there to the rest of the world. England are playing Norway in Miami on Saturday, and I think that will be huge in terms of how this World Cup could shape up. Could England stop Haaland? Can Haaland fire Norway to victory? And especially if this result remains as it is and Egypt go through, you must feel that Norway will probably fancy beating Egypt, and vice versa, Egypt will fancy beating Norway, which would set up a potentially great tie between one of them and either France or Spain. But I think it's winner of France or Spain will feel like they will go on to win the tournament, unless Argentina can pull out some Messi magic here and turn things around, just like Belgium did against Senegal not so long ago.
Yeah, let's see if there's any Messi magic as we go along. David Blackmore, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Leigh Ann.
Now, tennis player Arthur Ferry's fairy tale run at Wimbledon is still alive. The British wildcard came from behind again to beat former semi-finalist Grigor Dimitrov in 5 sets and reach his first Grand Slam quarter-final. For more on this, I'm joined from London by sports broadcaster Amelia Baltrau. Amelia, great to have you back on the show with me. It was one of the biggest upsets of this year's Wimbledon. Of course, we saw Arthur Ferry stunned Grigor Dimitrov in that dramatic 5-set thriller. You were at the game. What was the atmosphere like?
It was honestly incredible. Just the roar of excitement coming from centre court was just electrifying, really. And there was obviously a lot of here or there sort of thing between the two of them. We didn't really know which way it was going to go. 1 minute it was going towards Dimitrov's way, then it was going to Ferry's way. But he has proven such resilience during this tournament, Ferry, that I've known him, I've seen him play over the years, and I think he's probably surprised himself at how well he's come out on top of these 5-setters, which he hadn't even done before Wimbledon. And now he's taking it all the way through to championship tie breaks in these games. So a lot of respect is credit due to Ferry, and he will. And I think actually there is a good chance he could even go one step further. But here's me probably just backing the Brit.
I love that you're backing the Brit. And he's a Wimbledon boy. He grew up just 5 minutes away from the stadium. Let's talk about who he's playing next. He's playing Fabio Caboli. And we have to talk about him because he's Italian, he's super talented, he has loads of charisma, he's been making a really big name for him on the men's tour. So who's the favourite when we go into this?
Well, I'd actually have to swing in Arthur's favour. You know, he actually played Fabio Caboli earlier this year at the Australian Open and beat him, which again, it was a big surprise for him because he was getting a wild card in that. And what we've actually learned over the last year is that this is Arthur's preferred service. He loves the grass. He is a very powerful serve. He's very powerful generally in his game. Not to discredit Fabio Caboli in any shape or form, but there is a good chance that the Wimbledon wildcard could go one step further and get himself into a semi-final.
Yeah, that's going to be a great game to watch, of course, when both of them go head-to-head. Let's see how Ferry does. I hope he can keep his Wimbledon dream alive. But another Italian who's always making headlines, of course, Jannik Sinner. He's been in action today. How did he get on? And he's obviously defending the Wimbledon title at the moment. Do you think he could go all the way? Because I always watch Sinner, and he seems to just step up a gear that no one else appears to have.
Well, we say that. We think it's always just going to be a walkover when it comes to Sinner. But this tournament in particular has proven to be a bit more of a struggle for him. You know, he was knocked out of the French Open in much early stages than anticipated last month. And we expected him to be sort of cruising past some of these players, but he actually found it really tough. So he beat Jan-Leonard Struff of Germany, and he said after the match, he is a very, very tough player. He's 6'4", he's very powerful, very aggressive, and even though he's world 74, it probably is, he's actually far tougher than that number suggests. So yes, he did go on to win in straight sets today, and then Sinner will be playing in probably an absolute blockbuster, either facing Novak Djokovic or Felix Auger-Aliassime, and they are playing later today on centre court.
I know I shouldn't say this, but I would just love Novak Djokovic to win Wimbledon one more time. I really feel like he deserves it. But anyway, we'll see who wins.
I mean, he is just breaking new grounds anyways. Yeah. He achieved his 105th win at Wimbledon. No other player has done that. Of course, he is trying to catch up to Roger Federer and try and get that 8th Wimbledon title and then that 25th Grand Slam overall. So it could be such an achievement and it could be very doable.
And I feel like he's just one away and he just can't quite get there. Come on, Novak. Anyway, not to be biased, other players are available, as we've been talking about. But let's talk a little bit about what's happening on the women's side of the draw, because Coco Gauff has reached the Wimbledon semi-finals by playing what some people are describing anti-grass tennis. Do you think she's changing the way players can now actually succeed on grass? Because we see a different style coming from her.
I mean, it's working for her. This is her first semi-final at Wimbledon. So something in her game is obviously playing to her advantage, and it makes it very difficult for other players to break down. Jessica Pegula she's the 4th seed, and she was probably predicted to win this game. And Coco Gauff did come from a set down to claim this win. So obviously she is changing something in her training, in her mentality, and in her grass play, which is obviously benefiting her.
And the women's draw is kind of wide open, isn't it? Arina Sabalenka knocked out by Naomi Osaka quite early on. What are the odds? Who do you think could possibly come through and win the women's? Could we see someone we haven't heard of before get a Grand Slam title here?
It definitely looks that way at the moment, because we've obviously had Iga Swiatek, the defending champion. She was knocked out a few days ago. And this seems to be a recurring pattern. Ever since Serena Williams kind of left the tour, we haven't really seen a consistent Wimbledon women's champion. We've had players, including Jasmine Paolini, go back-to-back finals, but never quite get it over the line. She's obviously going to be playing Marta Kostic. She's hoping to put her place in the semi-final, and she could very well do it. Naomi Osaka, as you say, she's currently playing Karolina Machova. She's reached the semi-finals of every Grand Slam except Wimbledon. Naomi Osaka, she's only ever passed the 3rd round at Wimbledon. And then we've also got Linda Nucifora and Elise Martens of Belgium. They will be also trying to put their places. But for most of these women, none of them have actually reached this stage. So it's very uncharted territory, and it should be very exciting as to who's actually going to be playing in that final on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, Novak from the men's side. But I'm open to all the women. Amelia Baltrau, is always really great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. President Trump criticises NATO as the alliance's summit gets underway in Turkey. Explosions rock central Damascus just as French President Macron makes a historic visit to Syria. Belgium says a controversy over a suspended red card ban fueled the team in its win over the US. And Britain's Arthur Ferry keeps his Wimbledon dream alive as he reaches the quarterfinals. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Egypt still leading Argentina 1-0. Goodbye and thank you.
US support for Israel has traditionally been a given, no questions asked. But President Donald Trump isn't big on tradition. He's been resetting relationships with most of America's allies. Is a recalibration with Israel next? Stay with us. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We're joined now by Nishant Kumar Pati, who is the Director of Cybersecurity and Governance at Gulf Air. Very warm welcome. Thanks for speaking to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
You're here on the sidelines of a global AI and blockchain show here in Riyadh. As your title would suggest, your job is to stay ahead of the curve and the growth and the evolution in blockchain and in AI is exponential. Are you managing to stay ahead?
Yes, I'm trying my best to stay ahead because the way the technology is getting transformed today is too fast. By the time I get up from my bed, I see 10 different technologies adopted in big companies. So as a person who has to protect enterprise like Gulf Air and Bahrain Airport, where I work for, so it's too tough to grasp those technologies, understand how they work, and then try to secure them. But we are trying our best to be on top of it.
How are you seeing the threats evolve? What's changing?
Again, the threat landscape is changing. If you can understand, US government has stopped Mythos and Fable outside of US. So that itself is a signal to every enterprise who is trying to adopt AI that there is some kind of a gap that will evolve in the market, and open source models are actually trying to catch up that market of being the top LLM provider in the market.
Okay, what's the message you bring with you here to Riyadh, to this event?
I think the technology is fascinating. The rate at which the technology is evolving is super fast. We just need to catch up, learn, and then try to see how we can bring that value to the business.
Just talk us through blockchain and what the application of blockchain is to the airline business, because some people won't be aware of it.
So it's very important for us to have that transaction immutability. That means a transaction is completed and no one can go ahead and say that this transaction has never happened, or no one can say this transaction modified. So blockchain is a technology that brings in that immutability for the transaction. It doesn't matter which industry you're coming from, as long as there is a transaction and you want to secure the mutability of the transaction, blockchain is there.
So blockchain, in a word, brings security both to the passenger and to the business?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's your feeling about the future of where these technologies are heading, and in particular their applications to the airline industry?
So I have a panel here which is exactly touching the same subject of bringing blockchain, AI, and robotics together into one domain and then making an enterprise work for it. For example, even if you look at us, right, like an airline, we do a lot of physical sensors, a lot of physical items are moved here in airport and airline, and then I need that each transaction. I'll give you an example, right? So our aircrafts go under maintenance almost every day. And it's very important to maintain a record of that aircraft maintenance for its lifelong. As long as the aircraft is in serviceable condition, we need to maintain the aircraft's condition. So what if I go ahead and move all that maintenance data onto a blockchain, which cannot be tampered or modified in case of a disaster. It will be an excellent thing. And all of this mechanic parts or machine replacements are done by robotics, where a robot says that I have done a replacement of a specific part in an aircraft, and that transaction gets recorded on a blockchain. And in case of a disaster, we are in a position to trace back to that specific repair and tell, was it done rightly or not, or was there an errors? So that kind of a implementation is what organizations like us has to look at to really see the value.
So in the old days, that would have been done in a logbook or some sort of a manual, and now you're saying it can all be done in a traceable form and digitally stored.
Right, and digitally signed by those engineers who can attest that it has done rightly and it is fit for takeoff.
But all of this, while we can see the technological applications, does still require, doesn't it, some overall human supervision?
Yes, human in the loop is very important. Let me take an example, right? Let's say I have a chatbot, okay? And it answers some wrong question to one of the passengers. Let's say one of my passenger asks me, when is the flight? Let's say it got delayed by 20 minutes. And my bot answers, it delayed by 40 minutes, for whatever reason it is. And the passenger misses the flight. Who will take the responsibility? Is the chatbot or the airline or the developer who has built the chatbot? So this kind of governance issues are always there in an unmatured ecosystem. That has to be sorted out. An organization who sorts out these kind of cases, edge cases, and brings a liability for a chatbot and gives an identity to the chatbot and says, hey chatbot, you are responsible. This is your identity, who made a mistake, and you need to take that responsibility. If it can bring in that kind of a governance model, I think it will be helpful for every organization.
You're a busy man. You've got to stay ahead of the new technology, the new potential threats, and the legislation that governs how all of this technology is used. I mean, how do you manage to stay on top of all of this?
I think we need to learn fast. That's the only way. If you are a little slow, I think you will not catch up the race. And that's what is happening in United States, right? Today, let's say ChatGPT releases a model. In 3 days to 5 days or less than a week, Gemini releases a new model, and then DeepSeek releases another model, and Claude releases a different model. So the model release cycle is not in months, it's in weeks. So that itself will tell you the pace at which the big companies are competing. I think if big companies are competing at that pace, individuals like us and our companies should also compete at the same speed.
Okay, exponential growth, exponential change and improvement, a sort of snowball effect. Your parting word of advice for someone who's watching, who wants to stay ahead, but is finding all of this rather intimidating. What's your advice?
I think, bubble is always there. Bubble can burst at any point of time. But if you can learn something from that bubble, and if you have made as a business some money out of that bubble, it's still good.
All right. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Nishant Kumar Pati, Director of Cybersecurity and Governance at Gulf Air. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Have a good day to you.
Well, that's all we've got time for this special edition of The Real Deal. Coming to you from the sidelines of the Global AI Show, the Global Blockchain Show, the Global Games Show, right in the heart of the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Thanks for watching, and do stay tuned to Al Arabiya English.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, top US negotiators Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner arrive in Qatar, but Iran says no high-level delegation is being sent by their side. We ask, what do we read into this and what can be achieved? We'll be speaking to a former US ambassador to Israel and Syria and asking him for his assessment of the regional geopolitical situation and asking whether he thinks normalization of diplomatic ties between Lebanon and Israel is likely. Plus, we'll get Israeli perspective on all these developments and we'll be asking, is talk of frayed ties between Israel and Washington exaggerated? All of that to come. Hello and welcome to the programme. The US envoy Steve Witkoff and President Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner are in the Qatari capital Doha, where they're meeting with Qatari mediators in an effort to find a lasting end to the war in Iran. All this follows on from a recent exchange of strikes between Washington and Tehran. Well, just yesterday, President Trump said the talks were happening at Iran's request, but Tehran quickly pushed back, denying it had agreed to send a delegation to Doha. And so far, there's been no sign of any senior Iranian delegates. However, sources have told Al Arabiya that indirect talks will be held tomorrow, Wednesday, there in Qatar, between US and Iranian officials. Well, Dr. Sanam Vakil is the director of the Middle East and North Africa programme at Chatham House in the United Kingdom. She joins us today from London. Dr. Vakil, thank you very much indeed for your time. We're learning that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are in the Qatari capital, Doha. They're meeting Qatari mediators there, not Iranian officials. And I just wondered what that tells us. What do we read into all of this?
Well, good to be with you, first of all. Certainly, it's not good news that there will be maybe no formal direct contact between U.S. negotiators and Iranian ones, but there is quite likely an encounter of sorts that might take place off the books. And it will be important to see if not only that materializes, but if that's made public. The Iranians have continuously tried to avoid those direct negotiations. And that, of course, drags out the process, leads to misinterpretations. But I would imagine that there would be some effort at getting them in the room, but maybe no photo op.
Are you suggesting that perhaps the Iranians are playing the Trump administration to some extent?
Well, I think it signals that there's not a lot of confidence between Tehran and Washington. The Iranians have in the past avoided direct negotiations because there have been such a long history of misunderstanding, because the war has been prosecuted and done so illegally. So this is sort of an Iranian effort at opposing the U.S. tactics and strategies. But it does, again, lead to confusion and drags out the process.
I mean, a lot of commentators have told this channel that they believe the Trump administration needs this war to be over pretty quickly. And I'm just wondering whether the sort of the no-show or the non-face-to-face meeting between the Iranians and the Americans in Doha today, what that tells us about the perceived position of the Iranians in their own minds. Do you think they have the upper hand here?
Well, they've certainly come out of this war feeling more confident. Their performance and their increased leverage, I think, has shown that they came to this war organized with a plan of action and one that perhaps showcased their determination to survive. But I'm not as pessimistic. The war is over in my mind, but I imagine that there's going to be continued volatility over the Strait of Hormuz because the Iranians see the Strait of Hormuz as, newly acquired leverage, and they're not going to surrender that leverage unless they extract concessions in some of the other technical files, be them the nuclear or the sanctions relief files. So actually, the whole process is rather interconnected, and it's hard to segregate out the different negotiation tracks. What's important here is that the sides are meeting, even if it's indirect, and that the negotiations continue in a sustained manner. The longer this process drags out, the more there will be miscommunication, volatility, and beyond, and there needs to be regular high-level engagement from the Iranian side as well as from the US side.
And this means, of course, that we can't even start thinking about a US drawdown from the region anytime soon, can we? They're going to have to, those aircraft carriers that are in the region are going to have to stay there for quite some time to come by the looks of things. What are your thoughts?
I definitely agree with you. There's been no discussion about drawing down of U.S. troops or the presence of these aircraft carriers and beyond. And that also is America's leverage. Having that military encirclement of Iran that also provides a degree of protection for America's partners in the region is important to signal to the Iranians that this conflict will only be over when there is an agreement.
Okay, I mean, do you think the Iranians have calculated that the likelihood of the Trump administration using force in a meaningful way, and by that I mean a full resumption of hostilities, do you think that's their calculation? They think it's extremely unlikely, given the time frame we're looking at, political considerations in the United States? That's a calculation the Iranians have made.
I think the Iranians have assessed the situation. They see that Trump needs the Strait of Hormuz to be open, oil prices to come down, the markets to stabilize so that he can focus on economic issues and perhaps concentrate on the U.S. midterm elections. But that doesn't mean that there won't be incremental strikes like we witnessed over the weekend. I think that they've banked that into their calculations. What remains to be seen is if a deal can be delivered within this 60 or 90-day timeframe if the negotiations are extended, if a deal can be delivered before the midterms. I'm a bit skeptical of that. And it's only after the midterms that I think we will see either a more serious negotiation or perhaps the U.S. will become too frustrated and President Trump will see this as an opportunity to go back for more in order to force Iran into a weaker position.
Yeah, you mentioned that 60-day countdown. Of course, the clock is ticking because we're sort of roughly 2 weeks into the 60 days, aren't we? And, some people might say there's nothing visible or obvious that's been achieved so far, but there are some what are called technical teams in Doha on both sides. So can we assume that some dialogue is taking place at a sort of a lower level behind the scenes, not at the sort of Witkoff-Kushner level, but at a lower level than that?
Yes, of course, that is very much ticking along. But you do need that regular high-level buy-in to move the process at a faster speed. Both sides could be playing for time. If there is a degree of openness, but not a free flow of traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, that might be good enough while these negotiations proceed. But I see this much more as a bumpier terrain. I think the negotiations will continue. We'll see this volatility also continue. We'll see how long this can take. If it takes too long, that's where the risk of military conflict does certainly return.
Do you think the leadership in Iran feels like it's on a safer footing by being engaged militarily, albeit in a sort of on-off way with the United States, than it is without that? Because, of course, the post-conflict era for the Iranian leadership is going to be perhaps its biggest test, isn't it? When we considered a battered economy, reduced in some people's minds, regional influence, and they were by no means looking universally loved at the beginning of the year. Do you think that's going to be when they're at their most vulnerable, when the war is well and truly over?
Yes, perhaps. You're quite right. I think that how this war ends is of serious significance for Iran's leadership, because they will be held accountable. How much sanctions relief or economic recovery is on offer will be very important for the legitimacy of Iran's current leadership as well. So the war or the interim period right now where they're not actively at war, perhaps there's no pressure to quickly deliver. Obviously, their economy has taken a serious hit. Inflation is around 70%. The currency continues to fluctuate, and ordinary Iranians, as usual, are bearing the price of their government's, bad management and foreign policies. So this is maybe a window, but we shouldn't forget that in January of this year, Iran saw very serious protests, and the leadership responded to those protests in the most brutal way. There's been no accountability for the people that were killed. There's been, no accurate data collection on how many people died. And no discussion of those protests and then the government response. Really, after January 8th, Iran basically experienced an internet blackout, and we've not really addressed that issue internally or externally, despite the fact that President Trump said help is on its way. So they definitely do face that pressure on the horizon, but it could be that Iranians feel exhausted from this war, exhausted from that indigenous protest, if you will, and for the time being are looking for a degree of normalcy and stability.
Right. I mean, very difficult to know what public opinion is in Iran right now for many of the reasons you just gave, not least the fact that communications with Iran have been complicated given the lack of internet access. But is there any indication as to how the needle has shifted in terms of public opinion? Because there were those who said before this war happened that were a war to happen, there'd be a sort of rally around the flag moment. And it looks like we've had that. So can we assume the needle has shifted in the favor of the leadership there in Iran?
I think it's very hard to speak for 90 million people. There are cleavages, factions, various constituencies, and opinions across Iran. What I would say is that this war was existential for the Islamic Republic, not just because of U.S. and Israeli strikes, but because I think the leadership wanted to show its resolve and its resilience, not just to external forces, but also to its own people. What does that produce? It produces perhaps an internal reconciliation that unseating or removing this regime is harder than many had imagined or hoped, and legitimacy and accommodation perhaps have to be obtained through different means. I would imagine that there is a group of people inside Iran, many millions perhaps, because it's a country of over 90 million, that have been proud or emboldened or support the Islamic Republic's performance and, perhaps support the Islamic Republic, period. But at the same time, you do have perhaps a silent majority in the middle that would like more accountability, better governance, an economy that delivers and offers prosperity for the broader population as well. And then, of course, you have the activist community inside Iran that remain repressed and constrained and of course, are at the forefront of the Islamic Republic's heavy hand, and many languish in Iran's jails as well. So, you have the whole gamut. I do think that there will be another time where the leadership will have to think about accountability and governance. Right now, they're just trying to use what leverage they have obtained to secure a deal or prepare for what might be another round of war.
Okay, and just lastly, Dr. Vakil, I want to put to you a theory that perhaps Iran's intended outcome here is a sort of a long drawn-out stalemate, which costs the United States a lot of time, a lot of attention, and a lot of military resources. Does that look and sound to you like a plausible desired outcome viewed from the Tehran leadership?
To be honest, I don't think that is the direct objective right now. This leadership, of course, has a unique opportunity to try and obtain further sanctions relief through a negotiated agreement with the United States, and a negotiated agreement with President Trump, who has much more risk appetite than perhaps other American presidents. So I think they are going to test the appetite of the U.S. president, but at the same time, they don't trust him. They've been burned by him 2 times at the negotiating table and many times before. So if they can obtain a deal that is verifiable, that provides them with sanctions relief and is guaranteed, they might take it. I think in the interim, though, perhaps as the United States is, they are preparing for contingencies and other scenarios. So that's what I imagine this moment is. No war, no peace, testing out the possibility of a deal, but preparing for the alternative.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your time and your thoughts with us today. Dr. Salam Vakil, the Director of the Middle East and North Africa Programme at Chatham House. Thank you very much indeed, madam. We're joined now by Edward Jerejian, who is a former U.S. ambassador to Israel, a former U.S. ambassador to Syria. He's joining us from the Basque country in France. Now, you've served in 8 administrations from JFK all the way up to Bill Clinton. You're the author of the book Danger and Opportunity, an American Ambassador's Journey Through the Middle East. You're also a senior fellow at the Balfour Center at Harvard University. So lots of expertise we can draw on today. But I want to ask you, first of all, this senior U.S. delegation consisting of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner is in Doha, but we understand they're not holding any high-level talks with the Iranians. Does this look to you like a wasted journey?
No, I think it's important to maintain the dialogue, and especially the president's 2 envoys. What I suspect and do not know is that these talks may not be direct between the U.S. envoys and the Iranian representatives, but may be buffered or mediated by the Qataris in Doha, sort of indirect talks. But in negotiations that I've known in the past, sometimes these indirect talks have led, if there's progress being made and the parties get instructions from their capitals, they may evolve into direct talks. Hopefully that'll happen, because there's no substitute for direct talks.
So you're saying that although at this very high level, perhaps there isn't the face-to-face meeting some people might have hoped for, progress is being made nevertheless. Is that roughly how you'd sum it up?
Yes, dialogue is much better than the absence of dialogue, given the very fragile and dangerous situation in the region now. It's important that the United States and Iran are talking at whatever level, but I would suspect that if some progress is made on the technical issues, there may be more substantive, confidential talks going on between the two. We can't prove that, but that's what I'm hoping.
But by keeping everyone guessing as to who's going to show up on the Iranian side, I mean, it might look to some people like the Iranians are playing the Trump administration. I mean, is there any merit to that line of thinking?
Well, I think the Iranians have to be a little careful and not let any hubris get into their thinking and their negotiating strategy. In my experience with negotiating with the Iranians in past administrations, they're very, very effective negotiators. In fact, I would joke with my lieutenants in the State Department. I said, when we go into a room with Iranian negotiators, make sure you have one hand on your wallet, because when you leave the room, you may not have that wallet. And that's a humorous way of saying that they're very adept. So I think they're looking at this negotiation very skillfully. But I just hope that hubris doesn't interfere with maintaining an effective dialogue with the United States.
Okay, so you're painting a picture of extremely astute negotiators, very skilled statesmen, and you know, with plenty of experience, who know this topic as it's all they have discussed for many years. And they've also got something else on their side, which is time. And I want to get your opinion on this, because we were speaking to Aaron David Miller yesterday, who's a former Middle East peace negotiator, and he drew a parallel with negotiations with the Taliban. And the Taliban said to him, you have the clock, America, we have the time. Would you agree that time is on the Iranian side here?
Really, I don't think time is on either side. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz has brought about a global financial and economic crisis. That does not accord well with United States national security interests. So the opening of that strait and maintaining it is really open. For the Iranians, they also have to export their oil. They cannot be totally adverse to the opening of the strait and gaining the desperately needed income they need from oil, given the desperate situation of their economy. So while the Iranians can certainly play the long game if they wish, the clock is ticking on their own national security interests as on the United States. So I think there's some commonality here in terms of timing, getting an agreement, getting this memorandum of understanding of executed properly, and then going forward toward a more final stage.
But to be fair, we're not even back to square one, are we? We're in a situation where the Strait of Hormuz looks sort of vaguely operational some days and not so operational the next. We're not back to square one, i.e. where we were at the end of February, are we?
No, we're not. And the ceasefire, the cessation of military operations as a key point of the MOU is not being adhered to religiously, obviously. There have been tit-for-tat military responses by the Iranians and the United States during the last few days. So it is fragile. That's why it's important that we have high-level U.S. envoys in Qatar talking to the Iranians, no matter if they're direct or indirect, to get the MOU executed properly.
I mean, how vulnerable do you think the leadership in Iran is looking right now, for the reasons you gave, notably that the oil revenue doesn't seem to have been coming in to the extent that they would probably have liked it to have done?
Well, the Iranians have very effectively used what one could call asymmetrical warfare with the United States and Israel, two of the most powerful military establishments in the world. And we see this even in Ukraine, between the Ukrainians and the Russians. So they're feeling a bit empowered that they have survived. They've survived a massive military intervention by Israel and the United States. But they're also very conscious that their economy and their society is on a thin reed. One effect of this war has been, according to a couple of Iranian experts that I value their judgment on, is that while this regime is not popular in Tehran, but there's a sense of nationalism after the very, very successful military operations by Israel and the United States on Iran's infrastructure, cities, and nuclear sites. So the Iranians realize that they have some advantages, but they're very knowledgeable. They know exactly what their vulnerabilities are, and they see an opportunity now in these negotiations with the United States to put Iran on a more, perhaps a more firmer footing in regional politics.
Okay, I want to get your assessment just looking sort of more broadly across the region. I mean, the Trump administration's in quite a tricky situation right now. On the Israeli side, there are those who don't support the idea of a ceasefire with Iran, let alone peace. Then the Trump administration is trying to broker normalization between Israel and Lebanon, and Hezbollah doesn't want to see Lebanon striking a deal with Israel. There are those in the US who don't think President Trump has been tough enough on Iran. There are those who think he shouldn't have started the war in the first place. How would you advise President Trump to navigate these very choppy waters?
Well, I think President Trump has already made that decision. He is not, he has in the past, by entering into the war with Israel, basically along Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's agenda, which sought to destroy as much of Iran as possible in terms of its nuclear capabilities, its proxies, its ballistic missiles, its leadership, decapitation. What we've seen since the February 28th start of the war is that President Trump has defined U.S. national security interests that are in some ways distinctly different than those of Israel. And I think that is a very important move on the part of the president. For example, his focus now, and we're talking about this the memorandum of understanding, a lot of his focus now is on the nuclear deal and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. Those are his two key priorities. Netanyahu would like to see all the priorities that I mentioned go full steam ahead because he has weaponized Israeli diplomacy in terms of might makes right and war's total victory. Like he's claimed total victory in Gaza, total victory in Iran. That may be a bridge too far for Israel, certainly alone, to accomplish. But what I'm saying here is that I think President Trump's priorities are the nuclear issue, keeping the Strait of Hormuz open, and then it's very important, the U.S.-Iranian dialogue on Lebanon. And I think the focal point of that is going to be between the United States and Iran, not so much Lebanon and Israel. I think that's good that Lebanon and Israel are talking about security measures and the disarmament of Hezbollah in a phased way and leading to Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon. But that key issue, Lebanon could be a real spoiler in this overall effort to achieve peace between U.S. and Iran and in the region.
Right. I mean, you've raised a lot of important points there. I just want to pick up on one of them because a lot has been made of frayed relations between the Trump administration and Prime Minister Netanyahu and the leadership in Israel. I don't know if you think those strains have been perhaps over-exaggerated in the press, but have you ever seen or heard of anything like this level of strain between Washington and Israel in your diplomatic career?
Well, I'm old enough to remember at the very beginning of the U.S.-Israeli relationship, we had a lot of problems. We had problems with their nuclear, their option to go for nuclear weapons during the Kennedy administration going forward. You'll remember the Suez crisis that President Eisenhower stopped Israel and France and Britain from attacking Suez. I mean, there have been difficulties in the U.S.-Israeli relationship in the past. But this one is, while President Trump identified U.S. interests with Israelis' interests at the beginning of this war, I think Netanyahu was very successful in convincing the president to join Israel in the military operations in February against Iran, especially the nuclear facilities. But now there's a realization in Washington and the administration that warfare alone will not resolve this issue, and there has to be a diplomatic solution. And therefore, that's where we're seeing this shadow, if you will, between the definition of U.S. national security interests and those of Israel under Netanyahu.
Right, and that's sort of what Trump's allies in Europe in particular were trying to tell him back in February. I want to draw briefly, before we wrap up, on your experience as your experience of time as ambassador in Syria. And you were there at a time which I think it's safe to say was the peak of Assad regime power. And more than 30 years now since you left Damascus, we've seen the fall of Bashar al-Assad and that administration in Syria. And that essentially has cut off a major artery for Hezbollah. And I'm just wondering whether, combined with this Israeli-US momentum that we've been talking about and these efforts to bring about a negotiation and a normalization between Israel and Lebanon, are you seeing an opportunity here, a major opportunity to disband Hezbollah?
I think there is an opportunity, but it's going to have to be dealt with great statesmanship and statecraft. Don't forget, I can remember 1983 when the Lebanese went into negotiations to establish a peace treaty between Israel and Lebanon, and Hafez al-Assad, the president of Syria, sabotaged that effort, even with the assassination of the then leader of the Phalange, Bashar Gemayel, the president. I'm not drawing a direct parallel here, but let's be careful, because if the security arrangements that are being worked out between Israel and Lebanon are not dealt with skillfully, and we push the frail Lebanese government too hard, too fast, there can be, as Hezbollah has threatened, civil war in Lebanon, and that would be to no one's interest. So you're right. The fall of the Assad dynasty has changed the relationship between Syria and Lebanon. Syria has an interest in a stable Lebanon. Syria is looking to engage with the Israelis on getting rid of this buffer zone that the Israelis have established beyond the Golan Heights. So there's a lot at play here, but it's a different environment. And here I would caution the players that yes, the goals that are being defined to demilitarize Hezbollah are truly important, but how we go about that is going to be critical without causing more problems they were solving.
Right, and just my last question to you, Tom Barak, who's of course special envoy to the region in Syria, has suggested somehow Syria get involved in Lebanon's affairs and help disband Hezbollah. And we spoke to a Lebanese academic yesterday who thought that was a terrible idea. I wonder what you think of it.
I don't think it makes sense. I just don't see how putting President Ahmed Shara of Syria in a position where he's going to broker a arrangement between Hezbollah and the Lebanese government. It's a misunderstanding of the power structure between Syria, Lebanon, Syria, and Israel. It just doesn't make sense. This is not the same situation that occurred during my time in Syria when President Hafez al-Assad had virtual control over Lebanon. And he could be a decision maker along the lines that are being suggested now, but that doesn't exist now.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're going to have to leave there because we're out of time. But thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Edward Gerrans. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
My pleasure.
Now, turning our attention to Lebanon, a key front in the wider Iran conflict. And a US-sponsored Israeli-Lebanese diplomatic track is reported to be gaining momentum. This as Washington pushes for a broader ceasefire with Iran. Well, parts of the proposed deal have emerged. Hezbollah and other armed groups would be disarmed. The Lebanese army would deploy in the south, and Israeli forces would gradually withdraw. But there are major hurdles. Israeli officials have said clearly they do not plan to fully withdraw, and they want to keep a buffer zone inside Lebanon. Meanwhile, Hezbollah's disarmament remains a major challenge. And the question now is, can there be peace without US pressure on Israel? Well, we can bring into the conversation now Fleur Hassan-Nahum, who is Israel's Special Envoy for Trade and Innovation, who joins us from Jerusalem. Fleur, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again on Arabiya English. We've been talking a lot about Lebanon in recent days. Of course, it is a central part of the diplomatic effort to end the US-Iran war. And the Israeli army is currently occupying about 5% of Lebanon's territory. When is Israel going to withdraw from southern Lebanon?
Well, I want to remind everyone that the area where Israel is the area that was supposed to have been demilitarized a few decades ago. Two UN resolutions, a UN peacekeeping force that didn't do anything and just empowered Hezbollah. So we're doing the job that the international community actually pledged and committed to do, and they didn't do. And that's why the residents of the north of our country have been unsafe now for close to 3 years.
Right, and now the Lebanese army has been charged with disarming and disbanding Hezbollah. But, I mean, most people we speak to say that they are neither structured nor equipped to do that. So that's not going to happen. So by making a completely unrealistic...
That's why we have to stay there.
So by making a completely unrealistic demand of the Lebanese army, you're setting Lebanon up for failure, and therefore you're saying open-ended Israeli military presence.
No, why set them up for failure? What we need to do, along with the Americans, is empower them to take their country back, empower them for their military to actually defend and protect their people, and not have an occupying Islamic Republic force taking over, occupying their country. We have to help the Lebanese government take their country back. Israel has absolutely no territorial ambitions there. Israel just wants to be left alone. And the residents of the north of our country have not been able to function since October 2023, since the 8th of October 2023.
Do you support the efforts being made by the United States that's really leading the effort to normalize relations between your country and Lebanon?
Absolutely. We have nothing against the Lebanese people. And in fact, there's no territorial conflict whatsoever. They just keep attacking us. Why are they sending rockets to Israel? Why is Hezbollah armed with rockets and have built tunnels? We have zero territorial conflict with them. It is because they are sworn to the destruction of Israel because they are a proxy of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and everybody knows that. And so the Lebanese people have no problem with Israel, and Israel certainly has no problem with the Lebanese people. There used to be great relations before the Pan-Arabists, and then the Islamists moved in and destroyed a beautiful country, threw out most of its Christians, and now here we are. This is what they do. This is what the Islamists do everywhere they go. They've ruined the country of Lebanon, and I think it's incumbent on us and the Americans to help the Lebanese people take their sovereignty back.
It is indeed a beautiful country, and Israel has flattened swathes of southern Lebanon and killed 4,000 people in the last couple of months. How is that conducive to good neighbourly relations moving forward?
We've been targeting and killing. The majority of the targets and the kills have been, of course, as you know, Hezbollah terrorists. In fact, 5-1. War is horrible. War is terrible. We really regret all of the innocent civilians have gotten in the way, but the majority of the people who have been killed are Hezbollah terrorists. And it's very simple. Stop firing rockets at Israel. Simple as that.
Now, you've dismissed on another program, and do tell me if I'm misquoting you, but the potential for a lasting peace with Iran. And of course, that is linked to what's happening in Lebanon. What do you think stands in the way of a lasting peace between the United States, Israel, and Iran?
The Islamic Republic of Iran that has killed 42,000 of his own people, who wake up in the morning and say death to Israel, death to America, who've said 1,000,000 times that as soon as they get a nuclear weapon, they're going to destroy the state of Israel, who keep saying that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. They're an existential threat. I pray that the people of Iran, like the people of Lebanon, take their country back.
The Trump administration wants this war with Iran to come to a prompt conclusion. It's reported, and analysts say, that the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, would rather that the war continued because it boosts his chances of winning elections or not being trounced in elections in the autumn. What do you make of that line of argument?
Well, Netanyahu has been arguing for decades, probably the first person who put it on the map, that the Islamic Republic cannot build a nuclear weapon because you can't have these ideologue zealots who have a death wish with a weapon of mass destruction. He's been saying that for many years. Many people in this region, not just Israel, but of course some of the other Gulf countries, want the Islamic Republic not to rule Iran anymore. So I don't think he's saying anything new. We all want the job to be finished. We don't believe that these negotiations are going to go anywhere. Last weekend, if you want more proof than that, when they are continuing to fire in the Strait of Hormuz, I'm not sure we're going to make it to the 60 days. Look, ultimately, you cannot compromise with people whose starting point is that they want to kill you. It's like saying after the Second World War, well, let's let Hitler rule a small province of Germany. It won't work. These people are genocidal ideologues, and the only reason that they're still in power is because they are subjugating their own people, because they don't have elections, because they have no freedoms. That's the only reason they're still in power. We have to help the Iranian people be free from the people making their lives a misery, killing them, raping women, and putting people in jail for speaking.
Do you think the Iranians would want a nuclear weapon if Israel didn't have one?
I think so, yes. Why do they want to destroy? Why do they keep saying that they want to destroy the state of Israel? Israel has never said it wants to destroy anyone.
But you've just said you don't want peace with Iran. You don't want peace with the leadership.
I don't want peace with. I know it's not that I don't want peace. We want peace with Iran. We want peace with Lebanon. We just know that with these ideologues, with these genocidal jihadists, there can't be peace because their DNA, they're a scorpion. They cannot be anything else. They cannot be anything else. You can't turn a sow's ear into a silk purse. They cannot be peaceful rulers. They can't. They are what they are. They keep telling us, they keep telling the entire world, they will keep killing their own people, they will keep threatening to kill us, they will continue to kill American soldiers. That's who they are. That's their DNA. They say it very clearly. Just read Khamenei's book and it's all laid out for you there.
You've basically said that, you don't believe that there is a path towards peace to be found with Iran, but President Trump and his administration are trying
Not
to forge
with
one.
Iran, with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, the two cannot be separated for the time being because President
Unfortunately not.
Right. So President Trump has to negotiate with who's in power in Iran. His administration is doing that. So they're supposed to be holding talks in Doha today, although those perhaps aren't happening in the way we thought they might be. But in any case, it looks like President...
There's a surprise.
Well, we don't know the ins and the outs, but President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu seem to be on divergent courses now when it comes to how to solve this conundrum. And a lot has been made of frayed relations between Israel and Washington. Have you ever known them to be this frayed?
Oh, they say this every year, whenever there's a disagreement, whenever there's a difference of agenda, everybody...
Oh, come on, Fleur, you cannot say you've heard the kind of language that President Trump has used of your Prime Minister ever before by any other administration.
Because nobody ever spoke like Trump about anything anyway. You know that. But Trump has a way of expressing himself. One day he's saying this, the next day he's saying that. One day he's saying, I'm going to obliterate Iran. The next day he's saying, we have to make peace with them. Come on, you can't take him literally. Ultimately, I know the type of alliance that we have. I know the type of collaboration that we have here on the ground and in the Gulf region, day to day, the militaries, the intelligence services. And so we like to take President Trump here seriously and not literally.
Okay, what about his vice president? What went through your mind when J.D. Vance said the United States is pretty much your only ally in the world and you better listen to them? What went through your mind then?
Well, he doesn't know much about geopolitics if he thinks that the United States is our only ally. They're certainly our most important ally, but Israel has lots of allies, and many of them in the Gulf region, thanks to President Trump's first administration when we made the Abraham Accords.
President Trump told Axios last week, speaking of Israel, they have a lot of respect for me. They do as I say. Is that true?
Well, what do you think? I don't think Israel is a sovereign country. We have to do what's good for us. When we're aligned with our ally, that's wonderful. And we did that in the last war. When we're not aligned, we will do what it takes to defend our citizens. We will not leave that yellow line until we know that Hezbollah is disarmed. Unfortunately, nobody has managed to disarm Hezbollah yet. If they do, then we won't be there. But as long as Hezbollah are there and armed, we will defend our people no matter what. And that is the interest of our country. And I think President Trump understands and respects that.
Do you think the US is eyeing the post-Netanyahu era, which may be upon us in the autumn, we don't know? Do you think it is? And who do you think they might have their eye on?
That's a difficult question. Anybody who has discounted Netanyahu will always live to tell the tale. Let's see what happens. But in Israel, everybody, it's important to say, 80% of people in Israel are aligned about 80% of things. Everybody understands who the Islamic Republic is here, right or left. Everybody understands who Hezbollah are, right and left. Those things won't change. The priority to defend our citizens will not change. It doesn't matter who's leading the country.
I want to ask you briefly about Gaza. We haven't talked about Gaza for a long time on this programme, and yet the bloodshed continues. 5 people killed there yesterday, including a small child. What's Israel trying to achieve right now in Gaza?
Well, as I'm not sure you've reported, but there have been actually demonstrations in Gaza. People are fed up of Hamas. Hamas are, stealing aid. They continue to steal aid. They continue to kill dissidents. They continue to make their people absolutely miserable. Israel is staying put where it is until the 20-point plan, which was the disarmament of Hamas. So we're waiting for that disarmament. There's talk of different soldiers from around the world. Hamas is still armed. That was part of that plan. And so we are waiting patiently for the disarmament of Hamas. And when we need to neutralize terrorists, we do. It's always tragic when there is a casualty of an innocent child, always. very sad. But ultimately, the majority
tens of thousands of children, tens of thousands of children, Fleur. I mean, the images are heartbreaking. Do you not see the pictures on your screens in Israel?
That's a number. That's a number that everybody likes to parrot. Nobody has any type of idea.
Well, I'm sorry. The UN is a pretty credible source of information.
The majority. No, the UN is not credible because
that's what you say. It works for every other country.
The UN employs terrorists. The UN employs terrorists. That's already been proven.
The UN employs a lot of people. It's perfectly conceivable that one or two bad apples fall through the cracks.
They just fired a batch of terrorists that they employed. They are under the UN facilities. Terrorists have been hiding. The UN are not a credible source. Every innocent civilian killed is a tragedy, but Israel has targeting and has killed of the majority combatants.
Doesn't Israel owe quite a lot to the UN?
What do we owe to the UN?
Well, I mean, the foundation or the foundation of the State of Israel, the modern State of Israel.
The foundation of the State of Israel was ratified by the UN, as is when they offered the Palestinians their own state and they rejected it. The UN didn't fight our wars. The UN haven't built our country.
Right, well, the UN is reporting and has a lot of people on the ground all around the world trying to make people's lives
and they've
better.
employed terrorists. They found Yahya Sinwar, the Hitler of the Gaza war, with a UN card. Please, let's not talk about the UN, because every day more and more evidence comes out of the terrorists that they employ and of the terrorists that they fund and of the terrorists that they keep pushing forward. And that's why the UN is not part of the 20-point plan, because they can't be relied upon. They are not credible and they are not reliable, and you cannot trust them.
Well, we speak to a lot of great people from the UN who do great work, and they're not here to defend
Maybe there are
themselves.
some great people, but they tend to employ terrorists. And let me tell you, the UN was also supposed to disarm Hezbollah, UNIFIL. They didn't do their job either. In fact, they were hiding what Hezbollah was doing in southern Lebanon for the past 20 years. That's the UN for you. If they did their job, maybe we wouldn't have to do it for them.
I mean, everyone else seems to work satisfactorily with the UN, and the UN has projects all around the world. Why does Israel have such an issue with them?
You should speak to a lot of African countries. You're obviously not informed on this. You should speak to a lot of African countries. There's sexual abuse at the UN. There's all sorts of corruption at the UN. I think you have to look into the subject a little bit more before you make these statements.
I think it would be very unreasonable to expect an organization as large as the UN to have no bad apples operating within it. So I think that's a completely unrealistic.
They employed terrorists that carried out the massacre of October 7th. I think we've gone beyond bad apples. It is rotten to its core.
Okay. When do you think the Israelis are going to find some sort of a solution to what happens in Gaza and turn the page on that?
Well, we have a board of peace, which President Trump constructed from many countries. That is their job. We're helping them. There's a base here. There's a committee here. And everybody's trying to find solutions. The solution that I'm most engaged with is the de-radicalization of the school curriculum of children in Gaza, as well as around the region. If we can de-radicalize
the children who are lucky enough to go to school. I mean, a lot of people living in tents.
The children that the Board of Peace is ensuring go to school with a de-radicalized curriculum. If those children would not have learned indoctrination, would not have learned hatred, they wouldn't have turned into 20-year-old terrorists. Unfortunately, that's what happened.
Well, I mean, I think the killing of tens of thousands of people, and you may dispute those numbers, is something that's going to live with children and traumatize them for generations to come. And that in itself, does it not pose a security problem for Israel moving forwards?
No, the security problem comes when you have a curriculum saying to the kids that the best thing they can do with their lives, the best thing they can achieve, their main potential is to die for the cause. That's the best thing they can do with their lives. That is the school books that they were being taught in Gaza. So we have to really go to the root of the problem. And the root of a problem is indoctrination into terrorism. That is the root of the problem.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us today. Fleur Hassan Nahum, thank you very much indeed. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. Until tomorrow, bye-bye.
US support for Israel has traditionally been a given, no questions asked. But President Donald Trump isn't big on tradition. He's been resetting relationships with most of America's allies. Is a recalibration with Israel next? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It started with criticism of Israel's actions in Gaza and was exacerbated by an unpopular foray into Iran. While it's unrealistic to think this is the first time the US-Israel relationship has been tested, it's certainly the first time it's fractured so publicly.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
An Israeli TV poll in June found almost 3/4 of respondents didn't trust the Trump administration to look out for Israeli interests. And on the flip side, in the US, numerous opinion polls from various agencies have shown an erosion of public support for Israel. It's playing out so publicly that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was even forced to defend their alliance on US television.
I don't think there's a rift. America called us the model ally because we're, unlike many of your so-called allies, we actually fight alongside you. Our brave soldiers and your brave soldiers fight shoulder to shoulder. I think America has no greater ally than Israel, and Israel has no greater ally than the United States.
So, coming up, we'll ask, is there a serious rift between Israel and the United States? Do the allies now have competing visions for Middle East stability? And what impact will an erosion of US public support have on Israel's policies and its security? So let's get into the debate. Joining us is Harrison Berger, a correspondent for the American Conservative magazine. Josh Hammer is back with us, senior editor-at-large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel, Robbie Soave, senior editor at Reason magazine and host of Rising on Hill TV. To all of you, gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, on the global stage, we're used to hearing US presidents declare their unequivocal support for Israel and their dedication to this so-called special relationship. What we're less accustomed to hearing is a US president describe the Israeli leader as crazy and lacking good judgment. But such is diplomacy in the age of President Donald Trump. During his second term, the US relationship with Israel has at times appeared stronger than ever and at other times deeply damaged. He's been accused of doing Israel's bidding in Iran and then in the next breath accused of turning his back on his allies in a bid to end that war. So what's real and what's rhetoric here? Josh, let's launch in with you. Is there a real and serious rift currently between the Israeli and US administrations?
It depends what you're defining as the administrations. Is there a major rift between Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu? I think that the answer is squarely and unapologetically no. They've known each other for a very, very long time. They are generally like-minded thinkers when it comes to nationalism in an age of globalism, when it comes to political realism in an age of abstractions. I think what is happening here in the United States is there are very real political currents that are happening across the broader political spectrum and certainly happening in pockets of the broader American right as well. And I think above all, really what's happening is you have a midterm election happening. That's really what's happening here is you have domestic political considerations that I think are dictating in favor of, in my opinion, prematurely cutting off what began as an overwhelmingly successful military operation in Iran. I think that the president and a lot of his advisors are looking, and no one can blame blame them for this. They're looking at gas prices, oil prices, inflation, things like that. After all, we know that it still is the economy stupid, to paraphrase James Carville. That remains the case in virtually every American election. It's been that way for my entire lifetime, with very, very, very rare exceptions. I don't blame the president at all for this. But on the other hand, it's my personal contention that if you get into a war, then you should probably finish that war and not repeat some of the mistakes of American foreign policy for the past 20 or 30 years. So I have my criticisms as the way this is played out. But when the dust settles, Melinda, I do think that this relationship is going to endure for the long haul. It is definitely facing its pressure points across the spectrum as well. Again, including no shortage of pressure points on the right here. But what's happening right now in this exact moment, I think is really dictated by short-term political considerations, not a long-term ideological separation or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Harrison, does that ring true for you? Is this just rhetoric leading into midterms, not a real wedge between their ideological positions, or do you see it differently?
Well, I would hope that that the shift is real, but I actually do agree with Josh. I don't think it's necessarily real, and you could look at the rhetoric coming out of the administration from people like J.D. Vance and Trump himself, who are saying that Israel is going too hard in Lebanon, that they're destroying entire apartment buildings with entire families inside of them. And that's exactly what Israel's done. They're correct about that. But materially, the administration still continues to give the green light to Israel in Lebanon. It's very important what's going on in Lebanon to this Iran deal. I want to explain that first. The Iranians have said that there has to be a complete ceasefire, and they demand that the territorial integrity of Lebanon is ensured for any regional peace agreement to end this war, which, as Josh mentioned, has been, raising gas prices and hurting Americans in all sorts of ways. So Americans want this deal done, but Israel's campaign in Lebanon really won't allow it. And the Israelis, what they say now is that they haven't received any American demands for an end to their occupation of Lebanon, of southern Lebanon. And so materially, the support for Israel's campaign in Lebanon, which is jeopardizing and sabotaging a regional agreement to end the Iran war, continues, even as there might be this kind of rhetorical separation between the U.S. and Iran and Israel.
So Melinda, Harrison is actually understating this point. It's a very important point. So what happened at the U.S. State Department recently was Marco Rubio presided over a trilateral negotiation between Lebanon, Israel, and the United States. And for the very first time, the official Lebanese government, led by a Maronite Christian, a Catholic, Yosef Ayoun, who is fiercely anti-Hezbollah, who views Hezbollah and not Israel as the cancer occupying the southern part of his country. For the first time, the Lebanese government actually said that Israel does not have to fully withdraw from the southern part of our country until Hezbollah is removed. That was all presided over by Marco Rubio, by the State Department. So the U.S. government, as well as the Lebanese government, crucially, are now totally fine with Israel staying, at least in parts of southern Lebanon, until the Iranian proxy Hezbollah is eradicated from that region, or at least turned back from that region.
Mm-hmm. All right. Robbie, what's your take on this? I mean, are we seeing a real political shift, or are we seeing rhetoric to try and appease voters who may be uncomfortable with the way things have played out in the past couple of months?
I mean, I think we should always keep in mind that there have been moments in every American presidency, going back to Reagan, right, where there has been frustration with Israel maybe going too far or doing more than America thinks is in its interest in reining them in somewhat. So to the extent that's happening again, it doesn't actually represent some new break between the two countries. It's just kind of how things have always operated. Now,
Is it new, though, that we're seeing this play out quite so publicly?
Well, everything with Trump plays out a little bit more publicly because he says what's on his mind, and he's a free thinker, and he doesn't have some of the ideological commitments that past members or leaders of the Republican Party or even the Democratic Party had, where his mind is up for convincing. There are strengths and weaknesses to that. But what you are seeing, maybe not for the first time, but in a very palpable and powerful way, is widespread frustration among elements of the right, not elected elements of the right, but elements of people who are popular in conservative media. You can't say their audiences are all just foreign bots or something. There is a strain of this among conservatives, reflecting deep frustration, and then a huge segment of the progressive left that is succeeding, at least in primaries so far. We'll see about general elections, but is successfully electing people politically whose main deal is frustration over Israel. So I think the question is, will real tensions or sentiments in the American people push this administration or potentially the next administration to widen that rift to remain politically viable?
Mm-hmm. Josh, I want you just to pick up on one thing that Robbie said there. Is the public nature of this current little spat that we're seeing, is that damaging, do you think, or is that just par for the course?
Listen, this administration's rhetoric on Israel has been a little all over the map. So if you go back to last June when the United States dropped the B-2 bombing run, the culmination of Operation Midnight Hammer and the so-called 12-day war, it was on a Saturday evening here in the United States. Donald Trump from the White House had a very short speech, about 5 minutes in length, if memory serves, and spoke in overwhelmingly positive ways. Probably the most robust moral and strategic enforcement of the U.S.-Israel relationship that any president has ever given. Really, it's worth going back on YouTube, wherever, and going back and watching the speech. He says that we stand for the same, not just values, but we have the same enemies, the same threats. We work hand in glove. You can go back even more recently than that. You can go back to March, just a few weeks into Operation Epic Fury. Pete Hegseth, when he was flanked at his side by Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, when they were doing these bi-weekly morning pressers at the Pentagon, Pete Hegseth was saying that Israel's a model ally, that all of America's NATO quote-unquote allies are other countries.
The president calling him crazy, I'm dropping the expletives. Hasn't all been one-sided.
As Robbie says, though, this is Donald Trump being Donald Trump. This is who Donald Trump is. I mean, there was this famous comment on Twitter back in 2016 before it was X, who said that electing Donald Trump would be kind of like electing the comment section at Breitbart.com into the presidency. And in many ways, that's actually a really good thing, by the way. In many ways, that's an amazingly positive attribute. But sometimes he's going to be a little fickle, a little mercurial. Again, I don't think that Donald Trump is personally having a gargantuan separation from the alliance. If you look at the polls, by the way, Melinda, the polls on this don't lie. There's a lot of high-profile podcasters who Robbie's alluding to who are taking an increasingly skeptical, at times deeply hostile view. No doubt about that. The polls overwhelmingly still say that Republicans at large, and especially MAGA Republicans, have a very favorable impression of this relationship. In fact, there was just a poll that happened coinciding with our 25th anniversary, July 4th, this past week. The poll said, who do Democrats and Republicans, what are their favorite flags? Just like the flags, right? So for the left, their favorite flags were like the Black Lives Matter flag, the rainbow flag, the American flag was like third or fourth or something. On the right, the most popular flag was overwhelmingly, and as it should be, the American flag. And then the second and third and fourth flags in some order were the Gadsden flag, which is Don't Tread on Me, the quilt snake famously, the thin blue line pro-police flag, and then the Israeli flag was like the third or fourth most popular flag. I forgot the exact poll, but this is a poll that just happened this past week. So this issue remains very popular among the American right. There definitely is a very, very loud segment that is very hostile. And I think that's sometimes they're whispering in the ear of folks in the administration. I have no doubt about that, frankly. Yeah. But what you see from Trump, I think, is coming from a place of political realism looking at November, really, above all.
We are going to come to the public nature of this current division a little bit later. So I'm just going to turn us back to politics first. Harrison, do you think that the US and Israel now have competing visions of what Middle East order and security looks like? You were discussing Lebanon earlier in this debate. Do you think that there has been a divergence now on what they see as a stable Middle East looks like?
Yeah, I do, because Israel right now is pursuing what's called the Greater Israel Project. This is basically a plan to create and...
There is no such thing. This is a total garbage talking about. There's not a single official in the entire history of the Israeli government to refer to so-called Great Israel, because it's literally not a thing. It is absolutely not a thing. The only thing that he is even possibly alluding to was one line from the United States ambassador, an American official, Mike Huckabee, speaking with Tucker Carlson at the Ben Gurion airport a few months ago, talking about a quote from Genesis about the borders of the land of Israel from the Red Sea to the Euphrates River. That was an off quote from the U.S. ambassador. It has nothing to do with any statement that has ever been said by any member of the Israeli government ever. This is a scathing, stupid lie that a lot of dumb people fall for, frankly.
Yeah, I'm not referring to Israeli statements in particular. I'm just referring to what's happening right now in the West Bank, in Gaza, and in southern Lebanon, where with U.S. taxpayer support, they're engaging in this kind of violent social engineering and ethnic cleansing. And you can deny that this is ongoing, but there's a basic consensus of human rights groups, B'Tselem, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, who have concluded that Israel just committed a genocide in Gaza of Palestinians to complete this greater Israel project. So it's just only in these Israel first circles that you exist in where this is denied. But around the world, everyone can see it. And Americans increasingly are rejecting it. They go on Instagram. They see the fact that Israelis are posting their own war crimes there. It's a mass suffering that our taxpayers are just paying for more and more. And they just reject it. They don't want to pay for it anymore.
I find the notion of genocide being one of the most it is literally the single most ludicrous thing ever. A genocide does not happen in a land where the local population expands by thousands of percentage points over the course of years. The Arab population in Gaza has expanded over the tune of literally millions since 1948. Millions. Currently in Gaza, there is an exploding Arab population. The birth rate there is absolutely astronomical. Furthermore, not that people like Harrison particularly care about facts or such statistical niceties, but it probably is worth pointing out for the people who actually care about such things that the civilian to combatant death ratio in Gaza from the October 7th war onwards is literally the lowest in the entire history of urban warfare. Not exactly how a genocide works. A genocide does not work where you literally drop leaflets from the sky when you call up individual cell phones saying there is a jihadist infiltration here, this place is about to get bombarded. You probably should go up and go. Now, if you want to criticize ad hoc specific decisions that any military makes, fine, go for it. There is no military that is above criticism. There is no military that is above reproach. This stuff is axiomatic. It should be obvious. Frankly, it's silly that it even needs to be said. But the notion that there is a genocide is one of the most disgusting lies that has ever been said here, and it is not borne out by facts, reason, logic, history, or anything other than just a fervent, scathing, vile, anti-Israel ideological fervor that comes from Harrison and his comrades over at American Conservative.
Okay. All right, Harrison, back to you, and obviously respond to what Josh has been saying, and then I'm going to bring you back away from that particular genocide topic and onto the idea of whether this has sparked a divergence in policy between the two countries.
Yeah, I mean, this strategy waged by Israel firsters like Josh Hammer to just deny that the genocide just happened with U.S. taxpayer funding, it doesn't work anymore. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Physicians for Human Rights, B'Tselem.
Why is a guy who works for the American Conservative citing left-wing groups like anti-international human rights?
I'm going to let Harrison have his say now.
Like, really, these are code-pink citations coming from a publication called American Conservative.
Are anti-Semitic saying that their country just committed a genocide? Are they anti-Israel? Because that's what Israelis claim they just did with U.S. taxpayer support. So your plan to just keep talking about this like it's some kind of fringe position.
There's a small percentage of Americans who claim that the United States genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan. I have no idea what point you're trying to make.
Okay, all right. And Harrison, I'm going to bring you back to the point at hand before I hand it over to Robbie. Are we diverging? Are the two countries now, do they have a different vision of what it looks like to rectify this obviously very contentious topic?
Well, there's the interests of the American people, which are not at all aligned with the interests of Israelis. And you could just look at the polling. Right now, if you ask Americans what they want to do with this war in Iran, they want a deal to end it. If you ask Israelis, the vast majority want to continue funding this war, which isn't even their war. It's an American funded war using American Air Force to defend Israel. They're not even fighting it themselves.
All right, Robbie, jump in. What's your...
I often find myself in this position, and maybe I'm totally alone, and everyone else doing this has strongly held and deeply formed moral convictions for or against Israel, like our other two participants in this discussion. I am not like that. I see the situation, and I feel conflicted, and because I think what was perpetrated on Israel by a terrorist group was awful, and that, of course, they were going to respond to that just as we have. But then again, I think regardless of whether you call it a genocide or not, and I'm totally uninterested in getting into like a debate about the semantics over that, you know, so many Americans have seen the images from Gaza and the deaths of tens of thousands of people, many of whom were not terrorists or engaged in hostilities, and that troubles me, and it troubles a lot of people, regardless of whether you get into, oh, and it was a plan, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to erase them. It's ugly. It's maybe this is just what warfare looks like up close, but a lot of people say, you know what? I don't know who's in the right or what's going on over there. I don't want to be involved in it. I don't want to pay for it, and then it's up to them. And that's a position, I think, that I would advise more people in politics on the right in America to adopt that position, or else they're going to lose out to the total anti-Israel position, which again I don't hold. I think Israel should remain an important ally of the United States. I'm happy to sell weapons to them and to other allies of the United States, but that much of what they're doing is coming off as too indefensible to the American people, and that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can I ask Robbie a question quickly? Because, first of all, you said we're selling them weapons. I don't think we're selling them. We're handing them over weapons. That's the purpose.
Right. I said I would be happy to sell them, not give them. Right. Yes. I would not just give them. I'm for ending the military aid. I would not just. I mean, we do this in the reverse subsidy way, whatever. Yes. I would sell them to them at the full market rate for anyone else and them, but no charity.
Let me ask, because I want to just look at this question that was just raised about whether or not Israeli and American national interests are the same. I mean, Robbie, you're a free speech guy. I know that. If Israeli interests were aligned with why would Israelis and their lobby need to codify across 38 states in the United States censorship laws, which restrict Americans who have government contracts with those various states like Texas, Wisconsin, and Florida from taking anti-Israel positions? If you sign up for a boycott of Israel, if you use your free speech right to do that, then thanks to the Israel lobby's efforts to codify these laws across those states, you'll be punished and in some cases fined with penalties. You could shake your head, Josh, but this is just a fact.
One of us on this panel is a constitutional lawyer, and it's not you, dude. So like you're blatantly destroying.
Are you saying that there are not anti-BDS laws across 38 different states?
The anti-BDS laws are part of the anti-discrimination laws.
Josh.
They are part of the same anti-discrimination laws from the 1960s. Okay, the same way that if you were competing for a state contract in Texas, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, wherever, if you're competing for a government contract and you come out with a public statement and says, I hate black people, guess what? You're not going to get a state contract. The same way you come out and say that
I hate Israel. You could boycott China.
So
you could boycott New York.
They are accepting the internationally accepted definition of anti-Semitism, which Harrison included on life. They are accepting the definition of hatred of Jewish people that's accepted by the international community, which Harrison obviously does not care for. But this is the internationally accepted definition that says that if you call for the abolition of one state in the world above all others, and that happens to be the world's tiny soul Jewish state, then you are an anti-Semite. And that is what's been codified. And they say that if you call for that, then you are going to be treated the same way as racists and misogynists or whatever will be treated for purposes of acquiring a state contract. That is the purpose of those laws. It is consistent with a 50 to 60 years of anti-discrimination law in America. It actually goes back to the Arab embargo from the 1970s there. It says a long and rich pedigree. By the way, it's been upheld by federal courts time and time again. I'm not sure there's been a single instance ever of a federal court that has ever held, literally ever held, that these violate the First Amendment. They've been upheld every single gosh darn time.
Okay, I'm going to hand it to you in a second, Robbie, but Harrison, go ahead. Give me your response.
There's so many lies there. First of all, federal courts have ruled that these IHRA definitions that they enshrine into federal law and anti-BDS laws are unconstitutional.
Has to do with commerce.
Has happened. You could go look at Glenn Greenwald's work. He's written about this before.
Yes, Glenn
and this
Greenwald.
idea
Noted legal scholar Glenn Greenwald.
Okay, all right, Josh, let's let Harrison finish up his point first of all.
This has nothing to do with protecting Jews. This is about Israel. If you look at this definition that they're enshrining in law, you cannot compare Israel to the Nazis. That's the law. You cannot have a boycott of Israel. Again, you can have a boycott of China. You can have a boycott of any state in the United States that you want. California, Texas, you think this state's too liberal? Okay, don't buy goods from that state. What you cannot do as an American across 38 out of 50 states in the United States right now is to boycott a foreign government. One, Israel. That is it.
All right.
A blatant lie.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake. I understand that is the international definition. I certainly think it is a mistake to, whether it's been upheld previously, as I'm sure it has. I mean, I'm not a big fan of, frankly, expanding anti-discrimination law to start covering everyone's personal grievances against everyone else. But I think conflating efforts to do this legally or in other sense, anti-Semitism with criticism, even very strong and wrong-headed, in my view, criticism of the state of Israel is a mistake, and I would object to those things. And I have written against policies in, I think, Florida and maybe other places aimed at student groups that protest against Israel and describing them as terrorists and things of that nature. I oppose all that.
Well, Robbie, if we are talking about lobby groups and the influence they have, has the relationship up until now between these allies benefited Israel far more than America, or America far more than Israel?
Well, I think that's a difficult question. As I said, I'm conflicted on this topic. I think the case for Israel remaining a strong ally of the United States it makes sense. We are, similarly Western in our orientation and have many of the same enemies and many of the same terrorist groups and so on and so forth. The difficulty, of course, is that Israel's actions in the Middle East have invited terrorist reprisals against the United States, which is why, as I said, every previous president has at some point tried to rein in or constrain Israeli behavior vis-a-vis its neighbors by thinking that they're going too far and this is damaging us or damaging our standing with the Islamic world, and that's a problem, and that for Israel, Israel's in the fight with these people every day, so they're not thinking as much about, oh, well, this gets Americans some trouble. They don't care as much. We got to think about our own national security. Biden did not constrain Netanyahu at all whatsoever with respect to Gaza, and it engendered massive electoral backlash from his side of the political aisle. I don't know whether Trump is going to suffer some similar fate, and right now it's well, maybe you want to talk about the political aspects in a minute, but it seems to be the case that it's going the other way. They're removing Trump, and his coalition is taking out every Republican who is, evinces a criticism of Israel. But this is a long-standing thing, and it should, whether we go to war with Iran or any other nation, should be the U.S. government's choice. Really, it should be the Congress's choice. It should not just be a foreign power's choice, but we should be in conversation with our allies, of course, for mutual benefit.
Josh, this relationship up until now, has it been mutually beneficial, or when we consider the $3.8 billion we've been talking about military aid that the US gives to Israel each year, has Israel benefited more from this? Is this a lopsided alliance?
Okay, so first of all, I have called for my entire adult lifetime personally to wind down that aid. I don't believe in foreign aid in general, and I think that the foreign aid ultimately is actually harmful to both American and Israeli interests. Literally for a decade or more, I have called. Every time I've had the opportunity to actually wind down that, it's in my book that came out last year. I'd say this time and time again. Having said that, the aid does exist, and it's probably worth pointing out that that $3.8 billion in aid translates directly to $40 billion, so a times 10 plus multiplier of Israeli purchases back in American defense companies, purchases, et cetera there. Again, I oppose it. I think it ends up being a cross-subsidy to the defense industrial complex, to Boeing, Northrop Grumman there. I think it's actually probably bad for Israel as well. By the way, Netanyahu over in Israel has actually now called for a plan to phase this down, so I think the Israelis actually are starting to agree with this. That once upon a time would have been anathema, actually, from their perspective. Now I think they've come to agree with this mentality as well. I think that both countries benefit tremendously from this alliance in more ways than I could possibly describe over the course of this fairly short response. But just to give one extremely quick and dirty example here, look. So the 1983 Beirut barracks bombing, which was directed by Iran and its Hezbollah proxy, killed 241 U.S. Marines in Beirut, Lebanon, in the Marine barracks. There was also a bombing at the U.S. Embassy that same year that killed between 60 and 70 people. The two Hezbollah, Iran-directed jihadists who blew up those two facilities that year were men by the names of Ibrahim Akil and Fuad Shakur. They had U.S. State Department bounties on their head of $7 and $5 million, respectively. Those bounties went uncollected for 40-plus years. The men were alive and at large until the summer of 2024, when Israel, ultimately before it got to Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, took out both of them. So people oftentimes say, what does the United States get out of this alliance? Well, you get things like a dead Ibrahim Makil and a dead Fuad Shakur. More recently, the New York Times report actually on an act of Israeli intelligence whereby Israel found a terrorist cell operating inside of Syria that were working on bombs that were so sophisticated that they probably would be able to get by an airport security detector because they are made to so closely physically resemble the laptop batteries for computers. That intelligence was shared with the United States. The United States has now said that we have probably saved countless lives as a result of that. We just saw Epic Fury. I mentioned already Pete Hegseth and General Kane talking about how Israel went into battle with the United States, et cetera, et cetera. So there's countless ways that the United States benefits from this there. So I think it would be difficult to say that one country necessarily benefits from the other. But again, to reiterate my long-held position, I happen to believe that all foreign aid is problematic, and I believe that this aid in particular should be wound down sooner rather than later if possible.
Okay, Harrison, round us out on this part of the debate. Do you think, as Josh has been saying there, that this has been a mutually beneficial alliance and that the US has obviously gotten a lot out of it with regards to security? Or do you think that this is lopsided?
I mean, very simply, and I think John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt wrote about it the best in their book, The Israel Lobby, that came out in 2007, where they recognized decades ago that Israel was a net liability and not an asset. And they pointed, among other reasons, to all the money that Americans are forced to transfer through their taxes to the foreign government of Israelis, of Israel, while Israelis have health care and they don't. That's one reason. Also, all the wars that we have to fight on their behalf, like this one in Iran, where you see the White House now asking for, again, tens of billions of dollars just to resupply, because we've just wasted so much on this conflict. And even as the State Department says, it was in the self-defense of Israel. You know, Americans, at least not in my circles, maybe in Josh's, the ones that I talk to, the ones that are my age, 25, they don't care about Iran and ballistic missiles and Hamas and Hezbollah. I mean, maybe in Israel they care about that, but not in the United States. They don't think about that on a daily basis. They think about the fact that inflation is up like crazy right now, year over year, and it's not keeping up with wages. So that's what Americans are focused on. But the Israel lobby doesn't care about that at all. What they want is just money and weapons to...
Okay, no one disagrees with this. No one in this panel disagrees that I literally said earlier that if the economy is stupid every single time, inflation, economy, affordability, these are, if you look at exit polls, in every election other than the 2002 midterms, which were a post 9/11 national security election, in virtually every other election in my lifetime, it has been always about the economy. President Trump did not have to go into Iran. My contention is that if you choose to draw a red line, which Donald Trump drew over the course of the Islamic Republic, butchering somewhere between 30 and 80,000 of their own people. He drew a red line 2 or 3 times.
Is that the number? The number keeps going up. I thought it was like 6,000 or 3,000. Now it's like 40
well, you're
or
looking
80.
that's probably because you're looking at that's probably because
you just make claims like
Russia
without evidence.
That's probably because you're looking at Russian propaganda, Russia-funded Glenn Greenwald sources. But if you're looking, the point is when you draw a red line, you should fill it up. And when you go in, you should finish the job.
It's wacky, but you could just say with no evidence whatsoever that tens of thousands of people were killed. If I say there's a genocide, citing international scholars, I'm a lunatic and a nut to Israel firsters like you.
Iran International estimates it between 30,000 and 50,000 there, but you're free to rely on your Russia propaganda if you prefer
the MI6.
Okay. You're literally currently on Saudi television. You absolute idiot.
Okay.
Do you realize that?
All right. So,
astounding.
On the Iran point, I mean, I look at it in terms of the outcome, right? An outcome you, Josh, seem unhappy with. A lot of people aren't happy with it. I say, what did we spend $300 billion for to end up with an agreement that is functionally the same or very similar to the Obama-era agreement that everyone on the right hated so much? If we'd had no agreement with Iran and the achievement of the war was this, you could at least say, well, we had nothing and now we have this agreement to have them delay developing a nuclear weapon, or say they're not going to develop a nuclear weapon at all, delay their enrichment, et cetera, and we're going to release funds to them. But we had already agreed to do all of that. So now, because of pressing needs for Israel's security, right, was the reason, was the justification for doing this. It was not a crackdown on dissent in the country, which, while obviously lamentable and something very bad and something that deserves condemnation, we are not. You probably agree with this. America is not obligated to intervene or to stop, bad domestic civil liberties and, worse than that, murders and detentions that are happening in all sorts of sordid places all over the globe that we just don't want to involve ourselves in. But this was not sold to it wasn't really sold to the American people at all. It happened, and then the post facto justification was that Israel's security was in jeopardy, and we wanted to be involved to prevent that. And the outcome of that, again, being a deal similar to the one we already had in place, weeks, months, we were told this would only be days, this would only be weeks, longer than that, economically damaging. And when and across the board, right, are all saying, for what? What was the point of all that? It makes me wary, very wary.
Harrison, do you want to round us out on that before we move on to public support?
No, I agree with Robbie. I think that Americans realized that the war was not worth it. And I hope that we get a deal to end it soon, although, as we mentioned at the top, and I think Josh would agree with me on this point at least, that the Israelis don't really seem intent on allowing the deal that was negotiated on June 17th to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Israel is not a party to the deal. They are not bound by the deal, and their word ultimately doesn't really matter because they're not a party. So it's between the United States and Iran. If there's a deal reached, it's between the United States and Iran. No other entity is bound. I want to just quickly say,
as I said, part of the deal
that there was this notion. After February 28th, and as we discussed earlier, Harrison, as you may recall, if your memory goes back that far, we discussed how the United States actually presided over this trilateral diplomacy, thereby solidifying Israel's presence against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Anyway, if we go back to the beginning of the war, Melinda, this is an important point I want to make it real quickly. February 28th is when the United States launches the decapitation strike of Khamenei. In the days that followed, you heard this rhetoric from some, it was mostly a New York Times source, that there was an imminent threat to Israel. But if you go back a little bit, what happened was there was a meeting between Trump and Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago on New Year's Eve. It happened on New Year's Eve and a few days prior to New Year's Eve in late December. That, based on all the accounts, is when they decided, in the midst of the Iranian regime's butchering of its citizens, that's when they decided apparently to launch this attack.
Okay.
So I think that this New York Times report that there was some imminent threat to Israel, it may or may not have been true. I have no idea. I don't always trust the New York Times sourcing for whatever it's worth. But I think that was probably a bit of ex post facto justification for a military action that had been planned roughly 2 months prior at Mar-a-Lago.
All right, let's turn our attention to public support or otherwise. We've looked at political implications because since the October 7th attacks, US public support for Israel, it has really shifted. I mean, even amongst the next generation of Republicans, we've seen it change. As Israel's retaliation in Gaza has intensified, public sentiment deteriorated, according to some polls. It's also reignited the long-running debate about how much influence Israeli lobbies have over US politics. Robbie, is the US public turning away from Israel with regards to public sentiment? And is even the discussion of whether that's happening a problem for Israel in the future, perhaps post-President Trump?
I think it's very clear that public support for Israel is evaporating among Democrats. I mean, you're seeing evidence of that now in the victories. In some cases, victories over Democratic, these primaries, Democratic House members who are pretty progressive and not like, I would argue, super pro-Israel in like a John Fetterman sort of way, and even them
We are seeing it on the Republican side of the aisle as well, though.
Well, no. On the Republican side, you've seen the reverse. You've seen Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer in power. Thomas Massie is no longer in power.
You mean the voting out of... Right, OK.
Right. But among actual... Look, it's hard to tell. Donald Trump took in a lot of first-time younger male voters disproportionately from his successful podcasting tour, very savvy use of new media. And among those people who maybe are different from like rank and file Republicans, maybe they're not ostensibly Republicans at all, they're independents, out for gettable independents. Yeah, among them, it is like so clear that there is a skepticism of Israel, a desire to separate from Israel, not fund its wars. That is a much more pervasive sentiment among young people. Anecdotally, I can tell you it's certainly a sentiment among younger staffers I meet in Washington, D.C. who work for Republicans. These are, difficult numbers to quantify, as I think I've said on your program before. But yes, certainly the support is eroding somewhat, but it's translating to a much more massive political, it has political relevance right now in the Democratic Party. It's yet to be seen on the Republican Party, whether this will work in this direction.
I mean, the latest polling from Pew, for example, from April, found 4 out of 10 Republicans hold an unfavourable view of Israel. Republicans aged 18 to 49, that rose to 57%. So maybe young first-time Republicans might be seeing a different story.
The rank and file, if I can just add really quick, they back the Republican Party is the party of Trump. They like Trump. If you are not on board with Donald Trump, you have exited the party at some point in the last 10 years. In the first term, there were arguments about, is there room still in the Republican Party for people who pathologically dislike the president? That question has been pretty definitively answered no. So if Donald Trump came out and said, Israel's a huge problem, I'm sick of them, I want nothing to do with them, screw them, the attitude in the party would shift completely in that direction, substantially, in my view. But Donald Trump hasn't said that and doesn't feel that way, so among rank-and-file Republicans, there's support for it because he still considers them to be an important ally, even though he is mad at Netanyahu and how what Israel's doing, is affecting in some way his own approval ratings.
Harrison, what do you think? Do you think that the public in general are turning away from Israeli support, or do you think this is purely amongst Democrats because Republicans will do whatever the president says?
Yeah, I mean, certainly among Democrats. Again, the numbers speak for themselves, and you read them. The Pew polling from April, which shows that some 60% of U.S. adults now have some sort of negative views toward Israel. And then they break that polling down by, age group, which I think is more informative than breaking it down by political party, because what you see exactly as you mentioned is that people under 50, so not necessarily people in like Josh's audience, but people who consume like Tucker Carlson or relevant shows, they don't like Israel at all. And they reject it because they see all the videos coming out of Instagram, again, that Israeli soldiers have posted themselves, the war crimes that they've committed, and they don't want to fund it anymore. They see what's going on in their country. Again, I'm 25. I talk to people who are my age. There's not much hope for the economic future of this country, and they want reinvestment there. And so they see all the focus on Israel, not necessarily from people like Tucker Carlson, but from the U.S. Congress, The U.S. Congress all day long is focused on Israel. They're constantly legislating for Israel to sanction the ICC, to debank Francesca Albanese, and various other tasks that they perform, U.S. Congress members, on behalf of a foreign government. Again, all day long, abandoning the interests of Americans. So Americans are done with that. We'll see how it'll affect 2028. I imagine some kind of third-party option will be available for many voters who seek to go that direction.
Maybe we'll have you on for that debate if and when we get to it. Josh, what do you think when we talk about public perception? Do you think that this is statistics being able to tell any story that anyone wants it to tell? Do you get a sense that there is a public turn away from Israel? And is it equal across the aisle?
Listen, I'm not going to tell you that polling is not real. I happen to be generally a fan of polling as long as it is good polling. So I'm not going to tell you that these polls are lies or anything, but the story is obviously quite a bit more complicated. The left has been turning on Israel in the United States since at least 1967 and the Six-Day War. That was when I think the perception of Israel as the David fighting Goliath started to turn on its head, and Israel emerged as a regional superpower. Then you had the emergence of critical theory and notions of anti-colonialism and anti-imperialism, et cetera, et cetera. So the left at this point is an overwhelmingly anti-Israel, and by the way, also an anti-American and anti-Western civilization political movement. And that's not a coincidence. Those things are all deeply related because, as many have pointed out over the years, many on the left understand that Israel is just the tip of the spear of Western civilization. Many on the right still understand that as well. Increasingly, I think there are some people who don't think of it that way, unfortunately, but that happens to be the truth of the matter. So the left at this point is the party of Zohar Mamdani. It's the party of the DSA. A lot of this started to change really in earnest. Again, I mentioned 67, but Barack Obama took it to the next level. Barack Obama really legitimized a lot of this. And at this point, frankly, the Barack Obama moderation towards Israel in particular, I think, looks well, frankly, just moderate compared to a lot of the rhetoric and policies coming out of the Mamdani DSA wing today. So the left at this point on this particular issue of the U.S.-Israel relationship is, I think, totally done. The only question, frankly, is the future of the right, and I think at this point that's very much an open question. You can cite polls. I mentioned some polls earlier as well, which shows that self-described MAGA Republicans, according to every poll that I've ever seen over the course of the second Trump administration, are overwhelmingly supportive of the U.S.-Israel relationship, overwhelmingly supportive of Donald Trump's actions in Iran. You can slice and dice this question basically any way, where the polling crosstabs all tell a very consistent story, which is that Republicans, by and large, the rank and file, and especially at an even higher level among self-described MAGA Republicans, are very supportive of this relationship, have a very high approval rating, frankly, even of Netanyahu as an individual. It's probably the only demographic that Bibi is currently polling at a pretty high level when it comes to the crosstabs of the American electorate there. So it's an open question. I think 2020 is going to be very, very interesting when it comes to the Republican primary and beyond there. There definitely are some real problems when it comes to some slices, not all of the younger Republican demographic, but I think even that can be exaggerated at times as well.
Okay. All right. We're almost out of time, so I just want one final question to all of you in a brief response to wrap us up. We have been speaking about Israeli lobby, Israeli influence. I mean, Robbie, you pointed to it with regards to, you know, if you don't support the candidates and that Trump supports, and especially with regards to Israel, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you were talking about, you're out. Harrison, does the Israeli lobby traditionally have too much influence in the US?
Yeah, absolutely, is what I think to that. You know, the founder of our magazine... But give us an
example of why.
Because they're constantly legislating on behalf of Israel and not for Americans. You know, the founder of our magazine, again, Pat Buchanan, said in the 1990s that at the time the U.S. Congress or Capitol Hill was Israeli-occupied territory. And you look at the amount of money that people like Paul Singer and Miriam Adelson, who are basically surrogates for that foreign government, spend on our elections, most recently to, you know, oust Thomas Massie. It's just, you know, kind of impossible to defeat. So, yeah, they spend too much and they have too much influence.
Josh?
Look, AIPAC is typically the organization that gets brought up in this conversation most. AIPAC is a lobby of American citizens who happen to care a lot about Israel. I'm actually not even a particularly big fan of AIPAC, by the way, because this AIPAC basically exists to get this massive military aid package every year that I happen to oppose. So I'm not actually even a particularly big fan of AIPAC, but AIPAC is just a lobby of American citizens who, much like the NRA, which cares about gun rights or national right to life, it cares about pro-life, they care about this particular issue. That is not a foreign lobby or anything like that. This book that Harrison cites and all the Israel haters and anti-Semites love to cite, the Israel lobby. I'm not saying that Mearsheimer and Walt are necessarily ipso facto anti-Semites, but they do love to cite it. This book makes a very interesting argument, Melinda, when you actually go and read it, as I have, where they basically say that the Bush administration was talked into war in Iraq due to the nefarious Israel lobby, which was led by all these nefarious Jews, led by people like Paul Wolfowitz and Doug Feith and all these second and third level Pentagon staffers there. I find it so fascinating that they don't conveniently talk about the fact that the President of the United States was, well, George W. Bush, that it was Donald Rumsfeld, Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell. So it's this deeply convoluted narrative that is a selective focusing on certain individuals and on certain actions there. Look, the number one reason that Israel has been a close ally of the United States, for the most part, not overwhelming part, because there have been cold periods for sure, but for the most part, they've been a very reliable and warm ally for decades, is very, very, very simple. Because most Americans feel a certain kinship at a very kind of basic emotional level. They understand, for instance, that Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson wanted the national seal of the United States originally to be Moses crossing the Red Sea, leading the Israelites.
Americans don't know that.
They understand that the book of Leviticus is quoted on the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia. They understand that there's a basic notion here that this nation was founded on inalienable rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness that is downstream of Genesis 1:27. They understand there's a basic worldview, a basic ecumenical biblical worldview, and at a very guttural, visceral level, the efforts of Pat Buchanan and those reprobates notwithstanding, they understand there's a very basic kinship, and translating also discussed into strategic gains between these two countries.
Yeah, I mean, if that were the case, then they wouldn't need to spend so much money and censor Americans so much. I mean, if there was just this basic natural kinship. This thing that you quoted, some Benjamin Franklin letter, I don't know any American. I don't know any American who knows this. And, you know, even Jewish Americans now,
it's not a letter,
like
it's a
myself,
like
younger ones don't like Israel. So even that base of support that Israel traditionally maintained with, you know, evangelicals and Jewish Americans, they're losing it very rapidly.
Robbie, round us out. The Israeli lobby, does it traditionally have too much influence, or is it an inherent basic biblical worldview, as Josh is saying there?
I mean, when it comes to lobbying, I take a kind of idiosyncratic, speech maximalist position that everyone has the right to lobby for whatever they want, and they can spend as much of their own money on it, and they have that right, and enemies of Israel have that right too, and let it rip and let people decide. I certainly didn't appreciate that Thomas Massie, the member of Congress, closest to my ideology, was taken out over this issue and then also over the other issue where I happened the 1 in 100 issues I happen to disagree with him on. His zeal for the Epstein issue got him in trouble with Trump, and it certainly engenders resentment that AIPAC or wealthy billionaires on behalf of Israel would go after him and then sit back while Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier is going to be elected to Congress in that primary. So I think I would urge people who are much more supportive of the state of Israel than I am to be more strategic and to pick their battles or risk alienating more people, because there is a tide. I see it, a tide of rising anti-Semitism. I know anti-Semitism is, the oldest prejudice in the world, but I think it has made a comeback, and that is tied to the declining popularity of Israel among some elements of America. And so decoupling those two things from each other to some extent is necessary to not see a wave of much greater resentment of Jewish people that is utterly unconscionable and wrong and ought to be condemned.
Well, it sounds as if we are going to have a meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu soon, by all reports, at the White House. So we'll see how that plays out. It's been a really illuminating and interesting debate with all three of you. Thank you for your diverse opinions. Harrison Berger, correspondent for the American Conservative magazine, Josh Hammer, senior editor-at-large at Newsweek, and Robbie Suave, senior editor at Reason magazine. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Of course, keep up to date with our latest debates and our exclusive interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And as always, you can catch our latest clips on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player, as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic. maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by
in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump criticizes NATO as the alliance's summit gets underway in Turkey. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen's electoral ban is shortened on appeal, paving the way for a political comeback. And Reform UK leader Nigel Farage announces he's resigning as an MP but will run in the same constituency in order to challenge the establishment. US President Donald Trump is in Ankara as the NATO summit gets underway, where he says he is very disappointed with the alliance's response to the US military action against Iran. Trump made the comments as he met Turkish President Erdogan, while NATO leaders began talks on defense, regional security and the future of the alliance. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Piggott, and journalist and broadcaster Isabel Webster. Michael and Isabel, great to have you both on the show with me. Isabel, let's start with you because we do know, of course, that President Trump is no fan of NATO. He's disappointed with Europe's response and says he was testing their allegiance. What do you make of this?
Well, let's make no mistake, this is one crucial summit, and we've seen Mark Rutte, who is the chief of NATO, at pains in recent fraught weeks and months as things have really heated up, particularly around the situation with the Strait of Hormuz and the impact on people's economies. He's really been at pains to try and flatter, please, appease President Trump, because he knows ultimately he has the power to break up NATO if he wants to. And he has arrived in Turkey for this summit, and he has immediately, true to form, been highly disruptive. He has shattered any illusions of any attempt to display a united front. We've seen European countries admit that they haven't been paying their fair share into NATO as a result of Trump's justified, I would argue, complaints about that and pouring trillions of US dollars and not getting the same amount of money. We've seen that change. We've seen commitments from European countries really stepped up. And since this summit began, we've seen a number of allies within NATO making commitments, for example, to help to support Ukraine, which America was previously pretty much taking lead in, I think you could argue. But this has all changed now because Trump has arrived in Ankara, as you say, and he's disgruntled. He's made it clear that they didn't need any help, but he was testing his allies, and he's gone further than that. He's been highly critical of the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, but what people will be most concerned about is reiterating comments about Greenland, which of course is a sovereign territory that belongs to Denmark, a NATO country, saying that America America would like control of it. You'll remember the consternation this caused back earlier in the year. And he's even threatened to pull out American troops from Europe, which would ultimately spell the end of NATO. So it is a fraught summit. There is a lot riding on it. And I think the future of NATO is really under question at the moment.
And also, when we talk on Ukraine, Trump did say, Trump on the war in Ukraine, I think they both want to make a deal, making it clear that he thinks Russia also wants to make a deal. And I think he also said, we're going to be settling. So once again, positive on those talks. But obviously, he hasn't been able to bring that war to an end, even though that is something that we know he wanted to do since he came back into power in the US. But Michael, there was some really good news for Turkey today. Sanctions will be lifted, plus a potential sale of fighter jets, these F-35 fighter jets, which have been talked about for a long time. Erdogan is actually the clear favourite now, because we see Donald Trump heaping praise on him during that joint press conference a little bit earlier.
So he is the favorite one. And I would say, if we were to look at the world pre-Donald Trump, there would be many reasons why. Turkey, of course, the location, and also because it's NATO's second largest military. Third reason, I would say, is because Turkey and Erdogan has this interesting, helpful, unique relationship with Vladimir Putin and with Russia. And also, Turkey traditionally has a pretty good relationship with the Middle East. And those are incredibly important for whoever is in the White House. Right now, Donald Trump is the man that's in the White House, and he has also developed a bit of an affinity for the Turkish president. They, for whatever reason, get along. Now, I say for whatever reason to be polite. The reality is that Donald Trump likes a strong man. He likes authoritarian figure. And the Turkish president has had no problem locking up his political opponents, which is something that I think we can agree Donald Trump, if he ruled the world, he would love to do himself. So they have this relationship that for Donald Trump feels like it's the Turkish president is able to do what Donald Trump wishes he could do. And strategically, the reality is that Turkey is in a great position to receive these F-35s. The issue, though, is that Turkey also has a deal with Russia for part of its military defense. Now, what's going to happen is if they are indeed to get these F-35s, that will have to go through Congress for approval. Donald Trump, of course, is in Ankara now, and he's talking a good game. Will the reality actually happen where Turkey will get these fighter jets? Only time will tell.
And I think, Isabel, it's really interesting when we talk about Turkey getting these fighter jets potentially. It could be in the works. And we have seen Turkey criticize Israel throughout its actions in the region. And Turkey has not been impressed with Israel. And I wonder what giving these F-35s to Turkey would mean for Donald Trump's relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu, because this could essentially put Turkey on an almost level playing field with Israel when it comes to equipment. And that could be something that Netanyahu is desperately unhappy with.
I think the relationship between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu is at an all-time low at the moment because Trump, whether he will admit it publicly or not, is in a lot of trouble over this Iran war, and the midterms are fast approaching. It's deeply unpopular with Americans. Trump very much stood on a No Forever Wars campaign. And I go back to what I said at the beginning about his frustration with NATO allies. I mean, he embarked on this mission in Iran pretty much unilaterally and then expected NATO to turn around and back him. And that's not what a NATO alliance, a defensive pact, is about. It's about intelligence intelligence sharing, cooperation. It's about working together, not expecting mutual and instant support for something that you decide to do on your own. And so what I think you will see is Trump is extremely under pressure, not only because he hasn't had the support that he wanted from NATO partners, but because he's also frustrated that Israel is not necessarily making it that easy for him to, broker that deal, that peace situation in the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, that has an impact on everybody's pockets, and he's all too aware of that. So very interesting now that Turkey, as you say, who has a long history of being highly critical of Israel, is being praised and lauded by President Trump now.
But Michael, right now, Europe seems to be saying something very different when it comes to the war in Ukraine. NATO allies are saying Ukraine is now on the front foot because we see Ukraine striking deeper into Russia, and this has become more and more common. They're not just being defensive now. We actually see them going over after infrastructure within Russia, and it's affecting the economy. We know Donald Trump normally likes the stronger person when it comes to a war atmosphere. But I wonder if European allies can convince Donald Trump that Ukraine is now winning this. They're on the front foot and they just need that extra push and that more military equipment in order to defeat Russia and end this.
I think the NATO leaders need to do a really good sell job to convince Donald Trump that, in fact, the Ukrainians are making inroads and perhaps even going to win. Donald Trump traditionally likes to back a winner. And that's one of the reasons, aside from his affection for a strong man, but that's one of the reasons why he sided with Vladimir Putin, analysts would say. But the Ukrainians truly have made inroads. They've been striking infrastructure and refineries deep inside Russia. Russia is on the back foot, a lot of military analysts would say. The casualty toll is getting increasingly higher and higher. The war has now gone on, at least Russia's war with Ukraine has now gone on longer than Russia's involvement in the Second World War. There's starting to be real fatigue back home. And what happens as the Ukrainians strike deeper in Russian territory is that the Russian population starts to truly feel this on a daily basis. You know, gas pumps, when people are filling up their cars, the cost of petrol is increasing and the lines are getting longer. People are starting to feel it. So if the NATO leaders can show that to Donald Trump that there is a sliver of hope that the Ukrainians are truly making inroads, then some of the interceptors that President Zelensky is asking for, maybe that will actually come his way. The U.S. might argue that the interceptors that they need, unfortunately would argue that they've used an awful lot during their war with Iran. But what they have to do is they have to find a way to help the Ukrainians more, because right now it feels like the Europeans, as well as the US president, are doing everything they can to make sure that the Ukrainians don't lose. They're not doing anything to either put them over the top or they're not having those hopeful conversations with Vladimir Putin to somehow get him to recognize that he needs to come to the negotiating table.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And of course, I'm sure we'll be getting a lot more out of that NATO summit in Ankara as the week goes on. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And French, a far-right leader, Marine Le Pen, has won her appeal against a 5-year electoral ban. Le Pen was previously convicted of embezzling €4 million in EU funds last year. The court has upheld this conviction but shortened her ban from office, which paves the way for her political return. Michael, Le Pen has now said she plans to run in the next presidential race. Lots of people are waiting for this interview she was going to give on French TV. What more do we know?
So it's interesting. Previously, she had said that if she had to campaign with an ankle monitor, that's not something that she felt that she could do, not because of logistics, but she felt it would affect her credibility. Now, however, we're in this position where she is going to appeal. And because of the appeal process, she will not have to campaign with an ankle monitor. And because of that, she has said, I'm sure that there are other reasons, but those are some of the more obvious ones, she will now run for office. It's interesting. I feel like someone such as Marine Le Pen could be so much more, I wouldn't say effective, but it would be a different role if she were to be the kingmaker. Now, it doesn't matter if it's Jordan Bardella or if it's Marine Le Pen. Their party consistently shows incredibly well in polls ahead of what would be elections in April of 2027. So we're 10 months away, and they're doing everything that they possibly can to make sure that they put their best foot forward. And so far, it's working. I think France is looking to embrace a different party, like different parts of Europe that have swung a little bit to the right. There's something about Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella that is resonating with the French population. And there are all indications that they probably will be in office 10 months from now.
And Isabel, we're talking about Marine Le Pen, of course, at home in France, but meanwhile, 18 people were wounded in Syria, and that was during President Macron's visit to the country. Do you think this could possibly shatter French investment in Syria? Because Macron is the first Western leader to go to Damascus since the fall of Assad.
President Macron is an operator. He can spot an opportunity. He's too aware, obviously, of the French in the country. They were under the League of Nations mandate governing Syria for many years. And so he's been keen not only to, shore up support for him domestically by being seen in a positive light overseas, but he's also spotting an opportunity that could benefit economically. Now, he's gone in there, the first, as you said, since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. There have been explosions at the hotel where he was staying, a number of people injured, including police officers, but it hasn't stopped him from hands, a huge deletion.
Isabel, we just seem to be having a slight technical...
Now, lots of reasons that we're wanting to do this, not only...
Isabel, I do apologise. We do seem to be having a slight technical issue with your internet at the moment. So, Michael, we'll come back to you and be talking about Macron in Syria and Russia's, France's investment in the country. And I think the big question, as many people are asking, is this a gamble for France?
I think it would be a gamble for any country. I know that there have been Qatari delegations as well as Emirati delegations that have gone to Syria, not just for a show of support, but also to invest. But as you said, Macron is the first Western leader to go since the fall of Assad. And it is a bit of a gamble when you are talking about investing so much money. I have many Syrian friends, and they've spoken about how, just like under Assad, the capital, Damascus, is incredibly safe. And it is secure. It's the rest of the country that is not in that same place. And I think it depends. The risk for Macron will be, where is the investment going to go? Where is the money going to be spent? I'll give you an example. The Qataris, for instance, are going to be running the airports throughout the country. Now, that is, I think, a safe bet because there will be an awful lot of safety and security surrounding those infrastructures. But it will be interesting to see the details of this plan that Macron has for French involvement.
And as you say, Macron is now on the way to NATO. Ahmed al-Sharaa, the new leader of Syria, will be also going to that NATO summit in Ankara. And of course, Macron didn't go alone. He went with a big business delegation to Damascus. So, as you say, it'll be really interesting to see what happens when it comes to French investment in the country. Stay right there, Michael, as we move on to another story now. And we're going to be focusing a little bit on the UK. So, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage will resign as a Member of Parliament, but will stand in his constituency's by-election. During his video statement, he addressed the criticisms over financial donations and attacked the mainstream media's reporting. Take a listen to what he said.
Well, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. That is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that Reform has started. And I would say this to you, the voters of Clacton: if I win, you win. Because if I lose, they win. And we will never, with the two old parties, get the type of fundamental change that we need to fix broken Britain.
Michael, let's start with you, because we just heard from Nigel Farage there, and he described the contest as a battle between the people and also the establishment. What did you make of what he had to say? Because it was fascinating just having a listen to that speech, because in some ways it had echoes of what Donald Trump has said over in the US.
It absolutely did. It also did not have the ring of a by-election. It had the overtones of a national election. And I think that was the message that he was trying to send. He wanted to make sure that not just the people in his constituency, but also the people of the United Kingdom saw that this is what is at stake. He's been feeling as though he's been attacked by the media because of what he thinks are, or what he says are, 100% above board financial contributions. Now, there have been an awful lot of questions that the media have asked of him, fair questions, and he has not appreciated those, and he has not answered those to many people's satisfaction. So when he stands up and he now says, okay, I'm going to call you out on this. I'm going to now call a by-election, and I'm going to let the people who voted me into office have another kick at the can. And if they decide to vote me back in, then I'm going to be, my power is going to be that much stronger because I will have essentially a new mandate. But this is a tricky part that Nigel Farage is going to have to dance around. He's going to have to make sure that he wins this by-election while he also continues to make sure he appeases the people who are voting for him. And he will continue to send those messages to the national electorate, because he assumes there will be coming a time when they will need to cast their votes for him as well.
Yes, of course, Michael. And Nigel Farage is currently under investigation in the UK by Parliament Standards Watchdog over a reported 5 million gift he got from a crypto billionaire. And this has been something that has raised a lot of eyebrows over in the UK at the moment. But we also heard from the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, and she says she thinks Nigel Farage is cracking under pressure. You said this could be a real big gamble to call this by-election. But I also wonder, Michael, do you think that Reform can carry on as a party if Nigel Farage is no longer part of it?
This is the the £5 million question, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the accusation that gets leveled an awful lot at Reform. Is Reform able to stand on its own, or is it just an extension of Nigel Farage and his personality, his charm and his charisma? This is, I think, a question. So there is an opportunity here. So if Nigel Farage does, in fact, win, then, of course, he will have a mandate. But again, as I've told you many times, I'm an optimist. If he were to lose, it then becomes an opportunity for the Reform Party to stand on its own without Nigel Farage as the face. Also, it gives him a chance, much like we spoke about earlier with Marine Le Pen, it gives him a chance to be a bit of a kingmaker and to decide who's going to become the leader of the Reform Party. But this, again, is the way that he's going to sort of walk through the campaign, making sure that people understand that it's not just a vote for me, it's a vote for me against the establishment. And this is what, as you said earlier, Donald Trump campaigned on. And I would add one more point when we're talking about Donald Trump and Nigel Farage. Donald Trump, I certainly believe, one of his great strengths is being a campaigner. He's probably weaker when he's in office. Nigel Farage, I think we could make the same claim. When he's on the campaign trail, when he's out debating people and having discussions with people on the street, when he's doing the stump speeches, just like Donald Trump, this is where his personality and his charisma comes through. This is the opportunity for people, the voters, if not to fall in love with him, at least to hear him talk about issues that resonate with him. And if he's in office, it could be not something that would actually help his legacy. You could argue that maybe it's better that he stays constantly campaigning, but that, I think, is a conversation for further down the road.
That is a really good point, because obviously we can't forget Nigel Farage led UKIP, which led the UK to the Brexit vote, and he was a very strong campaigner there before the Reform Party. But I'd like to say to everyone, we can now welcome Isabel back. Isabel, you, of course, worked at the same broadcaster as Nigel Farage. What did you make of the man, Nigel Farage, and, of course, of the announcement today?
Yes, and look, I can only apologise for my connection, but I really want to contribute to this use to this organisation as him, and I can only really describe him as a bit of a maverick. He wasn't like any of the other employees. He turned up, did a fantastic job in what he was required to do, but he didn't do it in a mainstream way. And this morning, before anybody knew what his announcement was going to be, there was rumblings about how he's working as a party, criticisms that not only is he rarely in Clacton in his constituency, but that he rarely holds meetings with those around him. There's a lot of power centralised behind. Don't get access to him as much as they'd like. There aren't the same sort of meetings that you would expect. I suppose you could argue a lack of professionalism within the party. He doesn't have a chief of staff, for example. There are different policies being fielded by senior members of his party without one coherent message. So it comes back to the point being made about whether or not reform can continue without him. Let's see if it gets to that stage. I think that we've already heard from pretty much all of the parties apart from the Greens that they won't be contesting this by-election, which renders it all really rather meaningless. He's trying to regain control of the narrative in the light of some very difficult questions about his finances. He calls that the establishment. He doesn't like robust questioning. He doesn't like scrutiny from the parliamentary authorities. He calls that the establishment. We would call that the traditional checks and balances, because democracy is not up for sale. So it's a very interesting time in British politics. And I think Nigel Farage is clearly rattled, and I don't think his future is certain at all anymore.
But Nigel Farage, I guess, arguably the disruptor of British politics, and I'm sure it's not the end of Nigel Farage, because this could be a stroke of genius and he could well win that by-election again, as probably the Reform Party buy a little bit of time to make sure that they get all their policies back up together and the messaging out coherently. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And tennis player Arthur Ferry's fairy tale run at Wimbledon is still alive. The British wildcard came from behind again to beat former semi-finalist Grigor Dimitrov in 5 sets and reach his first Grand Slam quarter-final. The 23-year-old is ranked 114th in the world, has now won back-to-back comeback matches and will next face the 9th seed, Flavio Cobolli. Michael, I just wanted to say, hopes just seemed all lost for the British tennis players at the beginning of Wimbledon. It just, we weren't getting any good news. Emma Raducanu not playing because she was injured. Jack Draper not playing because he was injured. And now Arthur Ferry has risen to the challenge. What do we know about him?
So let me first say that I usually don't like puns, but your fairy tale there one, that was bravo.
It wasn't mine. It was the producer's. I can't take credit, but a very good run, yes.
It was very good because we were speaking beforehand and none of us had anything, but somebody pulled it out of the bag, so well done. I would also say this. On Sunday is the men's championship final, and that is also when Arthur turns 24. So there could be a true fairy tale ending for him to win Wimbledon on what would be his birthday. But he's done a fantastic job. As you said, you know, there didn't look like there were going to be any British hopes, English hopes that were left at this late stage. And then Arthur Ferry kept winning, even though it seemed as though he was going to lose a couple of times. He was just on the edge. He came back. He fought back. What I saw was impressive. He didn't seem like he was nervous. It didn't seem like he hadn't been there before. It seemed like he was an experienced veteran. Now, partly because of his age. If we recall, I think Boris Becker was 17 when he first won. And, you know, Arthur is 6 years, soon to be 7 years older than that. So he has a little bit more poise. And perhaps this is the start of what could be an impressive career where he goes ahead and he starts doing very well in Grand Slams. Maybe the time it's taken for him to develop is just an indication that he is, in fact, his own person. He is doing it at his speed, and that might be adding that much more to, the fairy tale.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And he has never gone to 5 sets in a match on such a big scale. And like you said, Michael, he just really rose to the challenge and he managed to keep on winning when the odds were against him. But Isabel, we're talking about it, but you were actually there. You saw Ferry at Wimbledon, and I just wonder what the atmosphere was like.
I mean, Wimbledon's really special. Obviously, I'm biased. But I really do think it is special, not just because it's on grass, not just because it is in this uniquely villagey corner of London, which is leafy and really, really beautiful, not just because they've made films about it, not just because there's royalty in the box watching a stone's throw away from where the players are, but just because you do get to see such incredible tennis, and there is nothing like a British crowd behind the underdog. And oh my goodness me, as you say, what an underdog. This is a wild card. He's come from nowhere. He was performing / playing, whatever you want to call it, in front of Roger Federer, his own idol, no less. And yeah, it was just really, really, really exciting. And he went through 5 arduous sets, went to tiebreaker, and it was everything you want as a spectator. Absolutely brilliant. He's the first ever Brit to get through to the last 8 in any Grand Slam in the Open era, and that on the day that England got through to the last 8 in the World Cup. It feels like the 6th of July was our lucky day. Hopefully, if he gets through to the final on Sunday, it'll be his lucky day, as you say, being his birthday as well. But it's just good to have some good news. We really need it.
I think it's so good to have some good news. We're just seeing some pictures of him on the screen. And I think when he actually beat Grigor Dimitrov, he couldn't really believe it himself. And I thought his speech was so lovely. Of course, said, you know, in front of greatness, Roger Federer got behind him. But let's talk about the next move, because he plays Flavio Cobolli next. And I must admit something. Michael, I quite like Cobolli. He's got a lot of charisma. He's Italian, obviously, Italian number 2 behind Yannick Sinner. He's quite big on Instagram. He's done really well at the French Open. A lot of people are talking about him on the men's tour. So I don't know, what are the odds of Ferry beating him?
So the beauty from Ferry's point of view is, of course, none of that matters once they're on center court. I would say that he has a little bit of confidence, or he has reason to be confident going into it, because he did beat Flavio at the Australian Open event this year. So he has performed very well for when going up against his next opponent. And that has to make anybody feel good. I know when I've played at a high level of ice hockey, you know, if you can imagine the outcome. And if you can draw on some of the experiences, you've played tennis at a high level as well, you know that when you can draw on some of those, there's that extra little bit of awareness. You're a little bit more familiar from the beginning because you know your opponent. And I think that that can only make him feel like he has a real opportunity. But I would also say that in the world of sports, you know, you sometimes get on a roll that is just undefinable. And you have the feeling that you just can't lose. And maybe Arthur Ferry is in one of those moments.
Yes, of course. We saw Emma Raducanu in one of those moments coming through qualifiers and ended up winning the US Open. She was just on a complete and utter roll, wasn't she? But we're going to speak a little bit more about tennis because I'm going to ask Isabel a question. You know, every time there's an English player, we get very excited, or British player. And in Wimbledon, on the grounds, there's that famous hill that everyone sits on. And it's Henman Hill for years, obviously because of Tim Hedman. Then it became Murray Mound because of Andy Murray. Do you think if Ferry wins this, they could rename that famous bit of grass?
I mean, gosh, don't we love to get ahead of ourselves? But yes, let's say he does it. Let's say he lifts the trophy. What about Ferry Field?
I love that. Fairy Tale Field.
Oh, there we go.
That could be one. But I was also just going to bring you a live score at the moment because Novak Djokovic is playing and he's actually winning at the moment because we've seen a lot of the top seeds be knocked out of Wimbledon, especially when it came to the women's. Arina Sabalenka knocked out early on by Naomi Osaka, and Jannik Sinner won a little bit earlier today. So it's going to be interesting to see how Wimbledon actually plays out. But there could be a British dream about to be made. Let's wait and see. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And it's that time of the show where Isabel and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Isabel, I must admit, I just love your story because it's all about the rise of the defiant divorce ring. I'd never heard of this before. What's this all about?
Well, I suppose you could frame it as female empowerment. Look, you know, I suppose there's a sad element to it in the sense that we're seeing the global rise of divorce rates, okay? Certainly very much in the Western world for the last 50 years or so, the number of people divorcing, you know, it's very high. And now we're seeing the rise of something new, which is, you know, there is this dilemma for divorcees, for the ladies, what to do with their engagement rings. And jewellers have been coming up with ingenious ways of repurposing them because obviously they hold sentimental value. Many couples have had marriages that have produced children. They don't want to be completely estranged from their previous spouse. So these jewellers are offering a service to reset the diamond or put it into a new arrangement on a ring, and the ring is worn on another finger. Or indeed, some women are actually repurposing them or selling them in their original state and using that money to help them start their new lives as divorcees. Because, of course, for many women, it is the first big financial decision that they will make as a singleton. So, you know, I feel like it's a little bit of a sad story, but I suppose there's an empowerment because obviously there must be lots of engagement rings that get put away into safes or, you know, kept for children when, you know, when they might die in the future. And so this is, you know, keeping those jewels in use and loved even after the marriage has ended.
Yeah, definitely. Repurpose it and still love it. Michael, I don't know, do men wear bling wedding rings? What kind of wedding band do you have? And I wonder what men do in this situation after a divorce. Does the ring just go in a drawer? I'm not 100% sure.
So I got my wife's name tattooed on my finger.
That's pure romance. That is.
So if I were to get a divorce, maybe I would wear a ring to cover up the tattoo.
Gosh.
Fair play. Yeah. There's laser now too. But once again, it's just, you know, the changing dynamics in all the relationships. And Michael, yours is really interesting because it's about the psychology behind pushing in somebody's chair. What does it say about their personality?
So I would take a step back for a moment and I would say that for the men and the women out there who are looking for science to prove that there could be somebody who would be showing green flags that would indicate that they could be in a healthy relationship, then we now have a science peer review journal that speaks to a psychologist. And the psychologist is saying that by pushing in your chair at a table after you've finished is an indication that you have one or a few of what this person, the psychologist, says are 7 key traits. So I'm going to read them off now. There's conscientiousness, there's empathy, self-control, attentiveness, consideration, reliability, and selflessness. So if you are with somebody or you notice somebody who is pushing in their chair at a restaurant, for instance, after they've left, this could be your sign that that's the person that could be in a healthy relationship. And if that's what you're going after, then maybe you need to approach that person.
So you think it's a green flag moment if you're on a date with someone and they push in the chair, for all those ladies watching, or the possible divorcees, of course?
I certainly think it is. I think it's a good indication, but I think for different reasons. I think some of us might think that it's just being tidy, as a producer said. Some might think that it's making sure that, they have some might have OCD, and so they need everything nicely aligned. And then I know that you two might have different experiences growing up about why you need to do it. But for at least one psychologist, there is an indication that there are possibilities for a healthy relationship.
Isabel, you and I were talking about this. Why do you push in your chair?
Well, it made me giggle because it's got nothing to do with my character. It's just my schooling. At my school, if you didn't tuck your chair in, you were in detention. It was immediate. It was instant. You just, as soon as you get up, scrape it under the table. And that stuck with me for life. But it's funny, though. I still think that could be a green flag in a relationship. Both my father and my husband went to boarding schools, English boarding schools. And they, funnily enough, have some of the same characteristics, which I think, again, they just got taught in school, which I have always admired. So they're incredibly tidy. Their personal hygiene is excellent. They're always very neat and clean. And I think that's because, as soon as they got up in the morning, straight whisked off into the, machinery of the school. And that never leaves you. So perhaps education has something to do with whether you're an eligible partner in life or not. I don't know.
I think that's a really good point. I actually went to boarding school, and that's the reason I always push in my chair, because if I didn't, the consequences were just not worth it. You might as well push in your chair and enjoy the rest of your day. But I do think, manners make a man in many respects. Yes. So I do really like this story. And I'm with you, Isabel. I always think, and Michael, it shows empathy, it shows respect, all that good stuff. And I don't know, but I still like a little bit of chivalry. I don't know, Michael, do you still open the door for a lady? I love that kind of thing.
I do too.
My wife and I have been married now for 35 years.
So
I'd like to think that I do some of the things. I mean, if my wife were here and I weren't, she might tell you a very different story. But I like to think that most of the time I do things pretty well.
We believe you.
I have faith in you, Michael Jabri-Pickett. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And just before we end the show with Isabel and Michael, I just want to bring some breaking news that we've been getting through while we've been on air. Saudi Arabia strongly condemns Iran targeting a Saudi tanker as it transited through the Strait of Hormuz, as well as targeting one of a Qatari tanker. So we're getting this news through at the moment. The Saudi Foreign Ministry says these unacceptable attacks constitute as an assault on the security and safety of international navigation as well as global energy supply. So just to repeat that, Saudi Arabia strongly condemns Iran's targeting of a Saudi tanker as it transited the Strait of Hormuz. But that's all from us on W News Extra. I want to say a big thank you to our guest managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and journalist and broadcaster Isabel Webster. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, G&T. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump lands in Ankara for a NATO summit in which alliance leaders are expected to try to serenade him with promises about their defense spending. We ask, will it have the desired effect? And is everyone playing ball? And as Presidents Trump and Zelensky prepare to meet there in Ankara, we ask, has there been any diplomatic progress towards ending the war in Ukraine? And Hamas announces the dissolution of the body that's governed the Gaza Strip for nearly 2 decades, clearing the way for a technocratic committee to run the territory. We ask, how significant is this? And is any progress being made there towards reconstructing Gaza? All of that to come in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. Nearly 3 years into the war in Gaza, the political landscape could be about to change. Well, since the US brokered ceasefire with Israel took effect last October, attention has increasingly turned to what comes next for Gaza. Well, Hamas now says it is prepared to hand over governing authority after nearly 20 years in power. The group says it's willing to let a US-backed interim administration take over the day-to-day running of the territory. But Israel has also ruled out for now a takeover by the Palestinian Authority. So what could Gaza's future government look like? Well, let's get more on this. We can speak now to Dr. Jamal Nazal, who is a spokesperson for Fatah, and he joins us today from Dusseldorf. Thank you so much for being with us once again on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to start by asking you about this announcement by Hamas that it is dissolving its government in Gaza. It says it's ready to hand over to technocrats, which is something that's in line with the US-backed plan for Gaza. Do you see this announcement as being significant?
Not really. They have fired the head of the committee that belongs to Hamas and replaced him by another activist who is also a member of Hamas. It's like a failed magician trying to convince an audience of children that he's a different person by putting another hat on his head. Or in Hassan Asfour's words, it's like a gunman removing his gun from the right shoulder to the left in order to pretend he's now unarmed. So it's not a credible move by Hamas. We know that Hamas has lost power, but it's still acting as a government in Gaza, although it doesn't have anything of what it takes to be a government.
Curiously, you sound like you might agree with Israel when Israel dismisses that announcement as a quote-unquote stunt. They don't seem to think it's a very serious move either. But let's...
I don't agree with Israel at all. I disagree with Israel.
But on this particular point, Israel used very similar language to describe this announcement by Hamas. When they called it a stunt, it sounds like you think it's a stunt as well.
It is a stunt because Hamas is still acting as a government. It is collecting taxes from the people. It is forbidding assemblies by the people. It has curbed popular uprising recently in Gaza because Hamas considers itself to be the government in Gaza, although it cannot do anything for the people of Gaza. Israel is watching this, and Israel is turning a blind eye on it while Israel is killing innocent people in Gaza. It suits Israel a lot to keep Hamas in power in Gaza because in this way, Israel dissolves itself from its responsibilities as an occupying power, which it is. Israel is the occupying power, and it's using Hamas as a fig leaf to pretend that Palestinians in Gaza do have a government of their own, which they don't.
The second phase of the Gaza ceasefire, as stipulated by the United States, was for Hamas to lay down its weapons, and then Israel was supposed to gradually withdraw from Gaza. Clearly not much has happened since that announcement in October. Why do you think that is? Why has progress been so slow?
I believe freezing the status quo in Gaza is useful for Israel and Hamas as well, as ironically as it might sound. Israel isn't keen on changing reality in Gaza because it has maintained what it aspired to achieve, that is 71% of Gaza. Hamas thinks the longer it takes, the longer they stay in power, the more likely it is for them to stay for good. Once the Israeli elections are held, Hamas thinks that there's a chance it would be the government of the Gaza Strip. So both parties are actually interested in freezing the status quo because both of them are benefiting a lot from this. Who is suffering? Who is at the receiving end of that? It's the Palestinian people in Gaza who have lost every possibility they had to maintain their livelihood and to preserve a good reality that leads them into a better future.
Indeed, notably that 1,072 Palestinian lives, those 100,072 Palestinian lives that have been lost since the truce took effect in October. I just want to pick up on what you're saying there about Israel's presence in Gaza and the 60 to 70% of the territory that it occupies. What do you think Israel's got in mind for that territory? What do you suspect their intentions are?
I think they still believe in the coercive transfer of the Palestinians, or they trying to smoothly drive the Palestinians out of Gaza, waiting for another season of aggression led by Israel, a new campaign of bombardment against the Palestinian people. Israel is still dreaming of the transfer. Israel is trying to get rid of the Palestinian people, removing the Palestinian people from their land. I think that's what Israel is waiting for.
How do you think history is going to judge this particular chapter, what's happened in Gaza these last nearly 3 years?
It definitely will. The memory of the Palestinian people will be very long to bear in mind who has stood by them and helped them and who has not, who has watched from afar doing nothing, or who has cooperated with the Israeli occupation. History will judge, and I think the tide of history is changing by the minute. We are watching the changes within the United States. The public opinion is shifting worldwide. It's not it's not limited to the United States. I mean, the public opinion is tilting clearly towards more sympathy, more understanding to the Palestinian cause. Israel is losing. Israel is losing, and this will change a lot in the future.
And of course, we're not just talking about Gaza, are we? There have been multiple deadly incidents in the West Bank in recent weeks and months and years. There's so many that one could single out, but perhaps most recently, an incident on Sunday. Israeli forces shot and killed a 16-year-old near to Jerusalem. 2 other children were shot in the lower limbs at the same time. There are so many untold tragedies. And in response to that, the UN has said that perpetrators of violations must be held accountable, said the UN. I mean, do you see that ever happening?
Unfortunately, the Trump administration removed sanctions that were placed against settler communities by the Biden administration. That is why they feel this sense of impunity, and they can do whatever they want, supported also by their government, who does play a complicit role in all of this. The government actually supports them. And whenever the settlers attack a Palestinian community, the Israeli army is watching, and it is providing help and assistance, pretending to be neutral, which it is not. So changes have to be introduced, especially on the international level, where sanctions are mostly needed to undermine these Israeli attacks against Palestinian civilians, which are growing more dangerous by the day.
So obviously the UN speaking out there about these violations and calling people to account. The UN also endorses the tallies and the numbers, the death tolls that have come out of Gaza. And yet last week, when we spoke to one Israeli official, she totally dismissed the UN tallies and told us that the UN simply employs terrorists and therefore we shouldn't believe them. When you hear people saying things like that, what do you want to say to them?
Well, the whole world is watching what Israel is doing in Gaza. After the so-called ceasefire, the one-sided ceasefire, actually, Israel has really killed 1,050 Palestinians in Palestine. Everybody is watching this. The record is being preserved by everyone who is watching. It's not limited to human rights organization, the international press. Everybody knows that. And Israel can't deny the existence of the sun, but everyone sees that.
Now, Dr. Nazal, I want to ask you about the jailed Palestinian leader Marwan Barghouti, who is obviously in an Israeli prison. We understand he's been in solitary confinement for some time. Have you got any news about his condition right now?
Not much. We are always in touch with his family, who are desperate for any information and news about him. He is in danger, because Israel is torturing him, like as it is torturing all other prisoners. His life is in danger. And in our view, there is no reason to keep him in prison. He's a political prisoner. He should be released, much as many other prisoners have been released. And nobody understands why Israel is keeping him in jail. He is a political leader who has every right to be released, and it doesn't make any sense for Israel to keep him. But Israel knows if they release Marwan Barghouti, the political process will be widely open. And that is what Israel doesn't want to see. It doesn't want to see political talks. It doesn't want to see a political resolution to the problem. And they know the legitimacy and the credibility Marwan Barghouti enjoys worldwide. And in the Palestinian side in particular is the guarantee for a political process to be open. But that is not what Israel wants.
We're going to come on to political processes in just a moment, but just staying with Marwan Barghouti for a little longer. I mean, I think our viewers will remember, everyone will remember the visit he received from the Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who raided his prison cell, threatened him, humiliated him. I mean, these were acts that were widely condemned. Do you think that acts like that by someone like Ben-Gvir actually do the Palestinian cause a service?
Well, it does harm to Israel, and it portrays Israel as a police state. This is not something honorable by a minister who is head of the police to threaten a detainee, to threaten a political prisoner, a war prisoner, if you will. So I think Israel dishonors itself by actions like that, and we were concerned about the situation and the health of Marwan Barghouti, but we were proud to see him standing up to Ben-Gvir and even lecturing him on wisdom in life. He was reported to have told him, "Your hair has grown grayer, but you haven't become wiser even a bit." That is what was reported about this visit. So, in fact, Israel should be ashamed of actions like that, and we should be proud of Marwan Barghouti and all our prisoners. They should be released because they will play a major part in searching for a political, peaceful solution to the Palestinian cause.
There's another high-profile Palestinian prisoner, a doctor from Gaza by the name of Hussam Abu Safir, and the UN again has condemned his detention. I just wondered whether you know anything about his condition, his well-being.
Well, he's been in solitary confinement as well. He's been tortured. His health is in danger. His family hasn't been able to contact him, or let alone of the possibility of visiting him. And there is no reason, in our view, to hold a Palestinian doctor in prison. What did he do? He was trying to help people. He's a doctor. He is not a military leader, nor he was involved in military actions against anybody. So he should be released immediately.
As promised, let's move on to the political process. Let's start with Palestinian politics, notably by talking about the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, who is now 90 years old. Now, he won, and this is really for the benefit of our viewers who might not remember, it was such a long time ago, he won the Palestinian presidential election in 2005 with a mandate that was meant to be for 4 years. There hasn't been a presidential election since then. There hasn't been a legislative election in Palestine, in the Palestinian territories, since 2006. If elections are held next year, what do you expect will change?
A lot will change. People will finally be able to elect their representatives in the legislative body that we hope to create. And this is something very important to the Palestinian people. Now, you ask why it has taken so long for presidential or legislative elections to be held. Well, there is no easy answer to this, but ever since we held the last elections in 2006, Israel has been investing in Hamas. Time and again, Israeli ministers said they prefer Hamas to the Palestinian Authority. So there was no condition to hold these elections, and we've moved from one war to another war, be it in West Bank or in Gaza. Israel has never allowed for the right conditions to be created for such elections to take place. Now we have to do this, no matter what the price will be. Our people need an elected parliament, and we are heading towards an elected parliament inside Palestine, and representatives of the Palestinian people abroad will be elected as well. And next year there will be presidential election.
Why do you think Israel finds Hamas more appealing than the PA?
Because it is the easier target politically for Israel. It's the easier target, an internationally isolated partner who doesn't have international or diplomatic support abroad. And if I may use the words of an Israeli minister, Smotrich, he said, Hamas is the chance to Israel, whereas the Palestinian Authority is a threat. He said that Hamas is not in the position to call the international community. It's not in the position to call the International Court of Justice nor the ICJ. Hamas cannot call the International Security Council. All these things the Palestinian Authority can do. Israel realizes this, and because Israel is not interested in a political horizon, it has invested in a movement that is Hamas, which was financed partially by Israel, because Israel knows Hamas can build no bridges with the international community.
Are there any leading lights emerging in the Palestinian political landscape? Because we are, after all, talking about an administration that's run by someone, as I said, who's 90 years of age. Any fresh leading lights catching your eye?
I believe President Abbas has announced in the past that he is not interested in running again. That still remains to be seen. I think we are moving towards empowering a new generation. Vice President has been appointed by the President. I don't know who will be our candidate. This remains to be seen. But I reckon that we will have a chance to elect our new leadership, be it on the legislative or the executive level. That is coming. I really believe in that.
And another big electoral event later on this year is of course, going to be in Israel itself. And I'm wondering whether you think these elections represent any sort of opportunity for the Palestinians.
Well, ever since Netanyahu was elected in 1996, the Israeli society has been moving from the right to the extreme right wing of politics. I do not want to place much hope on the probability that the Israeli public will elect a leadership that believes in peace. I hope that the Palestinian people who have the right to vote in Israel, some 2 million Palestinians inside Israel, will elect their own representatives, and this may help change the equation somehow in Israel. But we hope that the course that Israel took 4 years ago will change the course of genocide and killing of Palestinian civilians. We hope the elections will produce a result that would change this.
Is there a specific desired outcome as far as you're concerned with regards to those elections?
We do not have to interfere in Israeli elections. This remains to be seen. We will deal with any Israeli leadership that will be elected by the Israeli people.
We're coming to the end. I just want to ask you, what's morale like within the ranks of the Palestinian leadership at the moment?
Well, it's a reflection of the situation on the ground. People are suffering. Israel confiscates 75% of the financial revenues of the Palestinian government. That has taken a very severe toll on the Palestinian people. So the Palestinian government is trying its best to survive financially and politically until the situation is changed. So But we believe in our people, and we believe that all the Israeli actions that have been taken ever since the occupation has started will not break the will of the Palestinian people, because the desire to become free is very original inside the thinking of the Palestinian people, and that has its reflection in the mindset of the Palestinian leadership.
Just to bring our conversation to a conclusion, Dr. Nazal, I mean, so much has happened in the last few years. There is a new-ish occupant of the White House who has a very new set of approaches to some old problems, decades-old problems, such as the Palestinian issue. Does that give you any optimism at all? And does it feel to you like perhaps with some brand new approaches, the two-state solution is perhaps more of a reality now than it was, say, a couple of years ago?
It will happen, and we have strong allies on the Arab side, especially Saudi Arabia, who will not sell the Palestinian people. Saudi Arabia said from the beginning, there will be no normalization with Israel until the Palestinian issue is resolved. This is part of the Palestinian strength, the alliance of the Palestinian people with the Arab world. That is the basic issue here for us. When it comes to the Trump administration, we hope they will realize that peace in the region depends on the Palestinian people getting their right to self-determination. The Palestinian issue is the core of all the problems that we are seeing in the Arab world. All the wars that took place in the last 2 years resulted from the Palestinian people lacking the right to self-determination. If the Palestinian issue is resolved, peace will be introduced in the Middle East.
Okay, on that note, we wrap up, but we thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Jamal Nazal, spokesperson for Fatah, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, the NATO summit has kicked off in Ankara, where leaders from the alliance are gathering for 2 days of talks. Well, top of the agenda, higher defence spending, continued support for Ukraine, and strengthening NATO's military capabilities. Well, the US President Donald Trump arrived earlier on today with fresh criticism of some European allies over their response to the US-led strikes on Iran. Well, the summit also sets up some potentially tense meetings, including with Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, who has described the war in Iran as, quote, illegal, absurd and cruel. We're joined now by Jim Townsend, who is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for NATO Policy at the Pentagon. He joins us today from DC. Thank you so much for being with us once again. We've got the main session of the NATO summit there in Ankara tomorrow. The gala dinner is happening tonight. And throughout the course of the next 36 hours, I think it's fair to say that several leaders will be trying to woo President Trump with their various promises about how much they're going to be spending on defence. Do you think that's all going to have the desired effect?
Well, I think it'll have some effect. It's better to do it than not to do it. In a lot of ways, the allies are looking to at least get credit from him on all that they have been doing. As you know, politically, it's tough to increase defense spending, no matter who you are. And so a lot of allies have been doing this. They're beginning to make the purchases necessary, signing contracts, actually doing things. They've got a good story to tell. Mark Rutte was just in Washington with charts and all this, trying to persuade Trump that his personal impact led to this. So, you know, there's a good story to tell, and they're going to try to get that out.
Right. I mean, President Trump came to office for the second time, angered. Well, you could say he was angered as well in his first term at the sort of what he saw as the freeloading European NATO members. And since he's been back in office, there's been the Greenland crisis at the start of this year. There's been the Iran war, which NATO allies didn't seem to want to join. Do you think President Trump arrives more aggrieved with his NATO allies than he was a year ago, or perhaps a bit less?
Well, I think we're all waiting to see an answer to that question. But I think it seems, based on his rhetoric over the past week, that it is still really top of mind, this idea of loyalty, this idea that the allies weren't with him when he went into Iran, totally misunderstanding and just not able to put his mind around that NATO isn't an alliance for the United States, that NATO is an alliance that includes the United States. But that's as far as it goes. And so he's also, got individual allies in his crosshairs. Spain is one of them because the Spanish have decided that they can't increase the defense spending the way that the alliance wants it to happen. They also said no use of air bases in Spain for the Iran operation. So he's going to arrive with some grievances aimed at particular countries, too.
But he is going to be seeing some friendly faces there in Ankara, not least the host, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. They're having private talks, I think, as we speak, more or less. I'm wondering what you think President Erdogan is hoping to obtain from President Trump while he's in town.
F-35s. That's certainly one thing. They were the Turks were taken out of the program when they bought S-400 air defense systems from Russia, and so that was something that happened back in that first term, and that caused the this rift. And so I think to try to show himself as a great leader and a great strong man, he's going to approach Erdogan and say, I have these F-35s for you, and this is my gift, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's what Erdogan is hoping to see, is that, as well as some engines, U.S.-made engines for his domestic aircraft program.
Right, so it sounds like President Trump's had a rethink about relations between Washington and Ankara, and it seems that relationship is on a healthier footing, perhaps, than it was some years ago. And it was reported that President Trump wasn't even going to go to Ankara to this summit until President Erdogan persuaded him that he must. Do you think that's true?
Yes, I think it certainly sounds credible. It is something that he probably also wanted to make that point just to needle the allies, as well as to give a shout out to Erdogan. So, he said that during the press conference. It was a good line for him to throw out. But there's some truth behind it, too. As you point out, the U.S. relationship with Turkey over the past 15 years, particularly with the Syrian civil war and the Kurds, has taken a nosedive. And so when Trump came into office, both the first term and now particularly in the second, he has an affinity for Erdogan. Trump sees himself as a strong man like Erdogan. They get along very well. Turkey's an important country bilaterally for us as well as at NATO. So it's all come together. And so Trump going to Ankara and having a love fest with Erdogan, it makes perfect sense.
It certainly does. I mean, we're talking here about Turkey, the #2 army in terms of size within NATO, and a country with a defense industry that's going absolutely gangbusters. And that will chime pretty well with a lot of people who are gathered there, for whom supply and demand of weaponry is a major concern. There seems to be infinite supply and rather finite, infinite demand and finite supply. I mean, do you think that is going to be one of the overarching themes of this summit in Ankara, the supply of weaponry?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you talk to Erdogan and to the international staff there at NATO headquarters, that's what they want this summit to focus on, is defense industry. Defense industry scaling up in Europe and in the United States, defense cooperation, tech, AI, how much AI a cooperation can there be on both sides of the Atlantic? That is exactly what they want this to focus on. That's the substance for him. And Turkey is the perfect place for that, because the Turkish defense industry is one of the fastest growing industries in Europe. They're the ones that did the Shahed drones that the Russians used at the very beginning of that war with Ukraine to such success. So Turkey is very much the perfect place for talking about defense industry. There's going to be a defense industry show on the margins. In fact, I think that comes maybe Thursday. There's going to be a gathering of U.S. European defense industry. So that's the substance of it. And of course, Trump likes that too.
Once upon a time, Europe was quite a major hub for weapons manufacturing and defense equipment. And now, I think it's fair to say in the last decade or two, Europe has become increasingly dependent on US weaponry, which it buys, and it's a good earner for the United States. But my question is, why is Europe fallen so far behind in this game?
Well, it goes back to what you're talking about in terms of supply and demand. Back in the day, before the invasion of Ukraine, there wasn't a demand in Europe for arms to such a degree that the European defense industry needed to scale up to provide it. And a lot of what they wanted to buy, whether it was F-16s in the day, now it's F-35s, Patriot missiles, whatever it is, there wasn't enough R&D being done in Europe among the European defense industry because the demand wasn't there going into European markets. It was oriented towards the United States. So there became this kind of dependency that grew up where Europe bought a lot of U.S. military equipment, and the U.S. remained engaged in NATO, engaged in European force posture. So there was this kind of uneasy relationship of dependency there. As we begin to walk away from that and say to the Europeans, you're going to have to do this now in Europe, they're turning to their producers who suddenly have a huge surge in demand, and they don't have right now the scale to meet that demand. I think they will, but they don't have it now, and so it's in an awkward position for Europe and their European defense industry.
Yeah, clearly this is what Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, meant when he said the hum of machinery must become a roar, he said. So clearly he wants manufacturing of weaponry to be cranked up several notches. We've talked about how Turkey is poised to plug some of the gaps. Ukraine is another country that thinks it's got a few gaps it can plug. What do you think their thinking is?
Well, Ukraine's thinking is kind of revolutionary for them. Of course, the dependency that they have had on both the U.S. as well as Europe, that dependency is still there, but it's much less than it was because the Ukrainians have started the roar of engines manufacturing things in Ukraine to the point where they are now looking at supplying the West, including the United States, with drone-related systems. This is something revolutionary and new for Ukraine. As I said, they were used to being more dependent on the West. Now it's vice versa. There's a lot of gaps in Europe that Ukraine might be able to fill when it comes to drones or counter drones. And that's money that can be used by Ukraine to buy equipment, whether it's Patriot missiles from the United States or equipment also from Europe. So Ukraine does play a role now in helping Europe deal with buying the equipment to deter the Russians. The Ukraine defense industry has come to life, and it is something to behold.
Right, but there's one thing they can't do, it would appear, and that is adequately protect the skies above them, and they urgently need aerial defense systems. And I think that's going to be one of the messages that Zelensky puts to President Trump. Do you think President Zelensky is likely to get what he needs?
Well, I think it'll be easier for him to get something along those lines, Patriot missiles in this case, from the Europeans than from Trump. It breaks my heart to say that. But right now, from what I understand, the administration is saying we are short of Patriot missiles. We got to take care of our own needs first. Then we'll see where we go next. But I think there are stocks of Patriot missiles in Europe that might be able to be more quickly sent to Ukraine. Certainly, they're going to talk about that tomorrow at the summit. But there's also a way where Ukraine or Germany or others can co-produce or produce under license Patriot missiles. And I think they're going to have to look on this as certainly a middle to long-term solution. We know that Ukraine needs these missiles right now. Tonight, he needs them. But I think in terms of ensuring a supply line, he's got to be able to manufacture his own, or at least get them from Germany or another nation that might be producing those missiles themselves. I think going to the U.S. is going to be problematic now with the Trump administration.
I mean, President Zelensky sounds like he's once again angling for NATO membership. And that's something that President Trump has ruled out on more than one occasion, notably in the early stages of discussions with the Russians. Zelensky's argument is that his country brings with it experience and that his country would be a great asset to NATO for some of the reasons you just gave as well. Has there been any change in stance from Washington towards this idea?
No, I don't think so. I think, we'll have to see as we get into, hopefully, new negotiations on a ceasefire with Russia. But I think the administration does not look on membership for Ukraine and NATO as something it's going to push, and they mainly because they are husbanding their relationship with Putin and with Russia, and they know that is a huge issue for Putin in any kind of talk. So I don't see any change with the Trump administration. I have seen some change among some of the European nations that have always opposed Ukraine coming into NATO, and they're beginning to change a bit. But as for the United States, I don't see much of a change in Washington.
One of the things we touched on at the beginning, I just want to get some clarity on this point, is how President Trump was angered by NATO allies and their reaction to the Iran war. And he seemed to suggest on more than one occasion that the Iran war was in fact a NATO war. Did you view it as such? And do you think America's allies were right to stay out of it?
Well, no, this was absolutely not a NATO war. And it's great that you've asked about this. Just to clarify for everyone, NATO has nothing to do with this kind of thing. This was a war of choice by the United States and Israel. They decided to go in when they did. And this isn't something that was a NATO thing at all. NATO reacts when there's an attack on an ally, and there hadn't been an attack on an ally. So that's not a thing. Trump has had trouble getting his mind around that NATO doesn't act at the whim of the United States. The nations of NATO are sovereign nations. They make up their own minds, their own decisions. And that's what the allies did individually as nations. The governments decided whether they wanted to join in on what essentially is a coalition, whether they wanted to join in on that or not. And the decision by the nations were no, they did not want to join in. A number of them came around to allowing the U.S. to use bases and this type of thing that are on their land. So there was that part of the contribution. But in terms of jumping into the middle of this, into a war in Iran, that was not something that nations were, very comfortable doing at all, particularly given the point that they weren't involved in the beginning in terms of being briefed on this, involved in this at the very beginning before the war started, so that they would have something to deal with in terms of making decisions, at least some information. That wasn't there. So the whole setup did not lend itself to getting allies to jump on board such an adventure as starting a war with Iran.
Okay, and just lastly, Jim, back in 2019, so 7 years ago, the French President Emmanuel Macron made a strong criticism of NATO, and he said the alliance was essentially brain dead. I wonder whether you think 7 years on, President Trump can be credited with giving NATO the sort of electric shock therapy that perhaps some argue that it needed, even if not everyone liked it.
Well, that's a great question. And I would say that Trump had some help in that. I think Vladimir Putin certainly hit the shock button. And whether it's invading Ukraine twice or it is the hybrid war that he's been conducting against allies for the past number of years, that certainly shook up the alliance for sure. But yes, I think Trump coming in and his rhetoric and his threats, as awful as they have been and rude as they have been and embarrassing in a lot of ways for the Americans, it had its impact in NATO. You can't take that away from him. It's had its impact, but you don't want the medicine to kill the patient either. That was some stiff medicine he was giving. It's had results, but you have to give credit to Putin as well. It was a 1-2 punch, I think, that got NATO really moving.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for NATO Policy at the Pentagon. Thank you for your time, sir.
Happy to.
Well, we're joined now by Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, who is the former commanding officer of the US Army in Europe. He joins us from Frankfurt. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. Clearly, all eyes trained on Ankara for this summit. There's a dinner tonight. There'll be lots of promises from the leaders there to President Trump that they have increased their spending on defence. What sort of a tone do you think has been set for this summit in Ankara?
Well, I think our Turkish allies and the Secretary General and others have worked hard to bring together all the leaders of the alliance and to make sure that the unity, which is so important, is maintained and on display. But I think, and this is embarrassing to say, but I think most people are holding their breath, hoping that the American president doesn't show up and blow the whole thing up. He has said things just in recent days that unfortunately kind of foreshadow that he's going to come in criticizing allies for being too slow to increase spending, not helping him in his war against Iran. And even today, I guess he reiterated that he wants Greenland. So none of these are good omens. But I hope that the others who are there, the other 31 leaders, will stand up and say, wait, we're not increasing defense spending to please the American president. They're doing it because it's the right thing to do to protect their own strategic interests and their own populations.
Right. I mean, and we've heard from the NATO Secretary General, who says that a number of European countries and Canada have upped their spending on defense by more than $90 billion in real terms during the course of 2025. I mean, won't that lift the mood somewhat?
Well, it certainly should. And the president is aware of all this. I mean, Secretary General Ruda briefed him in the Oval Office just, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. And his own team would have prepared him for this, so he would be aware of it. But I think that he has so is frustrated that with what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and our inability there to accomplish what he wanted. And so he's always going to look for somebody to blame. And I think part of this is going to be blaming allies for not being a part of it, even though he didn't ask them to until after the fact. So I think there's a real misunderstanding or lack of care about how the alliance actually works in this administration. They talk about U.S. troop deployments as rewards for people who spend a lot, as opposed to troop deployments are there to protect America's strategic interests. So I think, let me say it this way, I hope that the summit goes well. They come out of it with a showing that they are unified. Nations always argue with each other about different things. That's not news. But the cohesion of the alliance is what's important for all of us, including the United States. And of course, I hope they come out of it with a very, very strong endorsement of Ukraine, continued support for Ukraine, because that is in the best strategic interest of all 32 members of NATO as well.
Indeed. And just on the subject of Ukraine, clearly President Zelensky needs help. He needs aerial defense systems, and that's something he's going to be appealing to President Trump about. Is he likely to get the help he needs, do you think?
I think it's a pretty good chance that most European countries will continue doing what they're doing. They all recognize that it's in their interest that Ukraine is successful against Russia. That's the best way to prevent an attack on NATO countries, is for Ukraine to defeat Russia. I'm having a hard time really believing that President Trump has changed his mind about Russia and Ukraine. He says things that I think are not connected to reality. When he says Putin really wants peace, I doubt it, unless it's on Putin's terms. And so the administration's approach to negotiations, I think, have been doomed from the beginning, because they always took the Russian argument as having validity and that Ukraine should just go ahead and give up 20% of its territory to appease Russia. when in fact anybody that understands Russia knows that that's not going to actually appease Russia. And so I think the Ukrainians will be very reluctant to accept any sort of a negotiated outcome where they end up having to give up 20% of their country after the enormous costs that they have paid. If Russia really wants peace, all Putin has to do is say, okay, everybody back on our side of the border.
Right. I mean, a lot of the people we're talking to are telling us that Russia is, in fact, looking slightly weaker in this war than they were a couple of months ago. The energy sector seems to have emerged as a real Achilles heel for the Russians. Economically, they're in a tight spot. They're not gaining ground on the battlefield. That's what we're being told. Is that how it looks to you?
Yeah, Russia is much weaker than they were just a couple of months ago. I think that Ukraine has figured out that the key to victory for them is going to be destroying Russia's oil and gas export capacity. Because if Russia is not able to sell oil and gas to India and China and other customers, then they cannot sustain their war effort. And I think the people around Putin will go to him and say, well, you're killing us. You're wrecking everything that we have. And so there will be real pressure on him. It won't be the casualties, although that's an important part of it. It will be the economic impact of the destruction of Russia's oil and gas export industry. So Ukraine has developed now the ability to reach long range with precision. They just hit a refinery yesterday that's 2,500 kilometers away in Siberia. That's incredible. And the Russians don't seem to be able to actually stop all of these attacks. So I think that has changed the situation. The momentum has shifted in favor of Ukraine. Russia's ground operations are not going anywhere. And Crimea looks to be in trouble. Now, maybe this is what I'm hoping to see, and it is. But when I look at how the Ukrainians have isolated the Crimean Peninsula by destroying much of the transportation infrastructure going in there, you've got Russians in Crimea who are trying to leave now. I think we're looking at the potential for Ukraine actually pushing the Russians or forcing the Russians to leave Crimea by isolating it and then making it untenable for Russian forces.
But are you worried that, and some of the people we speak to say this, and I think there are some in the Trump administration who think this as well, that if President Putin is boxed into a corner with regards to Ukraine, that's when he'll do something fairly extreme. And I think we all know what that might mean. Is that not something that concerns you?
Well, let's don't talk in riddles. Of course, you're talking about would Russia use a nuclear weapon. They are already killing innocent Ukrainians every night with ballistic missiles into apartment buildings. So the Ukrainians actually are pretty sanguine about whether or not Russia might use a tactical nuclear weapon somewhere. I think the Biden administration, despite all the good things that they did to help Ukraine, they also hesitated because they believe that Russia might use a nuclear weapon. And I think there's almost zero chance Russia would do it. When we heard about Russia threatening to use a nuclear weapon from the very first time we delivered a Stinger, shoulder-fired Stinger air defense missile to Ukraine, that people were worried that might cause Russia to escalate. And actually what happens is that the Russians see that the United States government and other governments are worried that this might happen. So it's the threat of the use of nuclear weapons is actually the benefit to the Russians. Once they use a nuclear weapon, which I don't believe they will, but if they did, then that threat is over and they will have lost the benefit of that. The Chinese leader, President Xi, has told the Russians not to use a nuclear weapon. Prime Minister Modi has said the same thing. There is no benefit for Russia to use a nuclear weapon anywhere. The only benefit they have is from the threat. So I think that we should quit worrying so much about what if the Russians might do this, and we should encourage or help Ukraine to achieve what they want, which is restoration of their sovereign borders, which is, by the way, in the best interest of the United States and all of Europe. And we should remind President Putin that we have thousands of nuclear weapons too. And every time he threatens to use a nuclear weapon, or Medvedev comes out there and mumbles something about a nuclear strike against Warsaw, that's another shipload of ammunition going to Ukraine. So we should stop being deterred by these kind of threats from Russia.
There seems to be one major shortcoming within NATO at the moment, and that is matching demand for weaponry with supply. There seem to be some supply shortages, and the Patriots are just one example. Is that, do you think, going to be one of the legacies of the Ankara summit? Because it seems and it sounds like everyone has somewhat been spurred into action on this front.
So you would think that we would already be full speed on increased production in countries, including the United States. We still haven't gotten onto this sort of a war footing. We're slow off the mark on this, but it is getting better. There's no doubt about that. And I think some of the things that would help would be if the United States would allow other countries, such as Ukraine or Germany or Poland, to actually produce things like Patriot, give them license to produce these, so to expand the capacity of production for those things that we need. Lockheed Martin and Rheinmetall, for example, just announced today that Rheinmetall is going to produce the American ATACMS missile. This is exactly the kind of thing that should be happening, where you can expand beyond just the industrial base of the United States. And I think this is a way to, we're probably going to see a lot more announcements like this over the next couple of days in conjunction with the summit, of joint ventures and of countries increasing investment in their industrial capacity.
Just one last question to you, General Hodges, before we wrap up. I mean, NATO has, of course, kept the continent and the region safe since the early days of the Cold War. In recent years, President Trump has threatened more than once to leave the alliance. He's called it a paper tiger. But do you think, all things considered, and I know not much has come out of Ankara yet, but do you think NATO's future is looking safe, at least for the time being?
Well, first of all, what a ridiculous statement by the President of the United States to say that NATO is a paper tiger. It's anything but a paper tiger. Look, there's a reason countries are in a queue wanting to join NATO, because they know that since it was founded in 1949, it has been the most successful defensive alliance in the history of the world. Never perfect, never without its flaws, never without its challenges, but always the most successful defensive alliance in the history of the world. And so it's in the interest of the United States that NATO be successful. And I think we will regret the day that under this administration, and if any future administration does the same thing, begins to turn our back on Europe and on our NATO allies, we will regret it, because these countries have capabilities. They have capacities. The combined technology, population, industry, military of all the other members of NATO, including Canada, dwarfs Russia. And so one day we're going to wake up and realize that we are no longer relevant in Europe. And the lost influence and the lost trust is only going to hurt the United States. The president keeps talking about, Greenland is ours, or we're going to take Greenland. I mean, what an own goal is that? That makes no sense. There's no need for it. And I think, the Europeans are going to harden their resistance to him, and they're not intimidated by him anymore.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thanks for the privilege.
That's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine. This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
The people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, and I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image.
Ten Commandments, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jakob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they would do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, And when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest, continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat. Sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt. Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Paul accompanies us to show us some of his personal buggies.
through there. Here's the blinking lights. It's the headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. Actually, here's the buggy that goes two horses. Their head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gives you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Backing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. The boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. Chicken leg too, I guess. You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in peace will keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends of friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur out of 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons, and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life. Riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, bad or not? 22 not 5. And now 22 5. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures, but as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
VAR out.
VAR out.
Yeah.
We want our game back.
Yeah. Do you know I've managed in a professional game?
Where?
In Tampa. I was a player.
That's not professional. I'm going Danny DeVito for you.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge and Carlton Cole. There's only one place to start. It's at West Ham versus Arsenal and the VAR decision, which is probably the biggest call, certainly controversially, that we've seen. Cole, you was at the game.
Yeah.
Heart was in your mouth.
I couldn't believe it. I celebrated.
Yeah.
But the reason I celebrated is because of the whole day. So
right.
I didn't plan on going. So I was just going to have a little walk around London with my sons. And got to London Bridge.
Yeah.
And I see 3 bikes perched. The boys looked at me, I looked at them. He goes, Dad, you want to go to the game, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because I was trying to take my mind off things, right? He goes, what do you want to do? Ride there from here? Yeah. He goes, might as well. So we rode from London Bridge all the way to the game.
Did you? How long did that take you?
Half hour, 35. Well, I wasn't really a thing.
Yeah.
But I was we was just going cruising. But didn't realise how cold it was, so my hands were frozen by the time I got there. When I get into the stadium now, everyone's happy to see me rolling. Yeah. And then
you wish you never went now, don't you?
It's just like, but the thing is, game starts, kicks off, we're there, we're rolling, playing really well. It was the first 20 minutes, I'd say Arsenal on top, but we're still in the game. Then we start to get in. get involved, and we get a chance. We start moving up the pitch. I'm thinking, oh,
yeah,
here we are.
Declan Rice went to right back, didn't he?
Yeah,
It was a strange decision.
So
that was a change in the game, I thought.
Yeah, it was. So we started getting involved in the game. I'm thinking, this is it.
Yeah.
There was a little flying header. I don't know what it was. I couldn't see from where. Castellanos, little flying header. Bang. Wasn't bad. Good save. And then the whole place started to rock, saying, oh, we're in it. So the whole stadium now was starting to believe like we could get something here because they're not at it. They're supposed to be like true champions are supposed to be. Do you know what I mean? Because we've been in receiving end of when someone needs to get something over the line. Yeah. You're never really in the game, especially if we're at the position that we're in. We're fighting for something, but I was expecting us to be run over in this game, but it wasn't that. And we was like, oh, we're giving them a good back and forth. Anyway, they score. I actually went to go and get a stiff drink. Right. Yeah, because I was so nervous because I was walking up and down the boxes. What did you order? A nice smoky whiskey, backed it. Yeah. As I'd done that, I heard the chant. I heard like you can hear it in the distance, the cheer. Yeah. And I was thinking, that's them. They've scored.
Did you miss the chants before as well?
What, for who?
West Ham had.
No, I saw all of that. I saw all that. It was just their goal.
Right. I missed. It's a horrible sound.
It's a horrible sound.
When you're at a stadium and you're at home
and you're like you're looking up into the air like that.
Who was it? Who was it went through? West Ham. Missed that chance just before Arsenal scored.
That was Fernandes.
Yeah, oh mate, he's got a slotted bottom corner and he's gone near post.
Yeah,
and then I felt when he missed that, I thought they're going to score now. It's what champions do, isn't it?
Yeah, but it happens. Was that what champions do?
Well, I think
Champions do.
They do. They end up finding a way to just win.
I think it's the world. I think sometimes it's the world willing. The amount of times the great teams, whoever's scored late goals,
they get decisions that go their way.
I blame myself though for going to get that stiff drink.
Yeah, I do.
Because whilst I was out there, everything was
your fault.
Everything was cushy. I took my eye off the ball.
Yeah. Do you? He's the same as well.
I do that.
He's the same as well.
What?
Sometimes if I do something, I do it get like.
To get a result.
I feel like it's the world. Yeah, I don't know, just the way of thinking. Like I went to the toilet. I feel I'm Saints that powerful. Scored, so I kept going to the toilet for the Saints to get
I feel I'm that powerful. I can affect the game on the pitch. That's how I think. I don't care, mate. It's my fault. I went for a stiff drink because I'm greedy. I've already had 2 beers before that, so I thought I got greedy. I said I'm going to the bar, get another one, and then that's what happened.
And then the moment happened, Coley.
Oh yeah, then we'll talk about that moment.
I see where it's my wife's birthday, so we was out having dinner. So had my father-in-law had the game on the screen, so I'm watching it on the phone, slippery. What's going on? And me and my son.
Oh, that's why you dropped me out then.
Mate, listen. Do you know what I mean? I love you, but
it's bang out of order, mate.
Yeah. Anyway,
you said you were coming to the game with me the week before.
I know. I forgot it was my wife's birthday.
That's why I didn't want to go.
Okay.
You dropped me out, so I said I'm going to walk this off with my sons in Central London.
I've got to live with her, right? I'm not going to say to her, I'm not going to your.
She's got to understand party. This is a massive game. Say, listen, mate. Babes,
anyway,
I'll make it up to you. Can't let Coley down.
Yeah, well, listen. Anyway. So we're watching the game. We're watching the game, and then my son's like, my son. Yeah. He's just gone. They've done it. They've scored. Yeah. And then we bounced a little bit in the restaurant. Yeah. And I'm like, hold on, VAR. And my son had watched it. He's gone, no, Dad, it's all right.
Yeah,
but I thought it was all right. Like that. And then we're engrossed in it. It took them a long time.
Yeah.
Tell us from how did it feel in the stadium,
mate? I tell
with
you
the VAR, the emotions.
Coley, like I've never been so emotionally invested in something like this before. So. I've seen it happen, but it's never been us. Like, and when something so big's riding on it, like, so obviously Callum Wilson puts in the net. I looked at it first, and I see it go over the line because the player that I think he heads it out or he clears it, he's over the line. So I knew the ball was over the line. Right. Where I was sitting, where my angle was, I knew it was over the line. So I said, it's a goal.
Yeah.
And then when the referee points to the centre circle, I was like, yes. So I done a running jump into the glass window, right? If I was younger, I'd have done a backflip as well, right? Because I was that excited. And then
you've never been able to do a backflip.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I in my head. Yeah. Right? So anyway, I go and bang on the glass. Yes. So I'm there. I'm involved now, innit? As a fan.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was like, I can't believe it.
Was the place rocking?
Rocking, Coley. Yeah. Like, imagine me there. Yeah. Energy, bruv. Like, energy god. We're on it.
Energy.
Yeah. And then it goes, VAR. I'm like, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Positive. No, they ain't going to find nothing there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Then it takes longer. Then it's taking longer. And I'm thinking, then he's getting called to the VAR point. And then all the players are lined up behind him and they're all chanting at him. Jared's chanting at the ref.
Yeah.
Saying, obviously you can see what's going on. Everyone's nervous. Callum's like that. Come on, ref. You can see them talking to the ref's back.
Yeah.
But the ref's looking at the screen and I'm like, look at this. This looks surreal.
Was it so to take us there, right? So emotion, bang, the goal's gone and the whole place is rocking.
The whole place is rocking and then there's a dampener.
Pops up, then it's that feeling, and then it's the intensity.
The intensity now, we're there, we're like, we don't know what's going to happen next. The suspense.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
So and then take us into when the ref disallows the goal. What's the stadium like? What happened?
All right, so the ref's disallowed the goal now, and he's come off on the mic and he's explained himself.
Yeah.
And we're saying that is bang out of order.
Right.
They want Arsenal. So everyone initially saying like VA Arsenal.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Everyone's saying that like they've just everything's in their favour, whatever, whatnot. Because I didn't actually see the incident. I only saw obviously the goal go in.
Yeah.
And obviously there must have been something that's happened. And I didn't realise until I went inside to the box.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was like, well, yeah. There was something there. I've got to be fair. Definitely, his arm's gone across. And they're looking at that. But I'm like, how's it taking that long for you to come up with that decision? Like, obviously, you're looking at other stuff leading up to that.
Yeah.
So there must have been other things. So I'm looking, but they didn't show us that part on the replay. They just showed us that part.
Yeah. Do
you know what I mean? So everybody was kind of confused to saying, and then everyone was had... The people around was having a little go at Pablo, the poor lad. Yeah. But when I looked at it, he goes, "Why is Pablo even doing that? Like, what is it? Typical strikers." So I was looking at it, I was depending. I was like, "Well, it looks like he's being pushed into him, so he has to have his arms up, like cool. to balance and try." You know what I mean? I don't think it. And when you analyze it, have they not seen that he's being hugged into Raya's position? So he's been pushed in there. So obviously your natural thing is you're gonna put your arms up, and then it just happens to be that Raya was underneath his arm. He didn't line him up and go like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He didn't even. It could have been anyone there.
Yeah.
But because it's the goalkeeper, it makes it sensitive.
Right. So Darren England, who's in charge of VAR, he this is what they said. He's identified that Pablo's arm was in an unnecessary position across the Arsenal goalkeeper Raya's chest, clearly impeded his ability to move and catch the ball. Darren England believed this action had a direct impact on the outcome of the goal and therefore a foul should be awarded. VAR is to identify any contact that has or is likely to have a direct impact on a key outcome. In this case, a goal.
Who is this guy? Who's this Darren England?
Darren England.
Has he ever played football before?
Listen.
Has he ever walked on a balancing beam?
I don't know if we got that information on him.
I need to know, because this guy says he's on an unnecessary position. Who deems it unnecessary?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the problem, right? So let's take this back, right? Because I looked at it, and I've looked at it multiple times, right? So first of all, the goal's been disallowed, right? The ref for me is in a situation where this is their fault, VAR's fault. They've allowed this to go all season, right? You footballers and football managers, we will bend the rules as much as we can for our own advantage, right? So straight away, VAR is supposed to be for like, if you think about how we were taught to defend from corners, right? You can't grab if you grab a shirt, it's a foul, right? Okay, if you hold someone like that, it's a foul. You can put your arm on someone like that, right? Just because you're feeling them, and you're supposed to be. If you're marking or blocking, you're supposed to be
always watching
the ball and watching the man, right? And that's the art of defending, right? That was what you get taught, right? Now, first thing I saw when I saw it was a Trossard not even looking at the ball. Like, I mean, it just blows my mind how that's allowed. Right, arms like that.
Focusing,
so 2 arms.
Focusing on the player.
Declan Rice, like that. Right.
That.
So like, I'm like,
who's the other geezer? I'm holding Mavropanos' foot.
Yeah, there was like
it was a tag team.
Tag team action. Where's
the W?
I don't know what
WWF.
It's like, I don't know. Do they discuss it? Go, you grab his foot.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing.
Don't worry about these cameras. We're all right.
We're all right because we'll get away with it.
And this ain't us battering Arsenal, Bridgie, because Arsenal are just the best at pushing it to the limit, right? And I think it's pathetic from the referees and VAR. We'll get into that in a minute, but we'll just look at this incident, right, to say why it's wrong. Yeah, they're saying his arms in his face, right? There's 3 fouls going on before that by your players, right? So basically they've gone. If you would have got the cameras on every one of Arsenal's or any club for that matter of fact, but with Arsenal's case, their corners and gone right. The goal's gone in. Someone's headed the ball in. Right, we need to find a foul. You will find a foul.
Definitely.
You will find a foul because they're not doing that. And this is annoying me, right? The referee, like, I'd much prefer to lose a game because it hurt, right? I'd much prefer to lose a game, right? And I've lost big games in our career, right? The ghost goal at Liverpool, Lampard's goal with England where it's gone over the line, right? Worse than this, right? But it almost feels worse because you've got these bunch of, these referees and VAR, they're all in it, right? The referee's given it. He knows what, you get a feel for the game. Every corner's gone in, everyone's wrestling, right, we're letting it. But this one that's gone in now, which is massive implications on the title race and relegation, right? And then what it does is it opens it up to like conspiracies and thinking like that. But it's not, it's just incompetence. It's like the same way that referees, right, so imagine you put yourself in their shoes, right? Referee, VAR, they all get together. I don't know how many of them there are, 100, 150, right? And every time the referee misses, the referee thinks, well, that might be a foul. I'm going to leave that for VAR, right? And then bang, VAR. Then VAR call him they find something, so that them three, so they all stick together.
Yeah, they always stick together.
They're not pushing each other like,
you make a decision. Like, it's like at school. It's like at school. My son, you might say something wrong to a teacher, but another teacher might not think it's wrong. Do you know what I mean? But because that one teacher complained, right, they've all got to stick together because they've got to look like they're on the same team.
Yeah.
So it's us v them.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing.
Bridgie?
Boring, isn't it? Like, mate, when the corner comes in, right, as soon as the corner comes in, where's the first foul?
That's it, isn't it?
So it's the first foul. You're not allowed to hug. So they give a penalty or give a free kick the other way, but it doesn't happen, does it?
No.
So just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Let a referee just make a decision. He gets it wrong. That's it. That's what if you have VAR, if it's going to work, and you're going to do it right, but no one's doing it right. They've messed up all season. Arsenal got away with scoring goals. Other teams have probably got away with scoring goals. So it ain't worked, is it? No. So they should stand up and just go, hasn't worked, sorry, see you later.
They're not man enough. They're not man enough to do that.
Let's go back. So goal line technology, we all like, yeah? It's there. It's black and white. It's there. It's in and right. Even this semi-automated offside stuff, right?
Even that, we like, toenail.
But even that, we're not arguing like this.
Okay.
If the goal's gone in and his foot's offside, we go, right, it's annoying, but it is what it is, right? And we'll swallow it, right? But this nonsense that's going on.
This is down to interpretation as well.
It's outsourcing the decision making to somewhere else.
Do you know when he watches it back, the ref? Does he watch the whole clip from
the start
before the corner's coming in? He's watching everything going on.
Yeah, they should do.
Yeah.
Right, so he should be. So how has he not noticed the shirt pull
because they've gone for the part where the easiest part because the goalkeeper not the rule, though, is it? It affects the game. So because the goalkeeper was impeded, it affects the game. So they've gone for that decision where to get to that point when it did affect the game, there were fouls leading up to that point. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
The game's
so
I think
but I feel it's a cop out because you need to eradicate the start of that because it's a chain reaction. You foul that person, that fouls them, and then it gets to the goalkeeper when the goalkeeper's being fouled, and then that's the one that they want to blow up. That's where it's wrong because I'm saying and you're saying Stop it at the source. Stop it at the source. Don't put your hands on him. Don't put your arms around his waist, pushing him into the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
There's too many things going on. And then obviously, as I said, he's got his arms out.
Yeah.
So what are you supposed to do? Just be like that. What's a natural position?
Darren England, right? Who was pushing him? Who was pushing him again?
Trossard.
Right, Trossard's not a big lad, but he's a professional footballer, right? You know, if he comes in and he's nudging you, and you put your arms by your side, you're falling over.
Yeah, of course you are.
What are you going to just?
We're not cones.
You've got to put your arms up.
We're not mannequins.
And you put your arms up in a box. So I've got no problem with an arm going there.
Yeah.
What I've got a problem is that and that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Because when you jump like that naturally.
Yeah.
When you're trying to hold balance, you've got to move your hands.
Yeah.
Someone's pushing you, and you're trying to go and trying to head a ball.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's not looked at him and says, "Oh, it's the goalkeeper."
Yeah.
It's too quick. It happens too fast.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the goalkeeper. I'm going to put my arm around him. It doesn't work like that. So it needs. Come on, something natural has to happen here.
Can I put another layer on this? What I think's happened. Like if we're going to be like,
but it's a foul.
It's a foul, right? It's a foul. West Ham got stiffed. Arsenal had a right touch. Anyway, but I want to say the reason I think this won't get changed is because FIFA, UEFA, the FA,
useless.
Right?
You can say that. Premier League,
right? They've all got together and they've gone, we want to put this technology in, because they've looked at tennis and gone, right, that works, and Hawkeye and all that, and they've gone, right, we're going to put that in. So there would have been some kind of committees, companies, lots of money involved. We're going to change this. We're going to do this. It's going to get football better. And they've all patted themselves on the back. How clever are we? We are the leaders. We're going to make football better, right? It's been there for 5 or 6 years now, right? The fans have spoken, right? If you're in a democracy, no fan and no players and no manager want this, right? But these people were making money out of it, and it's put their name to it and their reputation to it. They can't turn around and go, you know what? We tried. It's okay. We tried it. It's taken away from what we love about football. West Ham have got taken away, and fans in that stadium have got taken away a beautiful moment where they've fought, they've dug in, and they've got a point and they're in the game. Arsenal would have been a bad moment for them, but it would have been the right. You're losing the moments, basically. You know,
sometimes there's just no point in celebrating a goal.
Well, you see players on
Do Arsenal want to win or lose games like that? Do you know what I mean? Do they, in this era, do they want to win? Don't they want to win it cleanly?
You want to win anyway.
If you are them, by the way. If you are them.
If you're Arsenal today, you are buzzing, right?
Yeah.
But
you got to give them credit. Do you know what I mean? Know where they are.
Yeah, no, got absolute credit. Like, I've made my peace with them. I think they're a brilliant side, and I think they're going to win the league.
Made my peace. What have they done to you in the past?
It's only because he's got a few Arsenal friends now.
No, I've always had Arsenal friends. I'm happy for them, right? I'm not one of them that really don't do you know what I mean?
It's about time they won something.
It's been a couple of decades.
VAR's just got to go because it's too inconsistent. It's just got to go. They're useless at doing it. But they're never going to admit it.
When have you ever seen anyone in power go, you know what? We made a rick there. What I mean. It'll be like they'll
come out of a statement just basically saying they're right, and
until whoever's put their names on it is ready to retirement, and then they'll go.
We'll get rid of it.
And because listen, it makes football worse to watch, right? Yeah. Ultimately, it's an entertainment business.
What would you do?
What would I do?
Yeah.
What if I'm president?
Yeah.
Of FIFA?
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
What would you do?
I'd go, right, see.
So, no, you tried it. So
I go, listen, if I'm president, I go, listen, we tried this, we tried to do this, but I'd say the beauty of football is in between the lines. It's in the mistakes. It's in the rawness of it. It's in the human error. Like we goal line technology, that works. I'll keep the semi-automated offsides. I mean, because we want to make it more. We want the better teams to win more often.
So how would you explain?
I'd say, listen. Part? What do you mean? I'd just say, listen. Whoever put their names to it, come up here.
The jury's out.
Come here. Yeah. Right, you thought this was a good idea. That's all right.
You still got your job. Yeah.
But you ain't going to be...
You're not making decisions, right? No more ideas. It didn't work.
Go and
back in the queue.
Put a kettle on or something for the rest of us, right? I say, listen, but that's what it should be about. If you've got a meritocracy, if you come up with a good idea and you smash it and it makes football better, great. You're going to go up the ladder.
Yeah.
If you're putting your name to... You can't just be in power, keep ruining everything, and you're still in power. No. Get rid. That's what I would do in the nicest way. And I'm sure they ain't going to be on the streets, are they?
Listen,
so that's my first
Premier
move.
League, I've got your new president. Coley, I think you're down to take Richard Masters' job. President of the Premier League. And then I think you should be changing a lot of things.
I would love
Richard,
that job.
Look out for you. I'm voting Joe Cole.
Yeah, I'd love that job.
So Coley, Bridgie, like before VAR, it was like referees are getting 92%.
Okay.
Go and look this up. I might be wrong. 92% of decisions right.
Yeah. Okay.
Now VAR comes in it. Now it's gone up to 98% of getting it right. Yeah.
That's them saying they get it right.
That's what I'm trying to say. So
it's opinions.
That 6%, is it worth it?
Yeah.
No.
To take the fun out of the game. That VAR. Taking the fun out of the game, is that 6% really worth it?
Absolutely not, mate.
It's not, is it? So we need to there needs to be a petition. There needs to be a petition, and it's starting on this dressing room today. Yeah, we're gonna start saying in or out. Yeah. VAR in or out.
Yeah,
I think we should get.
I reckon most of you go voting out.
We should do a poll.
Mate, imagine how weird you've got to be if you've gone. I love
will
VAR.
they listen?
Mate, no.
We'll do a vote for.
Mate,
do we want it in or out? And if we vote out, will they listen?
I'm going on a march. I'm going to go on a march in the summer if you join me.
VAR out.
VAR out. Yeah. We want our game back.
We want our,
Yeah? Why not? Would you want to do that? You do that with me.
I'll come with you.
Would you do that?
I don't know where we're marching to.
We'll go around Hyde Park.
Right, moving on from what was a real sort of emotional incident. We've got to put that to bed now. It's still not done, Coley, right? It's still not done. West Ham would have to win the last 2 games, that's for sure. And we'll have to hope. But anyway, we're moving on. I wanted to talk about these 3 clubs, Bournemouth, Brentford and Brighton, because all very similar in the stature. You played for Brighton, Bridgie, and they've been incredibly successful in buying and selling players, the same as Bournemouth. Bournemouth sold their whole back 4, more or less, and they could get Champions League position. Brentford lost Thomas Frank, Keith Andrews. They look. We talk about West Ham and Chelsea and how poorly run they are. These 3 clubs, unbelievably well run, aren't they?
There's a continuity in who they put in at the helm. So as a manager, so it's like they've got a system that works. They might tweak it here and there. They might and then they'll bring in because when Areola come in, we were questioning it.
Yeah.
Because we wish we can give Gary O'Neill the job.
Yeah.
So why haven't you, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they obviously know and what they're bringing in and the style of play the players need. So they are looking at the set of players they got. They're thinking, what type of manager is going to work with these players? And it has to be the right motivator as well. So they're producing a lot for the little they have.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're maximising their football club. I feel, and the Brighton's been doing that. The Brighton,
it's Tony Bloom there, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Tony
since
Bloom,
when you were there, was it like that too?
Yeah, it was like that.
It was a growing club, wasn't it?
Growing club, but I think he's got his own strategy and how he buys and
because we know that he does like the Moneyball kind of thing, innit?
Yeah.
It's worked for him. You look like they've just crawled up there and they're just doing really well. Like the time I had there, I loved it.
Yeah.
Is it is it a patient club? Do they just put time? The fans
are great.
Because
I was at City at the time, so I was having a terrible time. And then I kind of had enough of foot when they went there, and I loved it.
Is it?
Yeah, they were brilliant to me. The fans were great.
What was training like?
Great little training was good. They got a new training ground and that. I had Gus there.
Yeah,
I always forget about Gus when I talk about managers because he was probably one of the best I had as well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them players at Brighton he had brought up through the leagues.
Yeah.
And he had no disrespect to them, but they started lower down the league. You say average players playing really good football. He was so good at getting his point across how he wanted people to play. Playing with confidence, just helping each other all the time.
Yeah.
So would you say that Gus was the
had
start
everyone
of that?
moving around different areas, depending on what teams you're playing. He was really good, but you know, Tony's he's been brilliant for them.
Would you say?
I don't know if they go a lot on the stats as well. Sometimes when they buy players, they work. Brentford did that, and he was doing the same as well.
They were partners,
because Matt Benham and
Matt Benham and Tony Bloom.
Tony Bloom sort of
partners,
is it?
Yeah.
Tony Bloom, they were mates.
Yeah,
and
partners in a business.
Yeah, but they were mates. Yeah, but they obviously parted ways.
Yeah,
one went and bought Brentford.
Yeah,
and he stayed there. Yeah.
But as much as they're businessmen, obviously, like you can see they want the club
to do well,
to do really well, and that comes. I think that probably does come first. When they're looking at buying, they're looking to progress, not
not just buy and sell.
No,
I mean,
but they've made a lot of money as well
because they get these players and they do really well, and it's hard to keep hold of players, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, when you're at that type of club, it's hard because as soon as like you
no, but what happens when they start getting in the Champions League?
Yeah, they have to get to that next level to then not not have to sell.
Do you think that will work for their format?
Mate, if they get there,
Coley,
if they get up there, why not?
This is
to retain players now.
If they get up to that level,
to retain,
I think they can start retaining because you know it's a nice place. It's a great
nice
stadium,
part of the world
nice training. It's a nice place. It's not far from London either. It's just an attractive place.
Yeah,
like I said, if your son's a professional footballer and you want him to have a really good environment to learn and develop, you're sending him to Brighton, Brentford, or Bournemouth, right? Because the difference between them three clubs. And let's say West Ham, because we've just been talking about West Ham, is the expectation and the history and the sort of it's the at West Ham is so it could be
cultures.
It could be so hard for players to play there. Do you know what I mean? But it's the opposite there. Their fans are almost sort of like they're happy to be there, right? In the most respectful,
lovely
nice
people
way.
as well.
Do you know what I mean? They're happy to be there. They get behind their players. You know, so they got that. That's the angle. But you're saying
organic the way it's happened. It's organic. It's not like they're up there now and then. We expect all of this.
Yeah.
It's organic. It's been because they were small. Then they go up. They've been going up slightly, ever so slightly, and now they've got this format that works for them. And now they're getting into Europe. They're so happy. They're thinking, oh my God, this is we're blessed. Do you know what I mean? We haven't got all those problems and palavers that some of these other bigger clubs, but we're going to be a bigger club soon if we keep on going in this direction.
Like that next step to go, I believe, like obviously these three clubs are heavily driven on data, and that's how they've built up their business and got better and better and got the marginal gains here and all the things that they've done really well. But I think the last step, the real greatness, we've seen the margins. I think there's something untangible that data hasn't quite got hold of yet. So I think that if they get into Europe by finishing sixth place, I can't see how that club can go from sixth place to third place because I think the margins are so small. It becomes more like what the manager's saying to players, you know, there's something like, do you know what I mean? Like to get the best, like that's why Pep's a genius.
That strategy take you to the next level.
Can it take you to the next level? I don't think the data's there for it to do that yet. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Chelsea's regressed.
Exactly. Chelsea tried to use it because they're thinking. I think the owners at Chelsea have come in and gone, let's look at. They've got people from Brighton. Let's try and do what Brighton's done and all that. But when you do it,
we don't know exactly everything they've done though.
They've definitely done that. They've definitely done that, but it's just you can't do that with a club at Chelsea like Chelsea. Mate, Champions League winners, all of it. Like you can't tell the fans to start lowering their expectations all of a sudden and say we're going to go that way. Like, what was the point? What's the point?
Yeah.
We're already here. Why are we going back? So it needs to be addressed.
Yeah,
so this is not the format that's going to work for the expectation of this club.
Okay, so I just want to ask you this quick question. So the three managers, Fabian Herzler, Adoni Areola and Keith Andrews, outside of whoever wins, Mikel Arteta wins the league, he's probably got to get manager of the year. And then three in the running for manager of the year for what they've done at their clubs.
Areola definitely is.
Yeah. Why do you think him more than the other two?
Who were the other two again?
Keith Andrews.
Keith Andrews had a system
Herzler.
there that was already there, that left by Tom Frank.
Yeah.
Herzler had a system there.
Yeah.
But what sets Areola away from them is that we already know about those two systems, Brentford and Brighton, and they're going scout up. But Bournemouth still had to strip it back a little bit and go again. They had to sell a load of players and go again. And you can see he's talented.
Yeah, but Brentford sold Visser and Buemo
Yeah, but they've got that system in place. That Moneyball system's not a joke, bro. That's like they've got someone lined up already to come in and do that same job. That probably not to the extent, but give him some time, he'll get back up there, and it just fills in that void again.
Okay. So who would I pick?
Yeah,
like I'll tell you in a minute. Like if we had Moneyball in a dressing room podcast, who would be lined up to replace us then? Who would the gaffer? Who would Tell bring in?
Me, I think with me, definitely someone. Like
I'm throwing you there, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm going Idris Elba. you're going. I'm going Danny DeVito for you, right?
Come on, mate. This guy. He had to
I don't know what you want.
Oh, Tell's
your bag of tricks. Your bag of tricks.
Adam Sandler.
Yeah,
I'm not that funny.
Okay. Anyway, I'd probably give manager of the year to Keith Andrews. Because I think that was a big Thomas Frank coming out, and they sold 4
Is that
players.
because
I'm close to that?
It's close
Maybe.
His son plays for him, innit? Trying to get him in the first team already, isn't he? I know what he's up to.
Max Downwood did it at 15.
And would you say probably because you weren't expecting it?
Yes, I didn't see it, and I hold my hands up. Listen,
see, we see it coming, me and Carl.
Yeah, obviously we see things.
Listen, like what I said about. With VAR, the people that have made the mistake, I made a mistake on Brentford. I got it completely wrong, and I've held my hands up.
From the managers that are doing great to the ones that are struggling a little bit, you were at Liverpool at the weekend.
I was. Arne Slot.
He's under pressure, isn't he?
I'm massively under pressure, mate. And do you know what? I had great seats, so I'm sitting literally 2 seats away from the manager. I'm listening to him talking to his backroom staff, and we're chatting to the bench. Like Andy Robertson's on the bench, great lad. Joe Gomez, so you're really in it, right? I've never been to Anfield and felt it so restless with a manager. You speak. Obviously, when we go to the game, we do our own work. We're speaking to people. They're not happy. I'm like, blows my mind. He won the league last year. All of the incidents that have happened, Jota, Isak being injured, Ekatike being injured, Wirtz, nobody saw Wirtz not saying it. So I'm like, this is so un-Liverpool where they're restless, right? And no more so when he took the young kid Rio Ungamoa off after 70 minutes.
That's a strange decision.
I clocked it, right? So we're sitting there and Rio Ungamoa's looked over at the bench and gone, like his muscles are tightening up, right? And Crouchy's nudged me and gone, listen to this when he takes him off. They're going to go mental, right? I've gone, what do you mean? So he took him off because he said he's struggling, and the whole
and he's young as well.
They're fuming because they love Rio, right? Yeah. But I've never heard that. They've always backed the manager at Anfield, and so
it's always manager first before
it's always
player.
Manager. It's the only club I feel like it's like Shankly, Paisley, Fagan, Dalglish before any player. All the great players they've had.
Yeah.
Klopp, obviously.
Yeah. The Slot is just slot in.
Mate, but Klopp won the league once in his tenure. Slot's one in one. 1 in 1. He's still 1 in 1. No one's taken off him yet.
Yeah, I know.
And I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
There's not a lot of patience in football, is there?
No, but Liverpool usually have patience.
No, I think it's a character. I was listening to something the other day, and it just made sense.
Go on.
He's a bit cold, that Arne Slot, isn't he? He's not like a charismatic guy. So you're going through.
I bet it's hard when you're going through it.
No. You're going from because he's won the league, so he's got a bit of
he's having a tough
leeway.
Season though, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's not like that anyway. So
how did he look?
Look, you've gone from Klopp.
Did he look like a man that think, oh, he's struggling a bit here?
No, do you know what? He looked like he lost a bit of weight. He looked all right. He looked good. He looked like he's beach ready. Slot.
Mate, he was on RB for like 3 weeks before the season finished last year.
Well, he's obviously spoke to Wayne.
He ain't doing that this year, is he? He's not doing that this year.
He looks all right. I must admit.
Yeah.
He looks all right.
I'll tell you what. So as I was saying, look, Arne Slot is Arne Slot, but he's a little bit of a dry personality, isn't he?
He's not.
Klopp is charismatic. Yeah, do you know what I mean? And before the ones before him as well, apart from probably there's a few that didn't get along. So Rafa went through it a little bit, didn't he?
At the end,
he did. They got a bit toxic.
Yeah.
Who else was there?
Roy.
They loved Houllier, didn't they?
Yeah. They loved Houllier. But I'm saying like they backed the manager.
They always backed the manager. But I think from going from Klopp to Slot, Going from clock to slot I think is always going to be a recipe.
You think
for
it's done?
disaster.
Time's up.
I don't think it is.
The reason I think the time's up for him, and I don't necessarily agree, but this is the only thing that Xabi Alonso's available. Xabi Alonso's available, and it just seems like like when you just see, when you see a couple together and they're in love, and you're like, I can see that works. I can see it.
Yeah.
I think Xabi Alonso and Liverpool are just that. I just think they just are. Yeah. And I think that's the problem for Slot. I think it's going to be harsh on him, but I think
without that, do you think he goes anyway?
No, I think they stick to type and go, let's give him a bit. But the only reason is because Xabi Alonso's available. I think they'll go with him.
Is this an insight?
No insight, man.
No,
no.
Just think.
That's just what I think.
It does make sense, but at the same time, I think they stick with him.
In the opposite dugout, Callum McFarlane, we spoke to him again. They needed that, Coley, Bridgie. 6 games in the league on the bounce without a result, and they went 1-0 down after 10 minutes. And I looked over and I was like, you're just like, this is going to be a long day. But they played well. Casado got on the ball. Santos got on the ball. Cole Palmer he worked his socks off. He looked better. Pedro was brilliant. And they got back in the game and they deservedly got a point at Anfield. And we spoke to him afterwards and I was chatting like, you can't help but root for him. And this is something that struck me. I think there's a lot of noise around Chelsea in regard to the ownership and how bad they've been in the structure and everything. And Callum's in the job, right? And no matter what you like, Chelsea are used to Conte, Mourinho, all the great managers, right? Tuchel's of this world, right? Ancelotti. So, but he's in the job, right? And it's an interim second time in the season, right? So things have clearly gone wrong, but he's in there, right? And his story, he's managed Croydon. He didn't make it as a footballer. So I just think it's such a great story. He's going to be leading Chelsea Football Club out in an FA Cup final against Manchester City and Pep Guardiola. Put yourself in his shoes, for the average man on the street. That just gives you hope, innit? It's inspirational. Chelsea fans should lean into that, because I look at him on the sideline, right, and I think to myself, what an opportunity he's got. You've got to get behind him. And if I look at him, he even looks like a football fan. And I mean, in the nicest possible way, he's one of your own. He's come from nothing, and it's a David and Goliath, and the FA Cup has been built on them type of stories throughout its history. I think it's not enough been made of it. This kid's going to go and he's leading Chelsea Football Club. He's in his late 30s. He's got. And you're calling him a kid? Well, not a kid, bro. A man.
No, but he's a kid in the manager's game.
In the manager's game,
young,
yeah. Right. So, but it doesn't matter. He's paid his. Whether you listen, I don't like people saying he shouldn't be there. He shouldn't be there. Right. He's there, mate. He's there, and from his will, he's got himself from academy football and a bit of luck. He's a dreamer, and he's there. Yeah. And it's the FA Cup. I love it. So I'm just like, now I'm rooting for him.
I don't love it.
Why?
I think you need to have the minerals, bruv. We don't know.
You usually sound like me willing for fairy tales.
Yeah, I love a fairy tale.
Listen,
you're wishing it, but
I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best, but
it's a very tough ask because of the way they have been playing.
It's Chelsea Football Club, bro. Honestly, it's different levels. You got to manage that type of team. You've got to have some credit in the bank. Do you know what I mean? You can't come from can't go from nothing to something like that. You've got to put in the work. Do you know how many people out there put in the work for 10, 15 years and they don't get an opportunity like that?
He's put in the work though.
I'm talking about the levels. Levels. They've travelled. They've gone different lands to do this. Do you know what I mean? So now, when I look at the whole scenario, I'm not saying that he's just gone from Croydon to Chelsea. I know he's put in work, don't get me wrong, but that's at youth level and then doing, you know what I mean? But this is a different kettle of fish. This is like Premier League, bro. Do you know what I mean? This is like, some people don't even get opportunities.
All right, I know exactly what you're saying.
Ashley Cole has had to go to Italy, bro.
Cesena, that is very true.
Do you know what I mean?
That is very true. I agree with you there.
We've got to think about, opportunities, but I'm not giving my mate just an opportunity because I just think, do you know what I mean? He's my mate.
Okay.
And I've seen his route. And I know him
this one, it's fallen into place.
I know it's fallen into...
get rid of Liam.
But what is it in the world?
That happens in football. You get a little bit of luck. You get a break.
Yeah. Bridgie, what do you think? What is it in the world? Like I said, all of them young coaches out there trying to make it, basically. Ex-players, Ashley trying to make it, right? What is it what's Callum done? That's made him in them. So what's
Right
the
place at the
universe?
right- he's just at the right
The
place at the
universe
right
has
time.
conspired to put him in the dugout for the FA Cup final at Chelsea, and he's going to win.
If it's
We're
right
trying to will
place,
it.
right time. That
Right
was
time.
like me when Saints played City in the semi-finals. 50 years on since they've won it. I live in that fairy tale. Oh, they could get a result here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's. I know the way you're thinking.
Yeah.
But the way you can't. You're talking about like manager. That's just right place, right time, mate. I don't think Chelsea are ready to go. Right, we're going to get a manager.
But I don't think some people are making enough of the story. Like, look, Jamie Vardy, for instance, right? Jamie Vardy went from like... No, but listen,
he's going to want a movie made after this if they go.
You're going to be producing a movie.
He's already working with Netflix.
I know, there's something going on with this guy. It's like, we need to make a movie about McFarlane.
You can see it, he's like
I don't know if anyone's buying into that idea, geez.
He'll be saying it next pod if they win it.
I think I'm the only one thinking along these lines. Everyone else is more worried about the owners and all the trip
You're going with your heart.
That's it. Well, that's the best place to go.
Yeah, you love the underdog.
I do, man. Right. Whilst we're in the FA Cup, quick predictions. What do you think is going to happen, Bridgie? You've played for both clubs.
What do I think? Going with my head?
Going with whatever you go with what you want. Your head, your heart,
I
your gut.
think it's too much for. I think Man City should win.
No. They should. Everyone knows they should win.
Trying to
What do you think is going to happen?
You just asked him.
He's dodged it.
I just said to you, I think City will win.
What do you think's going to happen? Well, they should win. That's not. That's not committed.
I'm not saying they will win because if I knew, I'd come bet on it.
I'm not calling. You're not Mystic Meg.
They should. They should win. There you go.
What does your heart say is going to happen?
Septic
Not
peg.
what you want to win.
Septic peg.
I said my head says City will probably win. That's
Right, maybe Bridgie will answer the question next week.
Oh,
after the game.
My head says City will win.
All right, his head says City will win.
He's so angry at my answer.
Go on.
What does your head say?
Chelsea win.
Yeah, where's that coming from?
My heart.
Yes. Okay.
What's your head say?
Chelsea win.
Yeah, exactly. You can make your head think with your heart.
We're trying to teach him how to think and use your heart and your head. It connects.
It does, mate.
Leave him alone. He doesn't have to go with the way you want it.
Lead with your heart. Are you working?
Am I working?
At the game.
Are
you working
kids
at
all
the game?
weekend?
I'm working.
I'm doing
at
the
game.
boxes.
I'm at the game.
I couldn't do it because I've got the kids.
Well, yeah. What
Yeah.
suit are you wearing? We talked about
You wear a personal suit,
green
so
suit.
you
Yeah,
I'm wearing the green one.
Yeah, I've
I'm wearing
stepped it up a little bit
the
for
green
cup final.
possible, yeah.
I feel you should do on a cup final. I feel like I love know what I love about the cup final? The manager walking out
All right, this is
before
what
the
we're going to do.
players.
So you wear the blue one, I wear the green one, and then you wear a white t-shirt underneath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
It's
and white
anyone's
trainers.
game, isn't it? That's the
And white
beauty of the
trainers.
cup. That is the beauty of the cup. It's anyone's game.
It is. It is.
One off.
It is.
Anyway.
He's up there. Right, we're talking jackets, and he's back. Quizmaster General with his jacket. What you got for us this week?
Yeah, lads. Got a good one.
Okay.
So welcome to Colt and Cole's quiz. All right. We had that episode. All right. So rules, very simple. I'm going to read out the name of a football team. Yeah.
Right.
Is it a real football team or a fake football team? All right. Whoever buzzes first gets to answer. Get it wrong, and the point goes to the other person.
Okay.
All right. Number one, the strongest.
Fake.
No, it's a real, and it's a team in Bolivia.
The strongest.
The strongest.
Yeah.
What? Just the strongest?
That's what they call the strongest. I said, the strongest FC.
Stupid name.
Well, stupid name. That's someone's football club you're talking about. Yeah?
Sorry, it's not really.
All right.
It's strange now. I'm not used
It's
to
a
that.
team in Bolivia. All right.
I'd like to go to Bolivia. I would
Yeah, I
like to
guess
go
it's going to
Bolivia.
be.
Well, you're not welcome now.
They're all going to be fake, aren't they?
Number two, who got that right?
Me.
You got that right. Well, you didn't. You got it wrong. Mysterious Dwarves.
That's got to be fake. It's got to be fake.
If it's true, Harris survived the cancellation period. Do you know what I mean? Harris survived woke. I don't know.
It's a real club.
No way.
In Ghana. It's actually a real club.
No way.
Yeah, the Mysterious Dwarves. I've heard of them.
Oh, do you know,
You ain't heard of them.
I have. I've heard of the Mysterious Dwarves. Real. It's a real team.
There's no way it's a real team. I'm
Mate,
going the stewards.
Mate,
here.
they're all like
Professional.
They're all 2 foot.
A professional
I tell you what, they wouldn't deal with Arteta's
Is it a
Just
professional
run through their
team?
legs. They'll run through their
Is it a professional team, yeah?
Yeah. Mysterious dwarves. Why are you laughing at my people? Anyway, all right. Next one is Swingers City.
Fake.
True, I'll go true.
It's fake.
No, Swinging City.
Yeah, Swingers.
Swingers
City.
It's a bit fruity, isn't it?
I'm going to let you have a go at this one.
Bit colourful, isn't it?
Yeah, bit, yeah.
Okay. The next one's up.
Right, okay. Spurs.
Get ready.
Spurs.
Real or fake? Wanky FC.
Oh, mate, no chance.
True, true,
No
true.
chance.
And I think they're from the Far Eastern region somewhere.
What do you say?
Well, I'm faking. Oh, he's gone in.
You're right.
Yeah. Am I right where they're from?
No.
That's got to be a point deduction.
No,
then.
you
No,
don't make the rules.
no, it's all right.
Because when you have the gold jacket, you start making the rules. Until
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's a team in Zimbabwe. Wanky FC. Oh, blimey.
Wanky.
No wonder you got that right. Anyway, there's another one.
Imagine me as manager there. Wanky wank.
Wanky.
Shagger City.
True.
Shagger City, yeah?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Mate, it's not going to surprise me if it is now, to be honest, but...
Yeah.
Can we guess the region?
Yeah, go on if you want.
The Caribbean region. Am I right?
No. South Africa again. Shagger City. Shagger City.
Imagine
Top Shagger.
Conversation with a mission. I've been offered a job.
Shagger City. And I'm going on my own.
Go from there to Wanky.
Go from Wanky to Shagger. That's
By the way, if anyone's out there and they support any of these teams, please follow us.
Yeah.
And please send us some merchandise.
Yeah, we need it.
We need to see if this is
Oh, mate, merchandise would be brilliant.
We're going number 6
We need
now.
to Google the shirts.
We're going number 6. Get ready.
Go on.
Tax Dodgers United. Bridgie.
I want it to be true, but I reckon it's false.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There's no such thing.
I thought it was.
We should start our own team.
What was you going to say?
It's Man City, innit?
Oh, no! Shots fired! Shots fired!
They know.
So angry. Just you got them in the final.
Oh, gosh. So it could be sent to Chelsea, though.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Number 7. Go Ahead Eagles.
True. Dutch. Bang. I know it is.
I was first, though.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, it was him.
Can we have a video replay, please?
VAR. Let's go back to VAR.
That's the only one I knew. That's the only one I knew.
No, we need human error. Sorry.
Are they Dutch?
Yeah, they're Dutch. Well done. And the last one, fart.
That's him again.
Just off the back of this, some wild names. I'm going to go true.
You're right.
Really?
Yeah,
Dutch?
No, it's a team in Norway.
Fart, mate. Like,
fart.
They just can't sign English players, can they?
Mate.
You wouldn't want it on your CV.
Mate, I need to get some pictures of their kits.
Yeah, we need to get them up for the people.
Yeah.
Please, if there's any fans, please contact us.
If anyone's seen Fart FC, let me know.
We'll come to a game.
And Joe, in this week's quiz, you're the winner. Well done. Give yourself a round of applause. Well done.
Stupid quiz, though. Right, before we go, I need to pick up on saying on socials last week, you chose Gaza as leadership, as in build a player. You chose Gaza as leadership. I think as in lead by example on the pitch. On the pitch.
Don't. Let him explain himself.
That's my thinking he's gone with. I'm just going to ask him. Because he's got a bit of stick for
I couldn't believe my ears.
Just justify your answer.
I couldn't believe my ears.
For the people.
Really?
I couldn't believe my ears.
You couldn't believe it?
I couldn't believe my ears. Like,
I would have thought you'd know where I'm going with this. Right? I would say, I tell you why, right? I'll break it down for you.
Go on then, mate.
Because football's become too sanitised, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's all PR, this and that.
Yeah,
you know, and when you go to win a World Cup or to win anything, I think now you need somebody wild to follow. You need somebody that first of all, is going to be there.
Yeah.
spiritually and emotionally in the game.
Okay.
Right? And I just think if he was there and he turned up in all the big moments for England, right? And you just like, we can't be sanitized. You need that wild spirit leading England, because that's what we are.
Does he have to be the leader of that group?
Yeah, I'd follow him.
Would you?
Yes, 100%.
What, to the nightclub a night before a game?
I have to believe in him. That's how much I love him. That's how much I love him.
You'd go.
I would go. I'd be questioning myself.
I think you will be questioning yourself a lot.
I think there's some magic. There's something magical about him.
Yourself.
I'll tell you why, though. Oh,
you think that works? You think that technique works with professional footballers at elite level?
Listen,
I don't think it does.
It's only certain people.
He was the reason I played. He's
the
reason I played. He's the reason I played for. I remember it specifically.
Football.
But I remember watching him when he captivated the nation, and when that semi-final, when he started crying, when he got booked, and he just had everything. He was in the game.
Heart on his sleeve, innit?
And I was like,
that don't mean he's a leader.
He led me because I was like, I want to play for England.
Who's your best ever captain, Coley?
My best ever captain. Do you know what? It's a hard one to say. I'm probably going to go. Do you know what I think is a really good captain? As Kevin Nolan.
Yeah, he was good.
Do you know, like, in terms of the group? Because remember.
But he's not. Is he your best ever captain, Coley? And you just got to say it.
No, I say Kevin Nolan. I think Kevin Nolan was. I think he's a because Kevin was a very, very good player. He wasn't he'd say himself, he wasn't a top player.
Yeah.
But he made the best of. He was a very, very good player. A very good player.
Of course he was.
Right, but as a captain, in terms of holding the dressing room,
he was very good at that too.
At his level,
he was really good.
He said the right things, the right people. If anyone, you've seen West Ham. Think of the West Ham dressing room.
If we didn't have him that year, it wouldn't have come up into the Premier League.
And also stay up as well, because
he was very good.
People can go sideways at West Ham because the type of players that they bring in were always like waifs and strays.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Who could like go? Oh,
no, I know what you're saying.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I look at that. I think captaining at the top level when you've got great players, I think it's a bit more easier. Because they take care of themselves.
And there's usually loads of captains in the dressing room.
And you're more
I'd say, for me, Lucas Neal.
Yeah?
I used to love him.
Okay.
Lucas Neal was unbelievable for me.
Yeah.
Look, JT was a captain. Very, very good captain. But I'd say Lucas Neal out trumps him because of what he brought. And we had the great escape season that year as well. And
so you got...
He kind of, obviously the club was in disarray because of the manager changes.
Can I change
and
my
then
mind?
you had to captain someone like Mascherano and Tevez. And then you got, there was a strong dressing room personality-wise. But he kind of steered the ship into our favour at the end. And it was a hard dressing room to control. Yeah. But he's taught me such a good guy, likeable person.
Yeah.
And that's why I say Lucas Neal's probably one of my best captains.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. Change mine. Not change it. Not be still up there. But there's a kid called man called Rio Mavuba at Lille when I played with him. Played a few times for France, right? And he was a very, very good player. Wasn't the top. Wasn't Makelele, but he played for France, so he was a good player.
Yeah.
But he had a way of batting with people. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's bringing. I think it's just something different.
Yeah.
Leadership on the pitch, but also bringing the whole group together. Young players, old players. You've got to be able to talk to everybody. I think you can't be within yourself.
Would you be a good captain if you got given the reins?
I was too young when I got it at West Ham, but I never really wanted it. I didn't want to be captain. I never. Really
you was the best player, so they had to make you captain.
I think I was probably the only player who was playing close to his
potential
at the time. Everyone was having a bit. So I think Glenn just went, "It has to be you." Do you know what I mean?
Michael Carrick.
Michael weren't a captain.
Was he
I don't know what he's like
introvert?
as a manager. Too introverted, Michael. He kept himself to himself.
But that's quite funny now because he's but that's why you have backroom staff to help you with your probably deficiencies, and he's probably doesn't say much. What about you? What's your best ever captain, Geese?
At Southampton, I like Jason Dodd.
Jason Dodd,
just because he was good with everyone.
That's what people don't realise today.
Good with everyone. Do you know what I mean? You can have a captain that like you kind of follow.
Yeah.
Who like leads by example and stuff, but he was just good with everyone. And then maybe Vincent Kompany.
Yeah.
Vince,
Yeah, he was young, do you know what I mean? But he's so mature for his age.
Yeah.
He was always talking to people. Captain Chelsea, yeah.
You captain Chelsea?
Yeah, one of the games, yeah.
Did you?
I missed the penalty as well.
Big dog.
Brilliant. Well done, Wayne.
I've only been captain once.
Yeah, Jason
twice.
Dodd, he was just brilliant with everyone. So that relationship with all the players and to be able to go around and talk to everyone. Talk to everyone.
Problems come to you when you're captain. I didn't like that.
I was captain for about 3 or 4 England games, under 21s.
Really?
Yeah, mate.
Big ups.
Yeah,
I
man.
can imagine some of your speeches.
I know. There was one time, I think it was Peter Reid. Peter Reid.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think we had a game, I can't remember, it was like somewhere in Ukraine or something like that. Or Moldova. I don't know. And I come in half time and I just had a go at everyone.
Did you?
I don't know who upset me, bro. So I'm using the calmest in the group, innit?
Yeah.
But I was like, you lot, this ain't good enough. I was quite new to the camp, by the way. So I shouldn't even be doing that. And I just come in, I just had a go at everyone and I lifted up and then we go out and we win.
Yeah.
And then
was it natural? But you just felt like you needed to.
I just thought I needed to do it.
Probably worked them.
And then I got the captaincy for like 3 or 4 games.
Yeah.
And then after that, then I progressed on the 20s, then 21s.
Yeah.
But I weren't captain ever since.
Okay.
About Scotty Parker?
Scotty Parker was never my captain.
Oh, was he never know?
He wasn't our captain.
Oh, wasn't he?
No, it wasn't
was
our
it
captain.
Nobes?
No. It was Matthew Upson.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
No,
Scott Parker wasn't.
He felt like a captain, though.
He felt like a captain,
especially with the tough times.
Yeah, but he wasn't my actual captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, what I didn't like about being captain was like all of the problems that come to you. I've got enough problems that come to my way naturally without everyone else's problems. Like, you know, it just didn't sit well with me. I'd love to be a manager because because
you can delegate. You can delegate.
No, but like, I like.
Oh, mate, being a manager's at hard work. I played a charity game at the weekend.
Yeah, go on, speak to us.
Nah, they're not for me.
No,
why?
I would quite happy to be a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why-
I know it's
what-
very different in it.
Why?
Just like.
What is it
I
about
look at some
management?
players, mate, I need to drag you off here. Like, do you know
What,
what
you
I
feel
mean?
bad about
I need
that?
to get these videos. I felt bad, but it's only a charity
I
game.
don't feel bad.
But I was like, it's just the
wouldn't
headache of, like, we're going to play this way, we're going to do that. I was thinking, I could do without this.
No, I'm telling him, mate, you're not doing it. So you got to get
Jimmy
off.
Hasselback was manager of the other team. We played a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Is it, yeah?
It was a charity for getting a AstroTurf 3G pitch built for this school, like autism dyslexic kids.
Yeah.
But me and Jimmy both played a little bit, mate. Jimmy. He's still so competitive.
Is he really?
Can he run?
Yeah. Mate, he can move a little bit.
Did
Jimmy's
he
done
score?
well.
He's done
He
his-
scored a few.
Did he? Of course
And
he
a
did.
free kick. Yeah, he
Yeah.
plays
He's still
well.
banging them, like, not the same.
He
like,
can still move a bit, Jimmy. Not like me. He can move a bit.
because he's
Jim,
got an artificial knee now as well. So I'm looking
he
at
was
that.
moving well, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bionic knee.
Bionic.
You two could get a double up, couldn't you?
Yeah,
One each.
Yeah. But I won't
I'm
get one
not
free.
sure I
Get
can be
one
bothered
free.
with the recovery at the moment. I'm
Yeah.
still recovering from the weekend, though. Just
Are you
about
hobbling?
walk. Yeah, mate, yeah.
Do you know I've managed in a professional game for one game?
What?
Yeah.
Where?
In Tampa. I was a player.
That's not professional. Sorry,
Not
mate.
really nice for the Tampa-
So I'm
Tampa
joking.
fans,
So I'm
is it?
joking. I just
Tampa, he
wanted
didn't
to
mean
put
it,
him
obviously.
down. I wanted to put him down. That's
no,
all.
you enjoy that at the moment, don't you?
I know. I'm sorry.
That's all right, no.
I'm a bit, yeah. 'Cause
How did that go?
I'm upset at the moment.
We lost 1-0.
We'll cut there. Let's not go into the
Can I make a case of myself?
Go ahead.
Right. So I'm player assistant manager. Manager gets red carded. So we're going to Canada. I'm actually I missed the game for injury, so we're going to have to take the team. So I'm in the back and I'm practicing my Churchillian speech for the lads. I'm getting him fired up. We're playing on this AstroTurf in Ottawa.
So you're looking in the mirror.
I'm looking in the mirror doing it.
Imagine someone walking into that.
Right, and I've gone in there. We've prepped it. Like I didn't have to prep the training, but I was in the coaching stuff, so it was all sort of part of it. And I've gone bam, 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 bam. Right, we've done it right. I've thought of everything. The night before, I couldn't sleep. I'm like, every eventuality. I'm thinking, right, bang, bang. If they start well, I can switch it around. If they do it, I can switch it around like that. Everything. I think I've ticked every box. I stand up, shake the opposition manager's hand, right? Come back round, the game kicks off. Right, I've gone right, bang, I'm at the front, right. I turn around to walk back to the thing. They scored after 20 seconds. Right. My goalkeeper's thrown one in. I still remember his name. Lovely kid, Cody Mizell, his name was. I remember his name.
You don't like him, really?
No.
That's why he remembers him. It annoyed you.
It annoyed me. It annoyed me.
It did annoy me because it's like, but as a manager, I'd done everything right.
Yeah.
I turned over everything right, and then bang, and we're down 1-0 away from home. Then I tried to change the system a few times, right? And it all went wrong. And do you know what the worst thing was, right? The other manager, Dutch geezer, I can't remember his name, right? Mate, like, I don't know what possessed him to, like, I thought we go into the other managers afterwards for a glass of wine or something. I thought he's inviting me for a glass of wine. I thought it was tradition.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't tell me, give you some advice.
Mate, this geezer got the laptop out and said, "This is how I beat you."
I bet you were nice and just stood there and listened to all of it.
Oh my God.
He's got
you used to drop me out of all the time.
Right. Is that the type of energy you're giving off? He's just trying to coach you through it. So listen,
that's hurt you a little bit.
That's hurt your pride.
That's hurt you.
a little bit, yeah. Mate, because he's,
I wish you said
he's a pretender.
You kept this to yourself. I love that you're bringing this out now.
Yeah, of course, I don't listen.
Did you take what he said on board?
Mate, listen, he ain't managing Holland or anything now. I don't know what he's doing, so he ain't no cop, is he? But I thought to myself, I've got to do better next time.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, there you go. Right, thank you for watching and listening. Please rate, review, and subscribe. We are back on Tuesday. You can watch us on YouTube or listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on all socials, and we'll be back next week. Thank you, boys.
Cheers, mate.
See you later.